Inside the pill refinement room of the Small Mountains Cave residence, a sliver of azure core flame left Han Li's mouth in a continuous stream, wrapping around a silver cauldron that was half a foot wide. Han Li wore a tense expression as light flickered from his entire body. The cauldron rotated as it floated above the center of the room's spell formation. As time slowly passed by, the pill refinement room started to be filled with a medicinal scent. Once Han Li smelled it, he felt his spirits become roused and his face revealed a trace of joy. When this faint medicinal scent became far more concentrated, a bright light flickered from his eyes. He suddenly formed his hands into an incantation gesture and struck a corner of the spell formation with a spell seal, shouting, "Open!" The spell formation released a series of low hums, striking the silver cauldron with intersecting streaks of red radiance. The small cauldron trembled several times before opening its lid, revealing a milk-white medicinal pill inside. The pill was the size of a thumb and its body was translucent, glimmering with spiritual light. There were also strands of milk-white smoke that floated from around it. It was nearly indistinct, as if it were a sign that the pill was otherworldly. Upon seeing the pill, Han Li was unable to contain his joy. The medicinal pill for the 9-curl spirit ginseng was finally refined. He had failed several attempts before. If a pill wasn't formed in this attempt, there wouldn't have been enough agate horn and the demon echo grass to make another attempt. As for the most important ingredient, the 9-curl spirit ginseng, Han Li had no worries about that. It turned out that Han Li didn't have to use its main body to refine the medicine. He merely had to extract some liquid from its body, allowing the ginseng to continue living. Of course, while the spirit ginseng wasn't immediately killed, it suffered great damage to its origin qi. As a result, its white rabbit incarnation became listless and lethargic. With that in mind, after several days of careful consideration, Han Li placed down several more layers of restrictions before giving the spirit ginseng some of the green liquid. In order to be careful, Han Li started off by giving a few drops of the diluted green liquid, fearing that something unexpected would happen. Spiritual objects of heaven and earth, especially those possessing their own incarnations, were different from ordinary plants. In the end, the green liquid had greatly restored the origin qi of the spirit ginseng and had reinvigorated it. This had greatly relieved Han Li and he began to truly use the green liquid on it. As a result, Han Li used the green liquid to recover its origin qi each time he extracted some of its liquid, allowing him an unending supply. However, this method was only effective for the 9-curl spirit ginseng. Han Li was inspired to try this on other spiritual medicines, but the result was only an increase in age. As of current, Han Li held the milky white pill in between his fingers and carefully examined it. Its appearance and fragrance was exactly as described. As for its medicinal efficacy, he'd have to test that when the time comes. With a slight sigh, Han Li carefully placed this difficultly acquired medicine pill in a jade box he had previously prepared. With the pill properly stored away, he walked out of the pill room. After about 60 years of cultivation, Han Li had finally cultivated the 4th layer of the Great Development Technique, forcibly increasing the scope of his spiritual sense. With regards to the Azure Essence Sword Arts, he had finished cultivating to the 9th layer of the Great Perfection stage several months before, allowing him to finally enter False Nascent stage. Whether it be medicinal pills or techniques, Han Li was now completely prepared. However, Han Li wasn't about to hastily start to condense a nascent soul now that the spirit ginseng pill was finished. Instead, he left his cave residence by himself and found a hidden spot on the Dream Cloud Mountains with an enchanting view. He then peacefully sat down and became still. During this time he began to appreciate all that had happened throughout his life so far. When he was young, he had enjoyed life with his loving family and had a little sister that he enjoyed playing with. When he grew somewhat older, he entered the 7 Mysteries sect under the recommendation of his third uncle, and came to recognize many harsh characters. It was here that he unintentionally came across Dr. Mo and was able to cultivate the Eternal Spring Arts. He then came across the Great South Meeting, introducing him to the true world of immortal cultivation. Then with Yellow Maple Valley. Soon after Han Li began to recall his memories, these vague past events gradually became clearer and various emotions began to reveal themselves from Han Li's face as well as a happiness that he had never displayed before. After these 3 days, Han Li tightly shut his eyes and restored his calm once more. He began to comprehend the Tao of the world in a state of obliviousness. A month later, Han Li emerged from concealment with his magic power, body, and mind in peak condition. His heart in particular had been tempered to the next level. With a completely tranquil mind, Han Li returned to the cave residence and enabled all the formations and restrictions present. He then curtly told Silver Moon, guard the outside. Even if a gargantuan matter appears, do not disturb me. With that said, Han Li's azure robes fluttered as he entered a silent room. The door to the room soon sealed itself with a sparkle of white light and a dense layer of talisman characters. Han Li had placed a restriction on the door to prevent any potential disturbances as he condensed his nascent soul. Although Han Li didn't say what this was about, Silvermoon knew perfectly well what was about to happen. She immediately wore a complicated expression on her face with the emotions of admiration, longing and resentment contained within them. After finally seeing the silent room remain uneventful for a long while, Silvermoon sighed and left. Now that she was closely tied together to Han Li, she controlled her thoughts and merely wished for Han Li's success in condensing a nascent soul. Not far away, Mu Peeling was slowly flying near the medicinal garden with an inattentive expression as if her mind was wandering. Once she thought of her clan's elders requiring her to wed to that man surnamed Yen, she felt that her future prospects were bleak. The Mu clan elders didn't hesitate on deciding an absurd engagement to marry an unruly woman such as herself to the Yen clan for a political advantage. If she were to become a core formation cultivator, the clan's so-called elders wouldn't dare to criticize her. Instead, they would treat her with respect. After all, everyone knew what a core formation cultivator signified to a clan. Although this woman possessed a peerless cold elegance, she couldn't help but grit her teeth and grimace when she thought of this matter. She had always been a competitive character and had never revealed her true thoughts. But with her heart wavering as it was now, it was quite obvious. Mu Peeling's original plan was acceptable. Since she couldn't oppose her elders' orders, she would delay off the marriage as much as possible. If she could somehow form a core before that, she could dispose of the engagement. But despite her amazing talents, forming her core in a meager 30 years was basically impossible. Even with her desperate efforts, it would take yet another 30 years before she could reach false core stage and make an attempt to form a core. While she was happy to take her time, the Mu clan elders grew impatient and decided to humiliate her, brazenly deciding on the date of her marriage. She was threatened to have her future spirit stones cut off, and also mentioned was the possibility of implicating her close family members in the clan. Once she thought of this, Mu Peeling felt powerless and couldn't muster the slightest effort of resistance. As for the Drifting Cloud sect, although she was treated with much favor from her mountain lord and fellow disciples, they were incapable of interfering with these matters as they were tangled in the interests of their own clans and couldn't do anything to help, much to this woman's dejection. Even more terrible was how the shifted-eyed senior martial brother Yen had somehow acquired information of her recent trip to Dayspring Mountain and bothered her without end. If her magic power wasn't far beyond his own, it was quite possible this senior martial brother Yen would have attempted to forcefully seize her. This had greatly angered this proud woman to nearly release her magic tool and slay him. But as it so happened, today was the day to pay a visit to various medicinal gardens. She had bluntly rushed to acquire this task and earlier left Dayspring Mountain, avoiding any entanglement from the man surnamed Yen. Han Li's medicinal garden would be the third garden she was visiting. Once she thought of Han Li, she felt slightly odd. She initially thought that while he was a chi condensation disciple, she felt as if he were something of an unravelable mystery. And once the sword trial assembly occurred, she guessed that he had hidden his true cultivation or identity. As such, she had been particularly mindful of his actions. But in the past years, he unexpectedly was well behaved and had done nothing of note. He did little else apart from tending to the medicine garden and chatting with his few friends. This had caused her to become even more interested in him. While her expression was relaxed when dealing with him, she actually became more mindful of his actions. Unfortunately, Han Li possessed a low profile and participated very little in the sect. As such, she only encountered him a few times in these many years. With these 20 years having passed, this woman had finally given up, believing her own guesses to be wild imagination. He was at most a reclusive common disciple. With his poor aptitude, foundation establishment would be rather unlikely for him. Having recalled Han Li, the woman hastened her flight and flew towards his medicinal garden. When Mu Peeling arrived 5 kilometers away, she felt an indescribable fear suddenly fall upon her. The spiritual chi in the air suddenly grew turbulent. In the blink of an eye, countless strands of spiritual chi transformed into a whirlpool, causing her to nearly fall from the sky on the magic tool, catching her unprepared. In her great fright, she forcefully circulated all the spiritual chi in her body to steady her body. She then hastily glanced around and spotted something that left her amazed. About 300 meters in the sky, there were countless specks of spiritual light in the air. They were of countless colors, pulsing from bright to dim, and each contained extremely pure spiritual qi. They were a beautiful sight to behold. Mu Peeling was overwhelmed and she swept her gaze into the distance. She grew pale at the sight. Wherever she turned her eyes, she merely saw countless specks of light filling the sky without end. Heavens! What is happening? Mu Peeling gazed at this strange scene with wide eyes. In fact, this marvelous spectacle surrounded the entire area within 50 kilometers of Hanli. As this woman discovered the spiritual qi transformations, untold numbers of cultivators had also discovered this anomaly. Those with profound cultivations even gazed in astonishment in the direction of the drifting cloud sect thousands of kilometers away. Although a majority of cultivators hadn't seen this before, nor did they know why such an omen appeared, the few that knew were watching with feelings of envy and admiration. On the main peak of the drifting cloud sect, in a cave residence that was located several thousands of kilometers high, there was a silver-haired old man that was sitting cross-legged. He had an ashen complexion and breathed heavily as if he were gravely ill. But in the instant the spirit lights appeared several hundred kilometers away, his forehead trembled and he opened his eyes in shock, wearing an expression of disbelief. He ceased his cultivation without hesitation and immediately flew out from his cave residence in a streak of white light. A short moment later, the silver-haired old man appeared at the peak of the main mountain, standing on top of a large rock. He solemnly stared in the direction of Han Li's cave residence and his expression wavered. At that moment, a streak of yellow light came flying from the sky in the direction of the silver-haired old man's cave residence. But when it caught sight of the silver-haired old man already standing outside of his cave residence, it flew towards the top of the mountain. The light faded away to reveal a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion. As soon as the middle-aged man appeared, he immediately spoke to the old man with disbelief. "Senior Marshal Brother Cheng, you must have felt it. Am I mistaken? Is there truly someone condensing a nascent soul within our drifting cloud sect?" The silver-haired old man narrowed his eyes and replied without turning his head, "Mistaken? Impossible. We've both experienced this before. There is someone truly condensing a nascent soul within our sect. Moreover, they have already reached the final stage and are just about to finish." The middle-aged man muttered with certainty, "This is baffling. The only late core formation cultivators in our sect is Marshal Nephew Feng and that spy surnamed Hu. Marshal Nephew Feng had spent the last 2 years striving to reach great perfection stage. He can't have reached false nascent stage so soon, let alone form a nascent soul. As for the spy from the Heavenly Fiend sect, his cultivation was already wasted and fell several levels. It can't be him. Humph. Of course we know the cultivations of our martial nephews. Although this person may be condensing a nascent soul in our drifting cloud sect, he isn't necessarily one of our sect members. Perhaps he is a daring character who infiltrated into our sect. After all, the spiritual qi of the Dream Cloud Mountains is rich and abundant, an optimal spot to condense a nascent soul." The middle-aged man frowned and resentfully said, "Senior Marshal Brother, what should we do now? It seems he is about to smoothly condense his nascent soul." "That seems to be the case. We should stay here for now. Although I don't know whether or not they have endured the final stage, we would only disturb them if we were to appear. As for the final stage, inner demon backlash, it could take several months or even several years of internal experience to resolve. But in reality that time actually only passes by in just a moment. Junior Marshal Brother Lu, could it be that you've forgotten that you experienced backlash during your nascent soul condensation?" The silver-haired man's complexion paled, but his attitude remained calm. "How could I have possibly forgotten? I never want to think of it again. Inner demon backlash causes one's deepest fears to appear in their heart. If it weren't for the spirit-tempering pill I had taken before forming a nascent soul, I would have certainly been unable to make it through the pain." The middle-aged man surnamed Lu couldn't help but shudder. His face grimaced when he recalled the experience. That's right. This person has yet to endure the final stage and hasn't yet finished a nascent soul. There is no point in talking about how we should deal with him. There's no need to rush. But if he is fortunate enough to enter nascent soul stage, it would be too late to block him. Instead of offending him, wouldn't it be better to just calmly observe him and wait for the outcome? Besides, it isn't necessarily a bad thing if this person were to form a nascent soul in our drifting cloud sect. Perhaps we would be able to befriend him and have him join our sect. The middle-aged man felt his heart stir. Senior Marshal Brother means to say that this person is a vagrant cultivator? The silver-haired man smiled and turned to the middle-aged man. Yes, that is most likely to be the case. If he were from a sect or clan, Why would he dare to sneak into our drifting cloud mountains to form a nascent soul? It would have been better for him to form a nascent soul under the protection of high-grade cultivators. Did you remember how seriously the sect treated us when we attempted to form our nascent souls? Having recalled previous memories, the middle-aged man couldn't help but chuckle. How could I have forgotten? In the several months it took for me to form a nascent soul, the sect sealed off the mountain and were vigilant of attack. Even a sect-protecting formation was laid down. From what you've said, it does seem that this person is truly a sectless vagrant cultivator. The silver-haired old man slowly said, if this person truly is a vagrant cultivator, we should do our utmost to entice him and not offend him. Since it is much more difficult for a vagrant cultivator to form a nascent soul than a sect cultivator, their abilities must be impressive. They cannot be underestimated. Furthermore, this cultivator isn't burdened by a sect, unlike us. He will have fewer misgivings upon acting on grudges than a cultivator who came from a sect. Isn't eccentric Heavenvenge an example of this? Is it not because of his profound cultivation and superior abilities that we dare not to easily offend him? Does his ruthless and unbridled actions not inspire fear into many of the sects in the heavenly south region? When the middle-aged man heard this, he silently nodded his head in agreement. Then the old man's eyes lit up and he softly shouted, "It's starting!" The middle-aged man was startled and he hastily sent his spiritual sense into the distance. At that moment, the specks of light surrounding Han Li's cave residence became increasingly numerous, and gradually condensed into a single mass of light across the sky. After a short moment, the sky surrounding him by 50 kilometers began to shine with a layer of dense rainbow light. Loud rolls of lightning surged from the mass of light. Soon, it began to quickly concentrate and gather together at its center, Han Li's cave residence. Above the small mountain of Han Li's residence, a half-kilometer-wide sphere of light glistened brilliantly, blinding anyone who dared to look directly at it. Suddenly, a world-shaking boom clapped through the sky, swaying through the entire mountain. At that moment an azure pillar of light shot towards the sky from the mountain, piercing straight through the sphere of light in the sky. The huge sphere of light immediately became covered in dark clouds, bringing about a storm of lightning and wind. Within this storm, the light began to shrink, but its colorful flashes of light only became more dazzling. The cultivators nearby had already rushed close to the small mountain at its center and were observing this astonishing phenomenon in the sky. They each looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what they should do. Not long after, under the gaze of the astonished bystanders, that huge sphere of light condensed into a translucent, fist-sized ball that contained a fearsome amount of spiritual chi. Those that observed nearby looked on with amazement, not daring to rashly take any action. Your lifespan has been lengthened to over 1,000 years, but you've only lived around 200 years so far. With just a bit of luck, I believe it is possible that Master will be able to cultivate to the deity transformation stage. Han Li shook his head and tranquilly said, "It is a bit too early to speak of deity transformation stage, it is still so far away. Most of the nascent soul cultivators I've met were stuck at early nascent soul stage without any way to progress forward. You shouldn't be too hopeful. Still, I hold much confidence in you, Master." Silvermoon pursed her lips and sweetly smiled, revealing a particularly alluring charm. Regardless, Han Li still disapproved of her words. As of current, over 1,000 cultivators had gathered nearby. They surrounded the mountain on their magic tools and were whispering to one another. With their inexperience and ignorance, they naturally didn't know what the recent omen had signified. They could only make a few wild guesses. But from what had just happened, they couldn't help but reveal giddy excitement. Naturally, the medicinal garden Han Li was assigned to had attracted quite a bit of attention. The bystanders had already forced their way through the restrictions to take a look. However, they only found it to be an ordinary medicinal garden that didn't have a soul in sight. Mu Peeling were among those that had rushed to the scene. Her expression wavered as she witnessed all that had happened. She had a faint feeling that this fantastical display had something to do with Han Li. At that moment, several streaks of various colored lights suddenly arrived. The lights faded away to reveal 6 core formation cultivators with heavy expressions. They were headed by the late core formation cultivator surnamed Feng. At his side stood a red-robed old man, the beautiful woman surnamed Song, as well as several other unfamiliar cultivators. Old man Feng raised his brow at the sight of so many low-grade cultivators and icily said, "All disciples listen well. The area 5 kilometers away from the mountain has temporarily become a restricted area. If anyone is to violate this, they will be punished severely." When the disciples heard their martial ancestor give his orders, They could only obey despite the great curiosity they all held and promptly departed. A core formation cultivator with an ordinary appearance suddenly sent a sound transmission to Old Man Feng and pointed to the medicine garden down below. The old man's expression stirred and he called out to a woman nearby, "Marshal niece Mu, stay behind for now." "As you command, Marshal Uncle." The woman was startled for a moment, but she immediately flew before the core formation cultivators with a respectful expression. Old Man Feng's expression relaxed and he said, "Marshal niece Mu, I heard you were in charge of this medicine garden." "Yes. This medicine garden is being cared for by a qi condensation cultivator by the name of Han Li." "Qi condensation disciple? Where is he now?" Mu Peeling hesitated for a moment before replying, "I do not know." Several senior martial brothers charged into the medicine garden to take a look, but he was nowhere to be found. The red-robed old man's expression stirred and he asked with surprise, "Han Li? Was it that external affair disciple that made it to the top 10 in the last sword trial assembly? The 20-year-old youth?" "Marshal Uncle Duan is correct. It is that disciple." The woman wasn't surprised that he knew this, given that he had led them to the last sword trial assembly. It was truly odd that an external affair disciple was able to make it into the top 10. Could it be the omen of a nascent soul formation came from him? Old Man Feng muttered to himself with a complicated expression. The other core formation cultivators wore a solemn expression when they heard him. The woman surnamed Song had a particularly noticeable shift in her expression. The omen of a nascent soul. Could it be this person who formed a nascent soul? While the others had taken it well enough, when Mu Peeling heard his ludicrous words, she felt completely shocked. The red-robed cultivator slowly said, "Senior Marshal Feng, from what has happened, it seems this person had already condensed a nascent soul. How should we respond to him? Although they are a newly formed nascent soul cultivator, we are by no means their match. I reckon that the two martial uncles will soon personally come to deal with this matter. As for now, we must avoid all means of angering him." Just as he finished uttering his orders, his expression suddenly replaced and he shouted, "The martial uncles have already arrived." When the others heard him, they felt relief and turned their heads towards the sky, spotting two glints of light in the distant skies. The glints of light soon turned into a streak of white and yellow light that approached them. When Old Man Feng and company saw this, they immediately separated into two rows and wore a respectful expression. An instant later, the gray-haired old man and the sallow-faced middle-aged man appeared before the core formation cultivators, and the old man indifferently said, "This matter may be passed on to us to deal with. You may do as you wish but don't remain here." When the others heard this, they each acknowledged him and left the vicinity of the stone mountain. Of course, Mu Peeling didn't dare to stay behind and hastily flew off after saluting the two nascent soul ancestors. However, she couldn't help but take one last look at the medicinal garden before she departed. Could it truly be Han Li that had formed a nascent soul? The woman's heart grew turbulent at the thought and her expression grew vacant. At that moment when Silver Moon was speaking with a relaxed expression, the long-winded and aged voice came from the outside. "Congratulations on fellow Taoist's successful nascent soul formation. I am the Drifting Cloud Sect's Cheng Tiankuan. Could my junior martial brother and I enter your residence for a chat?" Chapter 640. Invitation. Han Li momentarily frowned upon hearing the voice transmission. Han Li calmly ordered, "Silver Moon, release the restrictions and have the two Drifting Cloud Sect elders enter. I'll have to speak with them sooner or later. However, do not reveal yourself after releasing the restrictions. While you may be an expert in concealment and illusions as a fox, your demonic chi has no bearing towards nascent soul cultivators." "Yes, Master." Silver Moon respectfully replied and walked out with light steps. A short moment later, the mountain scenery underwent a sudden change. The ordinary, small mountain suddenly revealed itself to be enveloped in large mist of azure light. The mist possessed an imposing aura and contained floating talisman characters. It was clear to be the product of ferocious restrictions. The two nascent soul cultivators glanced at one another and couldn't help but wryly smile. This vagrant cultivator had placed down such grand spell formations when opening a cave residence in the Drifting Cloud Sect, and they, the sect's masters, were unable to perceive it in the slightest. It would be a great loss of face when mentioned. At the very least, it was unavoidable to be made fun of by their peers. At that moment, Han Li's voice came out from the mist. "I, Han Li, borrowed your esteemed sect's land to cultivate and had yet to inform you. While my actions were imprudent, I hope you too won't take offense. Please come in, I will soon release the restrictions." His words were spoken with a polite and smooth tone. The silver-haired old man smiled as if he didn't take the slightest offense over the matter and said, "Ha! What is fellow Taoist saying? It can be seen to be our sect's fortune that you've formed a nascent soul here. How could we be offended? We actually came here in such a hurry that we've forgotten to prepare you a congratulatory gift for forming a nascent soul. We are somewhat embarrassed." Han Li calmly replied, "Fellow Taoist is quite funny. I am the one deeply grateful to be able to form a nascent soul here." Once this was said, the azure mist intensely trembled several times to reveal a 10-meter-wide passageway. Having seen this, the two walked inside without the slightest hesitation, arriving before a stone gate an instant later. The stone gate was wide open and had an azure-robed youth standing before it with a slight smile. He appeared 20 years of age and possessed an ordinary appearance. "Fellow Taoists, please come in." Han Li welcomed the two into his cave residence with a smile. "Sorry to trouble you." The two saluted Han Li before following him inside. Soon after, the azure mist roiled and the passageway disappeared, restoring the restriction to its original form. Although the two felt this, they didn't feel worried about this in the slightest since they were still inside the Drifting Cloud sect, the territory they controlled. The two followed Han Li through a short passageway before arriving at a large hall. Once the two were seated, Han Li's spiritual sense stirred, ordering a large ape puppet to walk over to them with a plate carrying 3 cups of freshly steeped tea. The puppet placed a cup in front of each of the 3 before leaving. Han Li then said, "Please have a taste of this spirit tea. I personally refined it." After giving a word of praise for the tea, the silver-haired old man stared in the direction that the ape puppet had departed and astonishedly said, "I didn't expect fellow Taoist Han to cultivate techniques pertaining to mechanical puppets. This is rarely seen." Han Li casually replied, "It's nothing. I am a mere dabbler and refined a few puppets to control. It isn't worthy of note underneath your discerning eyes." The middle-aged man surnamed Lu was greatly surprised by the puppets and couldn't help but chuckle. "Hee hee. Fellow Taoist Han is too modest." He was indeed an important existence. What? Is there something wrong from forming a nascent soul in 200 years? A trace of doubt appeared from Han Li's eyes. Although he knew that his condensing of a nascent soul was much quicker than that of other cultivators, he didn't know the hidden meaning that it signified. In the end, Han Li merely knew a few odd pieces of knowledge with regards to nascent soul stage. He didn't have the opportunity to familiarize himself with the topic. The silver-haired old man sighed and revealed a trace of admiration. "It is nothing. We were just immensely shocked at how fellow Taoist Han formed a nascent soul at such a young age. It appears that you have limitless prospects for the future." At that moment he had already decided that regardless of whether or not his words were true, he needed to rope this nascent soul cultivator into his sect and avoid a hostile falling out. His entrance to the sect was tantamount. The middle-aged man surnamed Lu wore a complicated expression, but he soon recovered his calm. After sending a few voice transmissions to each other, the two nascent soul cultivators wore a grave expression. Han Li calmly observed them and didn't reveal any trace of dissatisfaction. Instead, he took the opportunity to sip on the tea in front of him. Soon, Cultivator Lu and the silver-haired old man finished their discussions. The old man then said, "I hope Brother Han will forgive my presumptuous question, but since Brother Han is a vagrant cultivator, does he have anywhere to go now that he has a nascent soul?" "Anywhere to go? I haven't thought of it. The state of you is now in the hands of the devil Tao, and I've long offended the cultivators of the ghost spirit sect, so that isn't an option. As for other places..." Han Li muttered to himself as he was still pondering about it. With a serious expression, the silver-haired old man intensely said, "If fellow Taoists isn't repulsed by our humble Drifting Cloud sect, then wouldn't it be better to join it? Although our Drifting Cloud sect is inferior to the Ancient Sword sect and to a lesser degree the 100 Possibilities Pavilion, our sect isn't specialized in any cultivation method. We've never chosen a particular technique to pass on and have developed various different types of techniques over many years. So long as fellow Taoist enters our sect, you will be on equal footing as us brothers and will not be treated as an outsider." The sincerity contained in his words were obvious to see. "Become an elder of your esteemed sect?" Han Li unconsciously frowned and revealed a trace of hesitation. Chapter 641. Heaven Void Cauldron and the Small Bottle. The silver-haired old man rejoiced upon seeing that Han Li had yet to refuse. Continuing with his earnest tone, he said, "Be at ease, fellow Taoist Han. Although you will take on the title as one of the sect's chief elders, you won't be tied to any trivial responsibilities and may do as you wish. Your mere existence will serve as deterrence. Each year, our sect's disciples will offer us over 1,000 spirit stones that we may use for cultivation. And if there are any spirit medicines or materials that we require in particular, we may order our disciples to find them for us, instead of spending our own time. In short, your status as an elder of our Drifting Cloud sect will be superior to those in other sections. Cultivator Lu slowly added, Senior Marshal Brother speaks true. Although Brother Han has finished condensing a nascent soul, he must be puzzled as to how to consolidate it since this must be new to him. We don't mean to boast, but after spending several hundred years stuck at early nascent soul stage, we possess a few unique cultivation experiences. If fellow Taoist enters our sect, we will be able to provide some guidance. The addition of a nascent soul cultivator would cause the sect's power to immediately rise. Although there might still wouldn't be comparable to the ancient sword sect, they would be on par with the 100 Possibilities Pavilion, subsequently stabilizing the Drifting Cloud sect's position in the Dream Cloud Mountains. Han Li felt somewhat tempted by Cultivator Lu's conditions. As someone who had just formed a nascent soul, he knew what guidance from those who had condensed a nascent soul for hundreds of years signified. It may allow him to save anywhere from 10 to 100 years of bitter cultivation. As for staying at the Drifting Cloud sect, it wasn't as if he hadn't considered it, but he had yet to analyze the benefits and drawbacks. Since they had now taken the initiative to mention it, he had no choice to carefully decide. Would he continue to act as a vagrant cultivator? Seize this opportunity to become a Drifting Cloud sect elder? Or should he bluntly find a more suitable sect to enter? After muttering to himself for a long while, Han Li raised his head and said, Thank you very much for your kind intentions, fellow Taoists. However, I have just formed a nascent soul and my mind is on edge. For something this important, could you two give me a few days to consider it? 3 days should be enough to give a reply. When they heard Han Li's words, the two couldn't help but glance at one another. After a short moment of thought, the old man gave an embarrassed reply, We are quite ashamed. It seems we were too impatient. It is only natural to require a few days to consider the matter. For now, we'll turn the surroundings into a forbidden area to avoid our disciples from disturbing you. We'll come back to pay you a visit in 3 days' time. Once that was said, the two leisurely chatted with Han Li before tactfully taking their leave. Han Li politely escorted the two out before sitting down once more in the hall. His brow was tightly knitted as if in heavy thought. White light flashed from outside the hall and Silvermoon gracefully walked into the hall in her fox form. Han Li glanced at the small fox and curiously asked, Is your magic power not enough to assume your human form? Silvermoon raised her delicate head and dejectedly said, That is so, master. My magic power as an artifact spirit along with the spiritual power of the fox can only sustain the human form for a short amount of time. I won't be able to turn back into human form until next month. When you truly become a grade 8 demon beast, you'll be able to keep a human form eternally. There is no need to be impatient. Silvermoon earnestly said, Fair enough. By the way, you didn't mention the other treasures that the cauldron contained. Han Li initially revealed disappointment, but he then deeply glanced at Silvermoon. Fearing that Han Li would be discontent, she hastily explained, I didn't mean to hide it. It's just that apart from 2 more Heaven Men pills, there are no other treasures, just an empty cauldron. After all, the Heaven Void Cauldron spent countless years in Heaven Void Hall and had a few great cultivators that were able to disturb the celestial ice flames. Each time this occurred, 1 or 2 ancient treasures would seize the opportunity to escape. As such, it is natural for the cauldron to grow empty. By the time you'd arrived, there were only the ancient treasures that you spotted. Han Li didn't reveal the slightest annoyance as if he had already anticipated this. Since it's like that, then so be it. At my current cultivation, common ancient treasures are beneath me. It would be best to be able to make the Heaven Void Cauldron mine. Silvermoon chuckled and said, I am full of admiration towards Master for being able to release me. Master's words aren't wrong. According to what I know, even in times of antiquity, there were only about 60 ancient treasures that were capable of being titled as a spirit treasure. Each and every one seemed capable of vast abilities that could shake the world. In truth, I originally thought that Master's small bottle was a spirit treasure, but after some further thought, I felt it to be unlikely. Han Li was stunned and doubtfully asked, Oh? Could it be that my small bottle's abilities aren't enough to be an ancient treasure? The small fox licked its lips and solemnly replied, Of course not. Master's small bottle has the abilities to view the spirit treasures with disdain. After all, no matter how grand the abilities of the spirit treasures, they must still comply with the heavenly laws of this world. Those spirit treasures merely utilize the laws of this world to a greater extent, But that small bottle's ability to age medicine is a truly heaven-defying matter. I reckon that such an item can only be refined once you ascend into the spirit realm or the world above it. Han Li felt his breath turn cold and he passionately asked, "You mean to say that this bottle could have been a treasure refined by immortals of a higher realm?" Silvermoon nodded, "That's right. It is certainly possible." When Han Li heard this, he grew silent and suddenly took out the small bottle from his storage pouch. His expression stirred as he carefully examined it in his hands. A long while later, Han Li carefully put the bottle away and asked, "Silvermoon, you were listening in the next room. Do you feel that I should stay or find somewhere better?" Chapter 642, Sect Elder Silvermoon calmly said, "This? Since Master has personally asked me, I will be blunt. May I ask Master's plans for the future? If he has no other plans, then staying at the Drifting Cloud sect isn't a bad decision. Those two early nascent soul cultivators won't place any restrictions on you if you stay. Furthermore, the Drifting Cloud sect is by no means a small sect. It is able to provide a certain amount of backing for Master. Of course, if Master has other plans, then leave the matter be. None would easily dare to provoke a nascent soul cultivator, be they vagrant or not." Han Li calmly said, "For the time being, I have no concrete plans, but I must spend the next years consolidating my nascent soul. I must also make a trip to the far west and acquire the last 3 layers for the Great Development Technique. Additionally, I will have to make a trip to the state of Yuanwu eventually. I made a promise long ago to exterminate the Fu clan in that country. I do not know if they are related to the 100 Possibilities Pavilion's Fu clan." After some further thought, Silvermoon proposed, "If that's the case, Master should remain at the Drifting Cloud sect. If Master gains guidance from other nascent soul cultivators, it will be greatly beneficial to his cultivation. There won't be much to gain by standing alone." "Yes, that's reasonable to say. I've grown tired now. You may withdraw." Without directly answering Silvermoon's proposal, he walked in the direction of his bedroom. Silvermoon tilted her head as she glanced at Han Li walking away and wore a pensive expression before walking away from the hall. Lying down on the stone bed in the room, Han Li gazed at the stone ceiling as his mind wandered, finding it difficult to fall asleep. When he recalled the formation of his nascent soul, he grew filled with trepidation. While it appeared that condensing a nascent soul was simple, it was actually incredibly dangerous. When a core is shattered, it causes the entire body's meridians to flow backwards. In truth, it had been painful enough to kill him. But since his cultivation was deeper than those of a similar grade, he was able to bear through it. Of course, the 9-curl spirit ginseng pill was greatly effective during this period, else Han Li suspected he would have fainted. The shattered core stage was extremely dangerous. However, it paled in comparison to the following stage, inner demon backlash. With the aid of the soul-nurturing wood beads, the matron screen beads, and the other soul-protecting treasures, along with the soul-tempering pill, he believed he would have a far easier time making it past the stage compared to other nascent soul cultivators. However, he didn't expect the ferocious cunning of the inner demon backlash to be several times greater than that of legend. The inner demons had Han Li experience a string of his deepest fears and hatreds that he buried deep within his heart. During this time, he was incapable to telling that it was an illusion and lived through each of them. Regardless of whether it be his small native village being ransacked, his family being assaulted, or his own cultivation disappearing, the pursuit of the entire cultivation world from having his bottle revealed, they all stirred up the weaknesses of Han Li's heart. Each of these illusions were as real as could be. Once he fell into them, he had no method of breaking free of them. Despite his calm and unwavering nature, he had nearly lost himself into these illusions from fury and fright. Fortunately, the spirit-tempering pill and the other treasures were well deserving of their name, allowing him to keep his mind clear during crucial moments. Eventually, this led to Han Li finally breaking free of the illusions, awakening to a body full of cold sweat. But before he could steady his mind, the inner demons immediately followed up with another attack. While he was still perturbed, he was instead placed into many happier illusions. He met his father, mother, and little sister once more, living the happy life of when he was child. He saw a beautiful dream where he married Nangong Wan and they became Dao companions. He even had a dream where he had a harem with the Mo sisters, Qin Xiaoqian, as well as several other women. However, Han Li was able to easily break free of these desires. Following that, Han Li envisioned himself becoming hegemon of the cultivation world in the heavenly south region, eventually ascending to the next world and becoming a true immortal. Such visions continued one after another. After being enveloped in these illusions for an unknown amount of time, experiencing what seemed to be several lifetimes worth of happiness and grief, He suddenly came to awareness by a stroke of luck and was able to finally escape the entrapment of the inner demons, bringing form to a nascent soul. As Han Li silently recalled this while he laid in bed, he couldn't help but recall the first time his nascent soul manifested. Once his nascent soul had formed, it immediately flew out from the top of his head. He clearly felt that the nascent soul to be himself, and himself as the nascent soul. He was incapable of controlling the actions of the nascent soul and could only helplessly observe it playing with his own hair as if it were a true careless infant. At that moment, his mind felt serene and burdenless, like all worries had been tossed to the back of his mind and he had become his true self. After pondering about this in hindsight, he realized what had happened. Because he had just formed a nascent soul, he was incapable of merging it with his mind. Once he consolidated the nascent soul and progressed his cultivation, this matter shouldn't reappear in the future. After restlessly pondering about his experiences forming a nascent soul, he eventually closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. During this moment of rest, a seldom scene reappeared in his mind. He was back at his home village where he was freely rushing through the mountains with his elder brother and little sister. Afterwards he returned home to eat with his parents and have a nice chat. It was a nice dream. When the Drifting Cloud Secretary elders returned, Han Li agreed to enter the Drifting Cloud sect without any reservations. The two elders were vastly delighted to hear this. They immediately proposed to call together a majestic celebration within the sect for Han Li's entrance into the sect, inviting even the high-grade cultivators of other sects to celebrate. Once Han Li heard this, he intensely shook his head and flatly declined. He proposed a simpler observance only to tell the other two sects of his entrance. In any case, he'd come to meet the two sects' nascent soul elders eventually. He may as well make a subdued entrance instead of attracting attention to himself. Chapter 643, Making Fiction a Reality. Han Li examined the woman before him and coldly refused her. "I don't take disciples. And why do you think that I'd accept a Foundation establishment cultivator? As for your rash actions, I will overlook them on behalf of our past relations. You're on your own, senior." When Mu Peeling heard him, her face revealed a trace of panic and she rushed to say something else. However, Han Li brushed aside his sleeve and summoned a gale, swaying and interrupting the woman. By the time she regained her bearings, Han Li was nowhere to be found. Having seen this, the woman became dispirited and blankly stood in place for a long while. After all, this newly appeared senior Han was the only choice she had left. At that moment, Han Li was already back inside his old cave residence. He went straight towards his insect room and withdrew the 10,000 gold devouring beetles. In the past 20 years, his pure gold devouring beetles had evolved once more, nearly shedding all the silver on their shells for gold. Only a few specks of silver still remained on their shells. If he didn't closely examine them, they would appear completely gold. It was clear that complete maturity for the gold devouring beetles was only a step away. This simultaneously caused Han Li to be excited and somewhat disappointed. The ferocity of these mostly pure gold-devouring beetles had greatly broadened Han Li's perspective. He pitted over 100 black-tainted and newly evolved gold-devouring beetles against each other. As a result of a few seconds, the black-tainted beetles had nearly been wiped out. Be it might or tenacity, the newly evolved beetles were far superior to that of the black-tainted beetles. Additionally, the newly evolved beetles start to emit an ominous, repulsive scent, and their bloodthirst and gluttony had reached a level that was incomparable to before. He was convinced that if they weren't under the effects of soul control restrictions, they would devour him without any hesitation. Han Li also faintly felt as if his control over them had weakened. If they were to evolve once more, common restrictions would be impotent in the face of their savage nature. Despite these thoughts, Han Li isolated a group of his largest gold-devouring beetles and attempted to have them evolve as quickly as possible so that he could witness the savagery and cruelty of fully mature gold-devouring beetles. However, advancing to the next stage took far longer than he anticipated. He feared that without another 100 years, it would be impossible to have them evolve to the last stage. Still, this was acceptable. It gave him time to find a better method to control these beetles. Having withdrew his beetles, Han Li walked into the medicinal garden as he continued to ponder. He then carefully put away the 9-curl spirit ginseng and the nearly grown spirit well tree. Although the 9-curl spirit ginseng had been greatly weakened from its use in the medicine pill, Han Li could easily restore it with the green liquid and so he kept it in his possession. As for the spirit well tree, he had matured it over the span of many years. The day it would start to produce wine nectar wasn't far off. Han was looking forward to the abilities he would be granted from cleansing his eyes with large quantities of bright sight water. Apart from the insects and plants in his medicine garden, Han had an assortment of other items, but he felt disinterested in collecting them and just left them there. When Han glanced down at the medicine garden from up in the sky, he unintentionally found Mu peeling down below. She was gritting her teeth with an expression of helplessness and hadn't noticed Han stealthily flying up above. Han lightly shook his head. While handling her issues would be but a trivial effort, he was unwilling to exercise his influence as he had just recently become a chief elder of the Drifting Cloud sect, not to mention that both the Mu clan and Yen clan were large cultivation clans in the state of Shi. As for his relationship with the woman, it wasn't anything special. It wasn't reason enough to act. In fact, he'd refuse any request from the Drifting Cloud sect disciples that had recognized him from before. Han truly had no interest in forcefully meddling with the inner affairs of clans. As such, Han silently flew across the Drifting Cloud sect and arrived in front of his new cave residence. The barrier of mist departed as soon as Han appeared and he directly flew into the center of the mountain. After Han placed the insects and plants inside his residence with great familiarity, he placed the matters of the residence into Silvermoon's hands for the time being. He then entered a silent room without hesitation and started to consolidate his nascent soul. During this time, the silver-haired old man and cultivator Lu both knew that Han needed this time to advance in the first step of stabilizing his nascent soul. As such, they didn't bother Han cultivation. A few months later, Han was able to smoothly consolidate his nascent soul and merge his mind and nascent soul as one. If he were to have his nascent soul manifest out of his head now, Han would be able to easily control its actions. By the time Han left the silent room, Silvermoon had taken the form of a young woman and was respectfully waiting outside the room. However, when she looked at Han, her face wore a strange expression. Han frowned and asked, "It appears that you have something to say to me. What is it?" Silvermoon smiled with pursed lips and said, "Master, half a month after you entered the silent room, Marshal Niece Mu came here and had already sat on top of one of the smaller mountains. She's been waiting there for many days already." Han raised his brow and expressionlessly said, "This woman actually has no sense of propriety. If she wants to wait so much, then let her wait. I'm not one to look for trouble." "But Master, not long after this woman arrived, I received sound transmission talismans from the Yen clan and the Mu clan. Because Master was in seclusion, I've made a duplicate of each of these sound transmission talismans." Silvermoon turned her gaze and probingly asked, "Would Master like to take a look?" Han stroked his chin and indifferently said, "Sound transmission talismans? From the Mu and Yen clan? Could it have something with that woman named Peeling? Is there a problem from what you heard?" Silvermoon sweetly smiled. Hee. Master has quite the foresight, but there is no need for me to say anything. Master will know as soon as he hears them. There is truly a bit of a problem. Take them out." Han was disinterested in guessing the meaning behind her words and he extended his hand. Silvermoon took out a white and a red talisman and handed them over to Han with a smile still on her face. Han bluntly grabbed them and had them light up into a ball of flame. Han calmly listened to what the balls of light had to say. A short moment later, he wore a face of amazement, soon to be replaced with fury. Once Han finished listening to them, his expression sank and he icily said, "Humph. This woman is truly too brave. Does she believe that I will allow her to act so troublesomely because she was my martial aunt, for a few years?" Silvermoon attempted to stifle her smile. She clearly understood that this would offend Master. However, it seems this woman believes that Master isn't a hard-hearted man despite the little contact she had with you. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had the courage to dare to seek protection from you during that day. Besides, even if you punish her, she probably believes it to be a better alternative than becoming the Dao companion of that senior martial brother Yen. Han glanced at Silvermoon with an annoyed glint in his eye and said, "However, she is far too daring. To actually directly tell both clans that I've taken her in as a concubine? Both clan heads have hastily sent sound transmissions expressing their regret. The Yen clan head even renounced the marriage, wishing for me to not take any offense for their ignorance. Since this woman dared to act this way, it seems she should be prepared." Silvermoon blinked with bright eyes and revealed slight amazement. "Master means to." Han stretched himself and lazily said, "What? Is there anything strange in me accepting a concubine now that I've formed a nascent soul? Since this woman is a peerless beauty, I may as well make this fiction a reality and have a taste of what it means to pair cultivate." However, there was a trace of a sneer on his face. After a moment of confusion, Silvermoon pursed her lips and doubtfully said, "However, Master was never someone to be with a woman, and he had even refused a few advances. Lady One, for example. And earlier there was." Hanli narrowed his eyes and spoke with a flat voice, "The past was the past. The present is now. My cultivation was far too shallow before I formed a nascent soul, and I had no thoughts of seeking the pleasure of a concubine. But if when Siue were to meet me now, I naturally wouldn't let her go." When Silvermoon heard Han Li's words, she was dumbfounded. It felt as if he were speaking sincerely. "Fellow Taoist, Mu isn't my ideal Tao companion either, but this won't stop me from taking you in as a concubine. If you obtain my protection, you will tread farther on the path of cultivation without much cost. And in these past few years, you've come to know that I'm not a brutal or craven eccentric. Even if I place down a restriction on your soul, I won't mistreat you or cause you hardship. And later on, I may even grow to trust you and remove those restrictions. It either will be this or acting as my servant for 20 years. Those years as a servant shouldn't pass by too slowly." His eyes moved away from her as if he didn't mind what she chose. Mu Peeling's heart grew turbulent. While she was unwilling to be controlled by another, the assistance and guidance of a nascent soul cultivator was also hard to pass. Unable to come to a decision, she hesitantly said, "Senior, could I have 2 days to consider this?" As for becoming Han Li's concubine, she already knew what Han Li had described. It couldn't be said to be a bad decision in the slightest. Countless beautiful young foundation establishment women would be tempted to take the offer of becoming the concubine of a nascent soul cultivator. Without any intention of making it difficult for her, Han Li leniently nodded his head. "You may. Come back after 2 days with your answer. It should be enough time for you to come to a decision." He then called for Silvermoon to take her out. After saluting, Mu Peeling followed Silvermoon's lead and absent-mindedly left the hall. A short moment later, Silvermoon gracefully walked back inside. Silvermoon's bright eyes flickered and she mysteriously smiled. "Master, the 2 conditions you raised are somewhat." Hanli glanced at Silvermoon and said, "What? Do you think they're too harsh? Don't they align with her wishes?" Silvermoon sighed and softly said, "It isn't about harshness. It's merely that this woman possesses an unyielding heart. With her pride, it would be difficult for her to choose either option. But if Master truly accepts this girl, then a soul restriction is undoubtedly necessary considering his many secrets." Han Li attentively took measure of Silvermoon and spoke with slight surprise, "You seem to have quite a favorable impression of her." Silvermoon was momentarily surprised before wryly smiling, "That isn't it. It's just that her staunch character gives me a familiar feeling. It seemed in the past that I had a close relationship to someone with a similar nature. I've unconsciously grown concerned with her." Han Li nodded his head and didn't pursue the matter any further. Silvermoon tactfully avoided mentioning Mu Peeling and instead discussed the matter of refining the celestial ice flames, Han Li's most pressing matter. 2 days later, Mu Peeling arrived once more and she was led into the main hall by Silvermoon. Han Li glanced at the woman and bluntly asked, "So, you should have already came to a decision. Will you be my servant for 20 years or will I be placing a soul restriction on you?" It was clear the woman had made up her mind. She took a quick breath and calmly said, "I've already decided. In the cultivation world, it could be considered destiny for a low-grade female cultivator to be given an opportunity to become the concubine of a nascent soul cultivator. However, I hope Senior will make a promise before I become his concubine. So long as this condition is met, I am willing to be restricted by your spiritual sense and spend the rest of my life under you." "A condition? Go ahead and speak." Han Li's face remained unchanged as if he had already anticipated this. "I know Senior Han isn't a hasty character. As such, I hope that Senior will pledge to hold off for 30 years before he takes my Vitaline. I am currently at a crucial point in my cultivation and wish to see whether or not I can form a core within 30 years. It is extremely important for my cultivation art that I remain a virgin. It was for this reason that I was unwilling to be married. Regardless of whether or not I form my core within this time, Senior may pair cultivate with me once time has passed." Perhaps thinking that the conditions were too harsh or that speaking of the matter of pair cultivation was embarrassing, her face blushed after this was all said, revealing a captivating expression. 30 years? Ah, that's fine. I can agree to your condition." Once Han Li heard this, his eyes brightly flickered and he instantly agreed. Mu Peeling was amazed that Han Li had so quickly agreed, but she soon recovered and joyfully said, "Many thanks to Senior. After pondering for a moment, Hanli said, "In 2 days, I will officially notify the other 2 elders of the sect that I've taken you in as a concubine. But since it will be 30 years before we actually pair cultivate, I will open a smaller separate cave residence for your cultivation among one of the other 3 mountains. Of course, if I have the time, I will go over and give you some guidance." "Yes, as you wish." Mu Peeling was clearly very satisfied with these results and approved without thought. Han Li's expression relaxed and he mysteriously smiled. "As my future concubine, there is no need to always address me as senior. You may just call me sir. I am only 200 years old, and am quite young considering my lifespan is now over 1,000 years." Han Li then sized up the beautiful woman without any restraint, clearly appreciating the view. Chapter 645, Copulative Essence Arts. Mu Peeling blushed and softly said, "As you bid, sir." Han Li withdrew his wanton gaze from her body. He took a purple jade medallion out from his robes and placed it on the table. He said with a cold voice, "Return and handle your affairs. Pick a mountain for your cave residence as well. This is a restriction medallion for the surrounding formations. If you wear it on your person, you will be able to leave my spell formations as you please. Once everything is prepared, I will place down a soul restriction on you and have you officially become my concubine, but let's get the ugly talk out of the way first. I don't care if you have an ideal husband or a beloved. Cleanly sever ties with them. You are my concubine now. If you still have feelings of longing for them and still possess relations with them, don't blame me for being ruthless. Now is the time to withdraw if you still possess any second thoughts. Since I was small, I've dedicated myself to walking the path of immortal cultivation. How could I have a beloved? Besides, I have steeled my resolve. I won't back down when the matter has already been decided." Without a further thought, the woman nimbly took the jade medallion. Han Li nodded his head and said no further. Soon after, he summoned a huge ape puppet and had it guide Mu Peeling outside. Mu Peeling revealed a trace of surprise upon seeing the puppet. The puppet fearsomely held a level of spiritual chi similar to her own. She was also puzzled as to why the white-clothed woman wasn't there as well. However, she knew that it was best to avoid probing too deeply and obediently kept quiet, following the puppet out from the cave residence. Once the woman left, a white fox walked out from what appeared to be an empty corner of the room. "Since Master planned on taking this woman as a concubine for her punishment, why did you agree to wait 30 years? Could it be you have other plans?" Han Li calmly admitted, "Of course I do. To tell the truth, I have no plans to touch her before she reaches core formation." Silvermoon hopped onto the table in front of Han Li and gazed at Han Li in a puzzled manner. "Huh? Why might that be?" When Han Li saw her adorable appearance, he couldn't help but smile. He took out a pink jade talisman from his waist and placed it on the table. "Do you recall the storage pouch I looted off the disciple of Arch Saint Six Paths? This jade slip was in his storage pouch. It contains many Devil Dao pair cultivation arts." Silvermoon looked at the jade slip and then glanced at Han Li with a trace of suspicion. Since Han Li took this out, she knew that Han Li would continue his explanation. As expected, Han Li lightly stoked the pink jade slip with his finger and unhurriedly said, "There are many secret techniques contained inside this jade talisman. Although they are more powerful than ordinary pair cultivation techniques, the difference can't be considered much. However, there were 2 secret techniques among them that were particularly exceptional. One of them, the Dragon Guiding Arts, are particularly suitable for core formation males, allowing a core formation cultivator to unceasingly draw on the vital yin essence of a woman with a special constitution, greatly raising their cultivation. However, this secret technique was certain to cause great harm to the woman's origin chi. As such, any male cultivators using this technique would best have many concubines. Considering the many foundation establishment women at Arch Saint Six Paths disciples' side, he should have cultivated this technique. Otherwise, there would be no way he could have cultivated to late core formation stage at his young age, no matter how amazing his aptitude. After all, he didn't have a miraculous bottle that could age plants. As for the other technique, the Copulative Essence Arts, it's a secret pair cultivation technique that is specialized for nascent soul men. Unlike the Dragon Guiding Arts, it requires a woman to possess cultivation at core formation stage. Once a woman cultivates this technique to a deep enough stage, the male cultivator would be able to forcefully break through a cultivation bottleneck in an instant by seizing her vital yin. It is only natural that I wish for this woman to cultivate with all her might. This technique requires a woman possessing deep cultivation after all. Dragon Guiding Arts. Copulative Essence Arts. Isn't it an exaggeration for a pear cultivation technique to be so fearsome? The small fox blinked and revealed disbelief. Han Li sighed and said, I had similar thoughts to you at the beginning. For a pear cultivation technique to be so fearsome, it's simply unprecedented. However, I discovered the name of the person who established these pear cultivation techniques inside the jade slip, and my doubts were immediately dispelled. Silvermoon seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but softly shout, Could it be? Han Li said with a deep voice, That's right. These two pear cultivation techniques were personally established by Archsaint Six Paths. Since he is a late nascent soul cultivator and is renowned as the #1 figure in the Scattered Star Seas Devil Dao, these two techniques should be greatly effective. Otherwise, Archsaint Six Paths' disciple couldn't have kept it so closely on his person. Silvermoon tilted her furry head and hesitantly asked, So Master plans on using this woman to cultivate? That's right. Once this woman reaches late core formation stage, we will both cultivate the copulative essence arts. And once I reach a bottleneck, I will use this technique to break through it. After all, there are few medicine pills that are capable of assisting in the cultivation of a nascent soul cultivator. From now on, my cultivation speed will be pathetically slow. Since a vast majority of nascent soul cultivators are stuck at the early stage, it can be observed that it is extremely difficult to break through the bottleneck to mid-nascent soul stage. As such, I must make an attempt, regardless of the validity of the technique's effects. It is only a pity that according to what was described, the bottleneck breakthrough will only occur for the first time the technique is used. It will have no such effect afterwards. Of course, this technique also benefits the woman involved as well, but not nearly to the extent of the male cultivator. Tell me, did you think that I truly thought I acquired a concubine merely because I could? Han Li glanced at the white fox at the side and coldly smiled. Silvermoon appeared to sigh with relief and smiled, At first I did. I had thought that Master has grown proud after forming a nascent soul and thought to take in a concubine as a result. When Han Li heard this, he wore a vague expression. He then expressionlessly said, Although I will place the woman underneath a soul restriction, it is better that she doesn't learn of all the secrets in the cave residence. I will be able to control this woman's very life, but I cannot control her thoughts. Just because I treat her well doesn't necessarily mean she will be grateful. I will first treat her with great caution so I may avoid being betrayed from a moment of carelessness. This martial Aunt Mu is rather intelligent, but it would be best to keep watch of her. If she truly wishes to follow me and is unswayed by the wills of others, I will not treat her unfairly and will assist in her cultivation. After all, I have an abundance of low-grade medicine pills. Silvermoon, keep an eye on her for me when you're free. It should be a trivial effort given your skills. Silvermoon obediently agreed, Yes, Master. When you are in secluded cultivation, I will particularly pay attention to her. That will do. These 30 years should be enough for me to read her. I hope she doesn't disappoint me. During that final sentence, Han Li's tone became sullen. Several days later, Mu Peeling returned to the mountain and was subjected to a soul restriction by Han Li. Afterwards, she was gifted with a few bottles of medicine pills effective for Foundation Establishment cultivators. This gift had amazed her and caused her face to blossom with beauty from her delight. She eagerly expressed her thanks with adoring respect. It appeared this woman had truly thought of herself as his concubine. After the silver-haired old man and cultivator Lu were notified that Han Li had taken her in as a concubine, they expressed their congratulations and each gifted a top-grade magic tool to Mu Peeling. Han Li smiled in response and politely thanked them. From then on, Mu Peeling began to dedicatedly cultivate at one of the smaller mountains surrounding the main cave residence, provided both with Han Li's guidance and medicine pills. During this time, Han Li would occasionally pay a visit to the cave residences of the other two nascent soul cultivators in the sect, humbly asking for cultivation instruction. Since the two drifting cloud elders intended to sincerely accept Han Li into their fold, they hid nothing from him, much to Han Li's benefit. In hindsight, Han Li felt his choice to stay was extremely wise. Several months later, Han Li was delighted to discover the spirit well tree in the medicine garden started to shed wine nectar. He hastily began to refine the bright sight water according to the instructions that the disheveled-haired cultivator left behind. With Han Li's grandmaster-level skills in medicine pill refinement, he quickly grasped the knack of refining the spirit water and found it easy to concoct despite his first few failed attempts. Currently inside the pill refinement room, Han Li was holding onto a small bottle of bright sight water that he concocted earlier. His gaze flickered when something suddenly came to mind, and his expression soon became determined. He opened the bottle with one hand and caused his hand to flash with azure light in the other. A ball of translucent blue liquid flew out from the bottle and slowly made its way towards Han Li's forehead. By the time the water arrived in front of Han Li's forehead, it suddenly stopped and became completely still. Han Li looked at the water with narrowed eyes and remained silent. A short moment later, he opened his mouth and breathed out a small mist of azure light and enveloped the water. Then as the water sparkled, two fine strands of water suddenly shot out and entered Han Li's eyes. Han Li felt his eyes warm up, but a moment later the warmth turned into a bone-chilling cold. He shut his eyes and trembled from the sensation. Chapter 646, Aureate Sword Formation. TL Note: the Sword Shadow Phantasm technique is now known as the Sword Light Reflection technique. Han Li meditated without any further thought and began to circulate the qi into his body. The icy sensation in his eyes only grew stronger. If anyone were standing in front of Han Li at that moment, they would have discovered that a layer of blue light began to weakly cover his eyes. An hour later, the icy sensation gradually faded away from his eyes and Han Li deeply sighed. His eyelids trembled for a moment before they opened. He unconsciously glanced around with a trace of doubt on his face. Han Li glanced around and muttered to himself, "It doesn't seem that anything has changed. Could it be ineffective?" But after a moment more of thought, he suddenly poured spiritual power into his eyes and deeply glanced around. A blue light sparkled from deep within his eyes. Han Li couldn't help but shout out. He was able to see the restrictions in the silent room, and his eyes were stained light blue. However, his focus was disrupted from his surprise and the scene before him returned to normal. Han Li glanced at the ball of spirit water still floating in front of him and thought, it was no wonder that cultivators at core formation stage and beyond hold no interest in bright sight water. This meager ability to barely see through anything is to little effect. There are many supplementary magic techniques that could achieve a far stronger effect. However, this is only the result of cleansing the eyes one time. If I were to periodically use the bright sight water, perhaps my eyes would gain a miraculous ability. I'm looking forward to it. Without any reservations, Han Li used the remaining bright sight water to repeatedly cleanse his eyes. This amount of spirit water was enough for over 10 cultivators to cleanse their eyes once through, but with Han Li's profound cultivation, he was able to consume all of it after only a few times. Once the spirit water was completely consumed, Han Li still observed no changes. It was only when he focused spiritual power into his eyes that blue light suddenly appeared within them. Its ability to see through restrictions wasn't particularly improved. As Han Li had plenty of time, he wasn't dejected by these results. It would just be a gradual process. On the second day, Han Li had a quick word with Silver Moon before he entered seclusion and took out the golden page that recorded the Azure Essence Sword Arts. This sword art was a complete set, containing 13 layers. The divine abilities of the sword art included the Azure Essence Sword Streaks, the Protective Sword Shield and the Sword Light Reflection technique. The first two techniques weren't particularly notable. Although they were easy to use, their power was nothing special. As for the Sword Light Reflection technique, Han Li was greatly satisfied by it. He made use of that divine ability to great and immediate effect, bringing many battles to a sudden conclusion. However, because his opponents had been truly too powerful, the might of this sword art wasn't well displayed. He was confident that any common cultivator with similar cultivation to his own would be incapable of blocking several hundred of sword lights that surrounded them. They would be skewered in an instant. As of current, he had already cultivated to the 10th layer of the sword art and could now make use of the sword art's new divine ability. It had been quite laughable. He had already acquired the entirety of the Azure Essence Sword Arts from the Golden Page 1. But the final passage containing the last divine ability had been obscured from him at the time, perhaps by intention of the page's creator. Although he clearly knew that the words of light had contained the cultivation method for the final divine ability, his cultivation had been too shallow at the time. Even when he was at late core formation stage, he was still incapable of reading the divine ability. When Han Li was first given the cultivation incantations for the 13 layers, he found the incantations for a realm higher than his own to be incomprehensibly profound. Despite reading through it several times, Han Li wasn't able to comprehend a lick of them, let alone be able to cultivate them. It seemed he'd have to be a stage from deity transformation stage before finally being able to comprehend the divine ability that was hidden. At the time, Han Li wasn't flustered by this. Due to fear of sect disciples overreaching their limits in the pursuit of greater power, it was common practice in the cultivation world to subject inheritances under cultivation restrictions. Han Li clearly understood that when his cultivation was at a great enough level, he would come to understand the cultivation method of the divine ability eventually. Now that he had reached nascent soul stage, reading the passage for the divine ability should pose no problem. With that thought, Han Li flung the golden page into the air and spat out a mist of azure light from his mouth, blowing the golden page into the air like a feather. He then began to flick his finger with a calm expression, repeatedly striking the golden mist with azure essence sword streaks. Each glint of light was cleanly absorbed by it. With Han Li's current profound spiritual power, it had been far quicker to react than when he was at foundation establishment stage. A short moment later, the golden page absorbed enough essence and began to flourish with golden light. Strings of ant-sized characters began to continuously appear on the page. When Han Li saw this, he extended his hand towards the floating golden page without any hesitation and it flew into his grasp with a whoosh. Suddenly, dense lines of light characters rushed towards Han Li's head. Han Li accepted the string of words with a calm expression. As a result, he was now able to clearly see the previously obscure portion of the Azure Essence sword arts. Without any further thought, he put away the golden page and immediately closed his eyes, examining the new acquired divine ability. The Aureate Sword Formation. What is this? Could it be related to spell formations? Han Li merely threw to read through the information, but the words Aureate Sword Formation immediately appeared in his mind in huge golden characters. He couldn't help but be astonished. The faintly gold characters of light began to appear within his spiritual sense and he began to comprehend the incantations. He sat still in a cross-legged manner as 3 days unknowingly passed. During this time, Han Li's face wore an assortment of varying expressions from excitement to misery. Even dense beads of sweat would occasionally form on his brow. When the end of the 3rd day arrived, Han Li became calm once more. He sighed with a gloomy expression, opening his eyes to reveal deep thought. He pursed his lips and muttered with an odd expression. This sword formation could only be described as outrageous. Even if I only received 1/3 of its described power upon cultivating it to completion, I would be able to travel anywhere throughout the heavenly south region without hindrance. Han Li muttered as he continued to ponder. However, being able to use this ability isn't a matter of a few years. I will need to use at least 100 sword lights if I am able to use this ability. It was no wonder the 2 golden pages fundamentally served as one. With one detailing the incantations and the other describing the bamboo cloud's warm swords, they are lacking without the other. I reckon the sword light reflection technique was founded for the sword formation. Otherwise, the formation wouldn't have been possible. Of course, the more powerful the flying swords and the greater the number of sword lights, the more powerful the sword formation. Han Li reckoned that with enough time he would be able to produce 4 sword light reflections from each of the 72 clouds warm swords, forming a grand sword formation of 360 sword lights. If any mid-nascent soul cultivators fell into the formation, they would be incapable of escaping unharmed, if they managed to survive. Additionally, once his own cultivation progressed, he would be able to create even more sword lights, enabling him to slay even late nascent soul cultivators. But in addition to acquiring enough sword lights to establish a formation, he must use this divine ability to refine his bamboo cloud's warm swords once more, requiring a material known as auric essence. This material wasn't unknown to Han Li as it was known by an extremely famous name in the cultivation world as honed gold. It was a rarely seen treasure on par with Han Li's piece of refined crystal he had acquired from those iron fire ants. However, some would say the auric essence was far more valuable. So long as a small piece of auric essence was used to temper a blade-type magic treasure, its incisiveness would be increased several times over. To sword or saber cultivators this was a matter of life and death. However, this was quite troublesome from Han Li. Even if a single sword required a small amount of auric essence, it was an astonishing amount when multiplied by 72. Where would Han Li find such a large amount of honed gold? After all, as soon auric essence was discovered, it would either be applied to one's own magic treasure or would immediately be exchanged for needed items. It would quickly be used one way or another. Let alone the heavenly south region, this treasured material hardly ever appeared in the abundantly wealthy scattered star seas. It would be impossible for him to trade for this precious stone. As of current, the astonishing might of this aureate sword formation was fundamentally unobtainable, like flowery mist or the reflection of the moon in water. After further thought in the silent room, Han Li could only bitterly chuckle and set aside the matter for the time being. He then took out a jade box from his storage pouch and opened it to reveal a lustrous ball of golden light. Rolls of thunder faintly clapped as soon as it appeared. Celestial ice flames. When he glanced at this precious treasure, Han Li's expression grew sullen. With his current cultivation he could now make an attempt to refine the flames. If he could successfully refine this icy flame he could very likely acquire the Heaven Void Cauldron. 1. In Chapter 241 Han Li acquired the complete sword essence sword arts from the Golden Page's Words of Light. Chapter 648. A party of 3. The Fu clan's main stronghold was located deep into a mountain range in the west of Yuanwu. The mountain range was known as the Purple Road Mountains as a purple mist sealed it off year-long. Mortals are never seen again once they tread deep into the mists, and if they stayed too long within it, their throats would swell and their eyes would sting. With prolonged contact they would even die of poison. Although locals knew of the dangers of this mist and would well avoid it, there would always be ignorant outsiders who entered only to perish. The Fu clan were aware of the mortals dying from the mist, but they hardly batted an eye. If mortals died then so be it. The Fu clan had planned with such great effort to create the violet miasma cloud formation, requiring them to invite several formation masters to simultaneously work on it. Besides, these mortals could be considered lucky to have died by this formation. In the past several days, the violet clouds on Purple Road Mountain remained still as always, but a commotion rose from within. Occasionally, cultivators would appear outside the mist and shout something. Afterwards, they would reveal a lustrous red invitation before disappearing into the mist. The nearest mortal settlement to Purple Road Mountain was a small city named Taiha. This city only spanned 5 kilometers and its population didn't exceed 10,000. However, it had all the facilities one would expect from a city such as inns and restaurants. R was a waiter at one of the 2 inns of Taiha City. Although he was only 19 years of age, he had been a waiter for 4 years. With his thin body, he stood at the side of the inn's doors and dispiritedly called out to those who walked past by. This wasn't because R was being lazy, but because the weather was scorching. After yelling in the hot weather for an entire morning, he no longer had any strength. Even that petty, crafty innkeeper Lu couldn't say anything in response to his dejected manner. Although he wore a dissatisfied expression, he could only grumble his complaints and gloomily handle his abacus, calculating the dense ledger on the table. R glanced at an expanse of white clouds in the sky and inwardly cursed with all his heart. Then after lower his head, he muttered out to the passers-by in a manner even he couldn't hear and became even more dejected. Just as he thought whether or not he could take advantage of innkeeper Lu's inattention to speak into the kitchen for a few drinks of cold water to relieve himself from the heat, the sky suddenly dimmed and he felt a chill. R was surprised and he couldn't help but raise his head to the sky. But much to his shock, he discovered that 3 eccentrics had unknowingly appeared before him. One of the men wore hemp robes and a tall hat. He was short and resembled a large ball. The other was a bald man with piercing eyes. The last of them was a man with long hair draping over his face. His face possessed a sinister air and his eyes were ice cold. Having spent so many years as a waiter, R knew how to act. He immediately smiled and said, "Do you guests wish to stay at this inn?" From his years of many experience, this party were sure to be generous customers despite their fiendish appearance. The short, plump man glared with his small eyes and casually took out a large piece of silver. He shoved it into the waiter's chest and impatiently said, "Cut the rubbish. Why else would we come at an inn if not to stay there? Prepare a room on the 2nd floor for us, and a table of top-rate food and wine for us as well." Without waiting for R's reply, innkeeper Lu jumped up and immediately acted like a robust man, leaping out of the gate and taking the silver piece out of R's hands. With an ingratiating expression he said, "Yes, yes. Please enter, sirs. Food and wine will be immediately sent for you. R, quickly prepare the rooms. Don't be slow." "Yes, innkeeper." Although this action had caused him to feel deeply resentful, R could only obey. He could only sigh and allow the silver piece to be taken away. Were it not for the fact he only had the skills for a waiter and that there were only 2 inns in the city, he couldn't afford to say anything about this. After resentfully cursing innkeeper Lu in his heart, R brought the 3 each to a room on the 2nd floor. Just as R departed from their side, the scorching heat suddenly returned. This sudden change caused him to feel a wave of doubt as he scratched the back of his head. After tilting his head in thought, he descended with confusion. A table of food was quickly prepared and was brought up with R and a few other servants. The cultivators were waiting at the table in complete silence. R was baffled upon seeing them. The cultivator with the draped hair coldly glanced in his direction as if he had noticed something. R instantly felt as if he were immersed in ice. With a shaken heart, he lowered his head and left the room in a panic. He directly returned to the inn's door with an restless heart. At that moment, the three in the room finally began to speak. Sensing that there was no one outside the room, the short and stout man chuckled and spoke to the man with the draped hair. "Old pal Han, why did you startle the mortal? Did you find him displeasing to the eye?" The draped-haired man flatly said, "It was nothing. It was just that waiter possessed spiritual roots. However, his aptitude is poor. He would only be able to reach the fourth layer of chi condensation stage." A trace of astonishment appeared in the fat man's expression. Spiritual roots? That's surprising. However, it seems that Brother Han is actually able to see through spiritual roots without any physical contact. It appears Brother Han is quite a skilled individual. The draped-haired cultivator glanced at the fat cultivator and slowly said, "My cultivation isn't any higher than you two fellow Taoists. I merely cultivated a related secret technique." The fat cultivator sighed and bitterly laughed. Brother Han is far too modest. However, that waiter can be said to have no prospects in the cultivation world. Even if he managed to somehow reach foundation establishment stage like us, if he doesn't have the backing of a sect, he will merely be a wild lone wolf, a target of humiliation to cultivators of a similar grade. We ourselves came to Purple Road Mountain to bid the Fu clan ancestor a happy birthday to see if we have the opportunity to join the sect. If we are able to catch the eye of a Devil Dao sect or the clan ancestor, we'd be quite fortunate. It is just a pity that us vagrant cultivators can only enter the Fu clan castle on the ancestor's birth date. We still must wait another month. The draped-haired cultivator indifferently grunted and nodded his head as if he were disinclined to further speaking. The fat man and the bald man couldn't help but look at each other in response. The bald man widely opened his round eyes and said with a muffled voice, "Brother Han, us two brothers only formed a party together to go pay our respects to the Fu clan castle. But in the past several days, we realized that while you are also a vagrant cultivator, your cultivation is unordinary. Where might you have cultivated previously? We've never heard of your esteemed name before." After the large bald man finished speaking, the eyes of the fat cultivator glinted and he began to stare at Han Li. The draped-haired cultivator's face remained unchanged. He merely indifferent replied, "I was once a cultivator of the state of Yu. I've only came to the state of Yuanwu recently. It isn't odd that you fellow Taoists haven't heard of me." The fate cultivator blinked and asked, "The state of Yu? Isn't that the territory of the ghost spirit sect? Why did Brother Han not try his luck with the ghost spirit sect instead of coming to our state of Yuanwu?" The draped-haired cultivator calmly replied, "I did try, but there is no path forward. Given that the ghost spirit sect is the sole power in the state of Yu, it doesn't tolerate the existence of outside cultivators. As such, I came to the state of Yuanwu to try my luck. However, I didn't expect to come across the Fu clan ancestor's birth celebration as soon as I appeared. I couldn't possibly have easily allowed such a rare opportunity to pass me by. So it was like that. It must have been difficult for Brother Han." The fat man chuckled and asked nothing else. Instead, he began to chat about a few of the rumors circulating throughout the cultivation world. Once the wine and food were finished, the draped-haired cultivator bid his farewell and decided to rest in a neighboring room. Once the draped-haired cultivator left the room, the fat cultivator's beaming smile instantly disappeared, only to be replaced with a sinister expression. He suddenly took out a talisman from his robes and formed a hand incantation. Then with a flash of light, the talisman dissolved and enveloped the room in a soft light. This talisman was a soundproofing talisman. Once the talisman was in full effect, the large bald man hastily asked, "Brother Luo, do you believe that youngster is truly a vagrant cultivator?" The fat cultivator sneered and stroked the fat underneath his chin. He sinisterly said, "Certainly not. He is most likely a disciple of a small sect." Chapter 649, Harboring Sinister Designs. The short and stout cultivator explained with a proud expression, "Did you not see his magic tool when we were traveling together? That was clearly a top-grade magic tool. Not to mention the many storage pouches at his waist. They were all bulging and there were even a few spirit beast pouches there. How could a vagrant cultivator possess so many items? It is clear that this cultivator came from a small sect. If he came from a large sect, he would have been too arrogant to travel with the likes of us. Additionally, he didn't take out an invitation card to enter Purple Road Mountain. After all, given how powerful the Devil Dao are, small sect cultivators wouldn't dare to act so openly. All of them would sneakily act as vagrant cultivators for fear that they would attract the Devil Dao's ire and subject calamity upon their clan for generations to come. That is why we've never heard of him despite his strong cultivation and magic tools. With eyes filled with avarice, the bald man rubbed his hands in eagerness. From what Brother Luo has said, that does seem to be the case, and we can boldly attack him without worry. Although he is somewhat wary of us, he definitely wouldn't have thought that we were concealing our true cultivation. It should be quite easy for us two mid-foundation establishment cultivators to kill an early foundation establishment cultivator. That youngster is bringing about his own doom to come across the dual fiends Peng Yi. The fat man licked his thick lips and sinisterly said, "Of course, but in order to smoothly succeed, we lower his guard as much as possible. It will take much less effort if we launch a sneak attack. Let's wait 2 days prior to the Fu clan ancestors' birth celebration to attack." Yes, let's do as Brother Luo says. Even if neither of us makes it into a sect of clan, we'll still make quite a bit of profit. The bald man seemed quite confident in the fat man, and he wore a grin on his face. The fat man chuckled and said, "Hee hee, of course. If such an easy mark comes knocking on your door, how could the dual fiends Peng Yi return empty-handed?" While the two chatted without restraint about killing the draped-haired man, the man in question sat down expressionlessly in the other room. However, he was able to easily hear their words as if the soundproofing barrier didn't exist. Han Li opened his eyes with a cold glint and softly said, "Since you've taken the initiative to court death, don't blame me for being ruthless." He then closed his eyes once more and continued to refine qi. To tell the truth, Han Li had arrived in the state of Yuanwu 2 months prior. He had passed through many countries affiliated with the righteous and Devil Dao along the way, but as a nascent soul cultivator, he was able to stealthily pass through with his cultivation and appearance concealed. After Han Li arrived in the state of Yuanwu, Han Li didn't immediately take action. Instead, he gathered information on the Fu clan from the local market cities and vagrant cultivators. As a result, Han Li found rather displeasing information about the Fu clan. This wasn't because the 3 Fu clan core formation cultivators were troublesome to kill, but that the Fu clan had many of their disciples located in the Devil Flame sect. Even with his vast abilities, he couldn't directly contend against the Devil Flame sect itself. And if he didn't kill the entirety of the Fu clan at once, the Fu clan could one day rise to prominence once more, leaving his promise with Xan Rian unfulfilled. Just as Han Li was making a plan for action, rumors of the Fu clan ancestors' birth celebration spread throughout the state of Yuanwu. When Han Li heard this, he rejoiced. Since the Fu clan lord took the initiative to call upon his clan disciples to pay their respects to him, the Fu clan disciples of the Devil Flame sect should also be returning to the Fu clan castle. This was an ideal opportunity to deal with the entire Fu clan in a single blow. However, given Fu clan's current power, not anyone could participate in the celebration. One must either be a cultivator from a clan or be a member of the Devil Dao. As for vagrant cultivators, they had to be at foundation establishment stage in order to enter the castle. After Han Li acquired the finer details, he patiently waited a month to pass by. As for the dual fiends Peng Yi, they immediately chatted with him along the road when they saw that Han Li possessed an unordinary magic tool. When they heard that Han Li was also heading to the Fu clan castle, they happily raised an invitation to travel together. Han Li could tell the two harbored sinister designs at first glance, but he had nothing to fear from the two, given his current cultivation. Instead, he casually agreed to travel with them with plans to use their identities to allow him to enter the Fu clan without suspicion. But he didn't expect that only cultivators with invitations would be allowed inside the Purple Road Mountains. Vagrant cultivators could only enter the castle on the day of the celebrations. This was to Han Li's surprise, but it didn't matter. After all, that day should be when all the Fu clan disciples and members should gather together. If he were to act any earlier, he would scare a few away. As of current, he was staying at an inn and hadn't yet planned on how he should deal with the dual fiends Peng Yi. Since the two were incapable of staying patient, Han Li wasn't going to be merciful. In the following days, Han Li and the dual fiends Peng Yi took a few trips nearby and would return to the inn at night to cultivate. The time of the Fu clan celebration drew near. In these few days, the two spoke quite effectively with Han Li and even addressed him as Brother Han, as if they were good friends for many years. At that moment, many vagrant cultivators began to gather at the small city. While a majority of vagrant cultivators were accustomed to the outdoors, a few cultivators more fond of creature comforts stayed at the two inns of the city. As a result, Han Li came across several other cultivators at the same inn. When these cultivators came across Han Li and two cultivators at their side, Their expressions vastly changed and they steered clear of the three, doing their utmost to avoid talking to them. Hanli wasn't sure whether or not he should laugh or cry. It seemed the two at his side held a rather notorious reputation among vagrant cultivators. When the dual fiends Pengyi saw this, they feared that Hanli would grow suspicious and fabricated a story that the two didn't get along with other cultivators. As a result, the two alternated keeping watch of Hanli, preventing him to speaking with anybody else. When Hanli heard them, he was completely indifferent. However, the fat man grew somewhat doubtful, but his greed got the best of him. 2 days later, the two cultivators suddenly urged Hanli to visit a nearby scenic spot with them. They said that the scene was fascinating and was too good to miss. After Hanli heard them, he knew that the two finally planned to attack. With a curt agreement, he followed the two with a smile and the three head out from the inn towards this scenic spot. Because there were far too many cultivators nearby, the two could only think of bringing Hanli out 50 kilometers from the city to a small remote mountain. Once they all landed, the fat man began to speak with a beaming smile. "Brother Han, take a look. There is a small valley past this mountain. There are pure flowing streams and flowers of countless sorts. It is absolutely..." Despite the plain surroundings, he managed to continue his fanciful words about how impressive the scenery was. When Hanli heard this, he continued to derisively laugh in his mind. There truly was a hidden valley past this mountain. But apart from the passable scenery, there was also the spiritual fluctuations of a hidden restriction. It was very faint, but he was able to detect it with his spiritual sense. It appeared the two were quite experienced at killing others as they placed down a rather simple spell formation. If Hanli truly were an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator, he would have found it difficult to survive if he entered the formation and were suddenly attacked by the two. When Hanli finished listening to the fat cultivator, he casually swept his gaze around and mysteriously smiled at the two. "This scenery is not bad and there is no one here. From how I see it, there is no purpose in going to the valley. Right here should be fine. What do you two think? No one would be disturbed if you were to kill someone here and rid of their remains. It should surely go unnoticed." When the fat cultivator heard Hanli, his expression changed and he flusteredly spoke as if he were truly surprised. "Brother Han, what do you mean? Could it be you've misunderstood something?" However, his chubby hands had already moved to his storage pouch. As for the large bald man, a savage expression appeared on his face and he silently moved to Hanli's side with his hands tightly clenched. Hanli held their petty maneuvers in little regard and remained in place with a serene expression. When the fat cultivator saw this, he grew anxious and faintly felt a sense of foreboding. However, it was far too late to back down and merely moved to attack simultaneously with the bald man. Chapter 650. Demon Nascent. In the same moment the two men moved to attack Hanli, a chuckle suddenly broke out. "Hee. How interesting. I didn't think I'd wake up from my nap to see murder and plunder. But for two Foundation establishment cultivators to attack a nascent soul cultivator? Could I be dreaming?" These words were said by the soft, sharp voice of a young girl. Once Hanli heard this, his expression changed. As for the fat and the bald cultivators, they were thunderstruck and immediately turned deathly pale. A nascent soul cultivator? The fat cultivator shrieked and stared at Hanli as if he were looking at a ghost. The bald man was greatly frightened as well, but he appeared to have thought of something and hastily shouted, "That's impossible. His colleague must be attempting to scare us off." Although he had attempted to rouse himself, he still took 2 steps back while continuously glancing around for the young girl. His courage greatly recovered when he found no one. At the moment, Hanli was far more alarmed than the dual fiends Pengyi. For some unknown reason, he felt his body break into an indescribable shiver as the nascent soul that had been deep asleep in his dantian awoke in a panic. A trace of dread had even appeared on its face. But what was most astonishing to Hanli was that after sweeping every inch of a 5-kilometer radius with his spiritual sense, he was incapable of finding the source of the voice. But from the sound of it, the owner should clearly be nearby. Despite using the Great Development technique alongside his nascent soul cultivation, he was unable to discover the speaker. Could it be this person possessed deep and profound abilities? Hanli's throat dried up at the thought. The fat cultivator regained a bit of color in his face as if he had been roused by the bald man's words. He calmly glanced around and said, "Who's there? Who is it that is deceiving us? You dare to trick the dual fiends Pengyi?" His body was covered in the glow of a barrier of yellow light as a small black shield appeared in front of him. The girlish voice boldly said, "Hee. If you could see this old woman, I'd kill myself out of shame." However, the spiritual sense of this nascent soul cultivator is quite strong. If it were even slightly stronger, perhaps you'd be able to find me. Han Li's expression grew sullen and he did his utmost to sweep his spiritual sense over everything in his surroundings. Even with his exceptional spiritual sense, he was unable to find even a trace of another cultivator. He felt that this was far too strange. I am a tad hungry. How about I make a meal out of you three? It's been a while since I've had a taste of a cultivator's nascent soul. I long to experience it once more. The girl's tone was completely free of malice, in stark contrast to the meaning of the words being said. Han Li snorted and ceased concealing his cultivation while his expression remained unchanged. With a flash of azure light, an astonishing pressure began to emit from his body and many azure lights flew out from his mouth. These were the 72 bamboo clouds warm swords. He truly is a nascent soul cultivator. Senior, please spare our lives. Us juniors had eyes but were blind to your magnificence. We didn't mean to offend Senior. Second brother, what are you doing? Don't run. We don't stand a chance before Senior Han. The fat cultivator couldn't help but feel completely awed after the emergence of Han Li's true cultivation and immediately kowtowed before him as he pleaded for his life. As for the huge man, he did the opposite, and slapped a golden talisman onto his body. He abruptly traveled through the sky in a streak of golden light. Do you truly believe you'll be able to run away with a gold speed talisman? A derisive expression appeared on Han Li's face. He pointed his finger and a flying sword loudly rang out before disappearing with a glint. As for the leader of the dual fiends Ping Yi, he had already collapsed onto the floor and was no longer moving. The small silhouette didn't bother to speak any further and simply gobbled the ball of light with a few bites. Afterwards, the silhouette's body grew slightly more concentrated. Han Li could no longer keep calm upon seeing this. After pursing his lips, he harshly shouted, "Are you ghost or man? You dare to directly consume a soul?" He had clearly felt the small silhouette's cultivation to be similar to his own at the early nascent soul stage. But after it consumed that soul, it grew a sliver stronger, clearly demonstrating that it could increase its cultivation by directly consuming cultivators' souls. It was inconceivable that this was the result of a technique. The incandescent green silhouette ignored Han Li's question and instead glanced at Han Li's dantian as if it were directly looking at his nascent soul. It wore a greedy expression and muttered, "The appetizer is done and now it is time for the banquet. After consuming your nascent soul, this old woman will be able to directly enter mid-nascent soul stage. You want to swallow my nascent soul? I'm afraid it'd be a bit much for you." Han Li furiously grinned and he clapped his hands together. A muffled explosion sounded out, followed by thick golden lightning arcing between his palms. Ever since Han Li had entered nascent soul stage, he was able to directly store divine devilbane lightning from his swords into his body. As a result, he was able to use the lightning as before despite having all 72 swords outside of his body. The green silhouette tilted its head upon seeing the golden lightning in Han Li's palms and muttered, "Golden lightning? Where did I hear of this before? I can't seem to recall it." Han Li raised his brow and indifferently said, "Then how about giving it a taste? I'm sure you'll recall it." At that moment, the lightning in his hands transformed into a python and fiercely pounced towards the small silhouette. For some unknown reason, the small silhouette remained in place with a smile and directly swallowed the python. Afterwards, countless arcs of lightning bursted from all around the small silhouette. A short moment later, the silhouette glowed with golden lightning and released pangs of thunder. Han Li narrowed his eye, lacking the slightest joy in his expression. Since the opponent dared to directly receive the divine devilbane lightning, they were clearly well prepared and weren't about to easily be dispatched. Before the golden glow faded away, the girl's laughter interrupted the sounds of thunder. "As I thought, is this not divine devilbane lightning? Isn't this just great? It's hard to believe that a mere early nascent soul cultivator could possess such a heavenly treasure. However, don't think that this old woman is a devil or ghost cultivator. Using that lightning to deal with me is beyond its abilities." Chapter 651. Would Spirit Nascent? The small green silhouette hadn't taken the slightest damage from Han Li's strike and sneered at Han Li. Han Li scoffed, "It's too early to be proud. If you truly wish to devour my nascent soul, it's going to take more than a few arrogant words. If I had guessed correctly, you can only consume the souls of low-grade cultivators. To speak of consuming a cultivator's nascent soul is pure fantasy. Perhaps you might have been able to previously do this, but as of current your mind may wish it but your body is weak. You are only capable of assuming that strange form of yours. Enough rubbish, let's first see how you fare against these flying swords. These words caused the small silhouette's expression to vastly change, revealing malice from its eyes. At that moment Hanli pointed to the flying swords spiraling above him. With a clear ring 12 of the flying swords shot forward in a streak of azure light. The small green silhouette stood in place with a sullen expression. As the dozen of azure sword lights spiraled around the small person and sliced it up into countless strands. As these strands remained floating in the air, they began to sparkle, much to Han Li's alarm. A bewildering chuckle soon came from strands and they flickered with light before restoring the small silhouette in its original form. The silhouette seemed to have been completely infuriated by Han Li's words. It ominously, "Tisi. Not bad, not bad. Your set of flying swords must have been created from golden lightning bamboo. Although I don't know how you acquired so much of it, it is truly ridiculous to think of injuring me with those swords alone. You will come to know that my words aren't born of arrogance." The silhouette then formed an incantation gesture with its hands and blinding green radiance gleamed. But before it could fully finish casting its technique, bright light flashed from above its head. 12 flying swords simultaneously pulsed with lightning and formed a dense net of golden lightning as it charged towards it. Humph! This junior still won't give up. Did I not say that the divine lightning has no effect on me? Wait, what are you doing? The girlish voice became shrill as if it grew frightened. The net of golden lightning didn't explode as it had anticipated. Instead, the net remained firm when it caught the small silhouette, and it unceasingly tightened around the silhouette. The small silhouette knew that this was far from good, and its body flickered with green light in its utmost attempt to resist. However, its struggle was in vain as it was soon trapped in a large golden ball. When Hanli saw this he couldn't help but wryly smile. This net of divine devilbane lightning was a technique that was founded by Hanli. Because golden lightning bamboo was exceeding rare, only 1 or 2 stalks would be used in the formation of a magic tool. And since they had a limited amount of divine lightning, they were only reserved as a trump card against devilish and evil techniques. Additionally, making such a large net of lightning would require over 10 stalks worth of divine devilbane lightning to form. As such, none could have afforded to do this before Hanli. Having controlled the divine devilbane lightning for so many years, Hanli already sensed that in addition to an innate ability to subdue evil and devilish techniques, it also possessed the wondrous effect of restraining the 5 elements. Regardless of whether it was the sacred Azura flames or wind spirit energy, they had both been actively and securely subdued. This unexpected discovery was much to Han Li's delight. While he was still at core formation stage, he was unable to use lightning nets as he wished because of his lacking cultivation, and had rarely used them in battle. But with his vastly strengthened cultivation and spiritual sense as of current, he no longer had such problems. Although he didn't know where this little silhouette came from, he knew that it was neither flesh or ghost. It was more akin to a strange variation of a cultivator's nascent soul. With that thought, Hanli attempted to make use of the net. Unfortunately for the silhouette, although it had heard legends of the divine devilbane lightning, it was unaware of its hidden properties. Else, it wouldn't have so casually received the attack with its body as a demon nascent. In the blink of an eye, this haughty figure had been easily confined. Seeing that it succeeded, Hanli smiled and raised his hand, shooting out an azure mist to collect the golden ball into his hand. The golden sphere faintly trembled and released furious ear-piercing shrieks. "You dare to trap this old woman? Quickly release me or else I will refine your soul and subject you to a fate worse than death." Hanli frowned and sullenly said, "Refine my soul? It seems your esteemed self still doesn't understand your situation. Let's talk about this again once you've properly calmed down." Claps of thunders rang out as lightning shot out from his hands. These thin slivers of lightning wrapped layers around the golden ball, consuming nearly half of his sword's lightning reserves. With some further inspection of the enlarged golden ball, he wore a satisfied expression. Paying no heed of the girl's raving shouts from the golden ball, Hanli took out a white jade box from his storage pouch and shut it inside. He then took out a few restriction talismans and slapped them onto the box without any hesitation, putting a sudden end to the rant. Hanli weighed the jade box in his hand and his expression was once again normal. After putting the jade box away, he glanced down at the soulless body of the fat cultivator and indifferently turned it to ash with a fireball before calmly flying in the direction of the small city. A short moment later, Hanli leisurely made his way to the tavern and simply waited for the birth celebration to draw near. Not long after, there was a shocking discovery in the state of Yuanwu. The notorious murderers of vagrant cultivators dual fiends Peng Yi had completely disappeared from the country. Not a single trace of them had been found. Of course, this signified to many that they had died. When this news reached around, the vagrant cultivators in the country cheered. There were those that said they were disposed of by a sect they offended. There was also word that they encountered an expert on their travels and were slayed as a result of their notoriety. For a time, all sorts of rumors filled the skies. Tens of thousands kilometers away in the distant state of Tianluo was the nest of the 6 Devil Dao sects. The Grand Spirit Mountains in the west of Tianluo spanned over tens of thousands of kilometers without interruption. The mountains were steep and were home to countless spirit beasts and exotic insects. It was the location of the controlling spirit sect's monastery. In the instant the demon nascent was sealed, an old man's furious shout suddenly echoed from a pitch-black stone room. "Who is it? Who dares to imprison the wood spirit nascent?" Servant, quickly contact the spirit-controlling sect members in the state of Yuanwu. If they are unable to find the wood spirit nascent in 3 months' time, then they will have to kill themselves for the sin of their failure. Also, they must act carefully not to let the Devil Flame sect be aware of this matter. Although the old man was furious, his orders were concise. "As you bid, Marshal Senior. I will pass down the commands." A man's stern voice came out from outside the room. The old man continued, "I'm not done. Also call for Yunji and Lu Yuer to personally make a trip to the state of Yuanwu. They both have wood attribute spiritual roots and have the most suitable bodies for the wood spirit nascent. Perhaps they will be able to feel something if they go closer to the wood spirit nascent. However, have the 2 women be careful. Whoever restrained the wood spirit nascent is certain to possess great abilities. The 2 women wouldn't be able to confront him. So long as they find the person who imprisoned the wood spirit nascent, I will come to personally deal with them." The man's voice respectfully replied, "Yes, I will personally tell the 2 junior marshal sisters to go. This marshal nephew will now take his leave." Soon after the man's footsteps faded into the distance, a deep sigh filled the room and the darkness became silent once more. Behind the concealment of the purple mist of the Purple Road Mountains, the Fu clan master Fu Tianhua was in high spirits with a flushed face. He viewed all the juniors in his clan with a kind face, leaving his juniors feeling overwhelmed with favor. They were all used to him wearing a more stern expression. This was of no surprise. The marital ancestor's celebration of 400 years of life was about to arrive. He was the oldest core formation cultivator in the clan, and even 2 of the Devil Flame sect's enforcers were going to come today for his birthday celebration. This greatly increased the Fu clan's prestige. The Fu clan juniors didn't dare to be negligent and were doing their utmost around the castle so that this birth celebration wouldn't result in a loss of prestige for the clan ancestor. After the Fu clan ancestor made a round through the castle, he seemed quite satisfied. He then entered a side hall with a few juniors in tow. The sharp-eyed, purple-robed Fu clan ancestor leaned against an armchair in the room and slowly said, "Senior, have the honorable guests from the Devil Flame sect arrived yet? Is there something keeping them busy?" While his voice wasn't loud, it was filled with dignity, suitable for the man who led the Fu clan through over 100 years of prosperity. "Venerable ancestor, the Devil Flame sect's senior son has sent over a disciple stating that he and Protector Mo will certainly arrive to offer congratulations. However, it will take 1 or 2 days more." A pale 40-year-old cultivator helplessly replied in a hurry. Chapter 652. Omen. An old man with thin eyebrows and embroidered robes stood at the side of the pale-faced man and added on, "Even so, martial ancestor need not worry. The Fu clan maintained a steady relationship with Senior's son and Mo for over 100 years. They will arrive soon. As their sect's current heights was in significant part due to our Fu clan's backing, we can be considered to be closely tied together. Besides, we sent 2 of our clan's most outstanding female disciples as their concubines. They would be embarrassed not to come." The Fu clan ancestor twirled his long beard and a cold glint flickered from his eyes. With his previous smile vanished, he said, "It's not that I'm worried whether or not Brother Sun and Mo will come, but I merely feel somewhat ill at ease at the day of the birth celebration approaches. It seems as if something great is about to happen. It is rather worrying. Has our Fu clan recently offended a particularly fearsome character or some larger sects?" When this was said, the people in the hall couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. After a long while, the pale-faced man carefully answered, "Venerable ancestor, you should also know this. Although our Fu clan has greatly flourished over the years, We've offended countless clans and small sections. But the most hostile to us are the Chin and Hu clans. Could they be plotting something? It definitely isn't those two clans. While those two clans were able to contend with us for some time, they no longer possess many high-grade cultivators. They don't have the capability to stir up trouble. The Fu clan ancestor coldly shook his head, but he soon frowned. With some further hesitation he said, however, if they would join hands with other small clans, they may take advantage of this opportunity to attack. They'd be able to greatly injure the clan's strength. After all, in order to curry favor with the Devil Flame sect, our Fu clan killed many of the two clans' cultivators for resisting the Devil Dao. As of current, the Chin and Hu clans have lost their backing and are hiding away. With the hatred they hold towards us, it isn't an impossible matter. With that said, the Fu clan ancestor's expression grew sullen. The embroidered-robed old man cautiously asked, "What does venerable ancestor mean?" In an instant, the Fu clan ancestor leaned his head back and closed his eyes. Then with an adamant tone he declared, "We will be calm on the surface but remain inwardly vigilant. Double the sentries. Have the protective formation continuously activated without pause. And be particularly mindful of vagrant cultivators with unclear background." "Yes, it will be arranged." The pale-faced cultivator immediately accepted the orders. Seeing that the Fu clan ancestor appeared to be in a poor mood, the remaining Fu clan juniors all stood in place, even not daring to breathe too loudly. The Fu clan ancestor suddenly said, "Tinyun, call over your third uncle. Have him take the ironback beast into his spirit beast pouch and bring it along with him to the birth celebration. Only he can control our Fu sect's sacred sect protecting beast." The embroidered-robed old man couldn't help cry out, "What? Didn't esteemed ancestor say that third uncle should be disturbed during the birth celebration because he was currently in a crucial point in his cultivation?" The Fu clan ancestor coldly snorted and said, "The past is the past, the present is now. Although cultivators can't always predict calamity as it appears, there are times where one's instinct is particularly sharp. It cannot be helped. In order to be careful, it is better for this old man to overly suspicious than having our Fu clan meet calamity." Seeing that the Fu clan ancestor was about to get angry, the old man obediently agreed, "Yes, ancestor. I will now call third uncle out of seclusion." He promptly left afterwards. Han Li naturally heard all of this with his spiritual sense. He couldn't help but sweep his gaze past the Devil Flame sect core formation cultivators and the two female cultivators at their sides. As expected, the two women were gorgeous beauties. The Devil Flame sect cultivators seemed to ignore the vagrant cultivators. A disciple from the party walked towards the dense mist and sent a voice transmission talisman into it. Afterwards, the disciple obediently stood behind the two core formation cultivators. A short moment later, the purple mist rolled away to reveal a passageway. Many Fu clan disciples respectfully welcomed them in. Han Li took advantage of this opportunity to take a deep look at the many Fu clan disciples before expressionlessly turning his gaze away. At that moment, the party of Devil Flame sect cultivators entered the purple mist and the passageway faded away. In the following 4 hours, a few cultivators from other clans and small sects began to successively arrive at the mountain and were similarly welcomed in. After another long while, a steward with an apologetic expression walked out from the mist. "It is quite lacking in manners for our Fu clan to keep you fellow Taoists waiting so long. It isn't that our Fu clan looks down on you, but that there is finite space inside the Fu clan castle. It would prove quite chaotic for too many cultivators to be inside at once. As such, we could only have you enter the castle on the day of the celebration. Nevertheless, please be at ease. So long as you sincerely congratulate the venerable ancestor, we will treat you fairly. The feast has already been prepared inside the main hall. Please enter the castle." The steward spoke elegantly, dissipating a majority of the vagrant cultivators' discontent. Then, the vagrant cultivators silently glanced at each other before following the middle-aged steward into the mist. Han Li calmly walked at the back of the crowd, but a moment later, he disappeared from sight. Regardless of whether it be the cultivators walking ahead of him or the Fu clan disciples that were in charge of monitoring the sect, they had all failed to perceive this anomaly as if Han Li had never been there. Many Fu clan Foundation establishment cultivators were currently standing in front of an extravagant hall. They beamingly welcomed the visitors, leaving them with a deep and warm impression. There were about 300 guests in the castle, with those having arrived today from those arriving days before. Now that the Fu clan ancestor's birthday has arrived, these guests gathered together in front of the main hall, waiting for the Fu clan ancestors' appearance. Given the Fu clan's immense influence in the state of Yuanwu, the vagrant cultivators and smaller clansmen were spouting praises without end. Even the emissaries from larger clans were chatting with Fu clan cultivators with a wide smile. The Fu clan ancestor wasn't near the main hall as of current. Instead, he was within one of the castle's secluded pavilions. He was looking at a faint sparkling jade slip in his hand. Since he was the main character in the birthday celebration, he would be making his appearance at the last moment. He may as well take advantage of this idle time to handle a few more urgent matters as the Fu clan's master. In addition to the Fu clan ancestor, there was a large copper-skinned man sitting in the pavilion. His cultivation was at early core formation stage, and his waist was filled with variously sized pouches. The Fu clan ancestor suddenly slapped the table and shouted with a gloomy expression, "Humph! This isn't the state of Zijin. Those spirit-controlling sect want our assistance in acquiring information? Just what are they looking for? Do they consider our Fu clan to be subordinates? Absurd." The large man stroked his chin and curiously said, "There is no need for seventh uncle to be so angry. Does the jade slip mention what they're looking for? Surely this must be something important for the cultivators of the controlling spirit sect to act so nervously? It is irritating how they wish to use us but still keep us in the dark. They merely want us to be mindful of any strange events that have taken place recently in the state of Yuanwu, and inform them as soon as anything occurs." A spirited glint appeared in the large man's eyes. He pensively said, "Oh, so it's like that? It seems the controlling spirit sect wishes to conceal this matter from the Devil Flame sect, and sought our Fu clan out as a result. This must also be why they are speaking so vaguely." The old man twirled his beard and muttered, "Little third, your words seem true. In order to further protect our Fu clan, we should also secretly befriend the spirit-controlling sect just in case, in addition to serving the Devil Flame sect. While we've had friendly relations with the controlling spirit sect for some time, they still don't trust our Fu clan much. It seems we should take a look at our plans. Perhaps the weakest of the 6 sects, the Ghost Spirit sect, would also be good to befriend. This may be. TCH. I didn't think that the Fu clan was colluding with the controlling spirit sect while so eager to please the Devil Flame sect. It is no wonder why your clan has been so prosperous the past 100 years. The large man's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the derisive voice of an unfamiliar man. The Fu clan ancestor and the large man felt shocked and simultaneously jumped up from their chairs. After glancing at each other in shock, the Fu clan ancestor loudly asked, "Who is the lord that honors the Fu clan with his presence?" "I, Fu Tianhua, hope Senior will forgive me for not welcoming him." "There is not need to welcome me. I came here uninvited." As soon as that was said, azure light suddenly glowed from within the pavilion. The Fu clan ancestor and the large man shouted out in alarm and withdrew to a corner of the room in a blur. A translucent barrier appeared on each of their bodies. The Fu clan ancestor spat out a white flying sword and had it revolve around him. As for the large man, he grabbed onto the spirit beast pouch that was at his waist. It was black and unremarkable. At that moment, the light faded away to reveal an azure-robed cultivator. He appeared to be an unremarkable youth in his mid-20s. It was Han Li who had sneaked into the castle. At that moment, Han Li had his hands behind his back and swept his gaze past the 2 vigilant Fu clan elders. He slowly said, "My spiritual sense swept past your Fu clan castle and found that your cultivation was the highest amongst the few core formation cultivators in the castle. You must be the Fu clan's leaders." Han Li's expression was tranquil and revealed not the slightest emotion. With Han Li's cultivation unconcealed, the 2 core formation cultivators were able to sense Han Li's profound cultivation. In the old man's alarm, he forced a smile in spite of his apprehension and said, "So it turned out to be a nascent soul Senior. May I ask why Senior honors us with his presence? Is there something that the Fu clan may assist you with?" Han Li narrowed his eyes and stared at the violet-robed old man at the corner of the room. "Are you the Fu clan ancestor?" Upon hearing Han Li's emotionless question, the Fu clan ancestor respectfully replied, "Junior doesn't dare to call himself an ancestor in front of Senior. Junior's name is Fu Tianhua, the current Fu clan master." The unease in his heart only became more fervent. He faintly felt that this nascent soul cultivator didn't hold any good intentions with his arrival. Han Li looked at the old man and revealed a strange expression. Since you're the Fu clan ancestor, it seems I hadn't found the wrong person. Since I've come to the Fu clan for reparations, it is better to first speak with your esteemed self." When the Fu clan ancestor heard Han Li, he felt his heart drop down an endless abyss. Reparations? Senior must be joking. This is the first time Junior has ever seen Senior. Is Senior mistaken? When the large man at the side heard this, his complexion became bloodless and he couldn't help but grasp the spirit beast pouch with greater force. To hear of a nascent soul cultivator demanding reparations was a matter that was far from good. Han Li casually glanced in the direction of the large man and beamingly smiled. Mistaken? That can't be. Originally, I thought to give you an explanation to avoid having you become wronged ghosts, but you've had a long history of dirty behavior, so I won't waste my breath. You two will be the first to go. I'll promptly send the rest of the Fu clan to accompany you on the other side. As soon as Han Li finished speaking, the Fu clan ancestor furiously shouted, What? You wish to exterminate the entire Fu clan? He took out a yellow talisman and quickly withdrew into the wall in a flash of light as if it were an illusion. It appeared to be a rarely seen earth movement talisman. Just where could you possibly run away? Han Li scoffed, but he didn't chase after him. Instead, he flicked his finger in a different direction. A streak of azure light appeared as quickly as it disappeared, penetrating through the chest of the large man at the corner of the room. His barrier had been instantly shattered. But in the instant the large man died, the spirit beast pouch flickered with light before soon fading away, releasing a faint roar. The large man's corpse fell to the floor, but Han Li didn't bother to look at him. As of current, killing an early core formation cultivator was child's play. However, he was somewhat interested in the spirit beast pouch in his hand and casually took it with a wave of his hand. Han Li then glanced at the wall the Fu clan ancestor had disappeared in and smirked. When the Fu clan ancestor flew out of scope of the Fu clan castle, he heard woman's soft voice speak. Your earth movement technique is truly slow. How about you hand over your head and allow me to report back to Master? The Fu clan ancestor was greatly shocked and couldn't help but stop. In a white blur, a gorgeous beauty appeared before him. She stood only a meter before him and faced him with an enchanting smile. You. Just as the Fu clan ancestor was about to cry out in alarm, the woman parted her sweet lips and blew out a pink fragrance mist, enveloping the vulnerable Fu clan ancestor in an instant. The Fu clan ancestor inwardly cursed. He hastily attempted to cast a spell and flee, but the sweet scent rendered his body lax and powerless. Before he could do anything to defend himself, he fell unconscious. When Silvermoon saw that her prey had fallen unconscious, she faintly smiled and casually waved her hand, sending a white crescent streak towards his neck. Blood splattered. Inside the large hall of the Fu clan castle there were several hundred guests that were festively chatting. Several core formation cultivators that had personally come to pay their respects were kept company by a few of the higher-grade cultivators in the Fu clan. Friendly relations flourished between the guests and hosts. But suddenly, there were several screams of anguish that could be faintly heard from outside the hall. The bustling voices in the hall came to an abrupt stop, and many guests looked at each other in dismay. A few of the more quick-witted cultivators immediately turned their gazes onto the Fu clan cultivators. The blue-robed old man sitting at the side of the two Devil Flame sect enforcers also appeared shocked, but soon he wore a calm expression and loudly shouted, Everyone, please do not worry. It is possible it is but a small matter. I will call over someone and see what's going on. He was the younger cousin of the Fu clan ancestor and was the third Fu clan core formation cultivator. At that moment, he excused himself from the company of the two Devil Flame sect enforcers and turned to the two Fu clan cultivators standing behind him. He immediately gave them orders to quickly rush out the hall and report back. The two Devil Flame core formation cultivators both appeared calm, but they glanced at each other with a trace of doubt. Two more miserable screams came from the outside. It was clear that the two Fu clan cultivators that were sent outside had met a vicious attack. The guests in the hall had clearly heard this, and their expressions vastly changed. The blue-robed old man's expression grew unsightly and he deeply sighed before standing up. He said with a deep voice, Activate the hall's restrictions and quickly send word to the ancestor. When a nearby Fu clan cultivator heard this, he acknowledged the order with a pale complexion. He then took out a sound transmission talisman from his robes and whispered a few words before releasing it. The talisman shot out from the roof in a streak of red light, but a moment later, the cultivator spoke with a raspy voice, Not good. The sound transmission talisman was shot down. We seem to be surrounded. When this was said, even the core formation guests couldn't remain calm. The pockmarked Devil Flame sect enforcer frowned and said, Fellow Taoist Fu, It seems enemies have snuck into your castle. Brother Sun and I will go out with you and have a look. The blue-robed old man's anxiousness was greatly relieved upon hearing him. He immediately rejoiced and said, I am greatly thankful for your assistance. I will have to trouble you to do so. The middle-aged man surnamed Sun frowned as if disapproving of his companion's actions, but he followed him nevertheless. As for the remaining 4 core formation cultivators in the hall, they glanced at each other and didn't reveal the slightest intent to help. The others in the hall grew completely silent, watching the 3 core formation cultivators walk out from the hall. As the 3 calmly approached the hall door, loud buzzing suddenly came from outside the hall. The 3 couldn't help but halt their steps upon hearing this. In the blink of an eye, a 30-meter-long beam of azure light swept inside and wrapped around the 3 core formation cultivators. A dozen lines of fine azure light then shot out from the azure beam in a display of blinding brilliance, forcing the cultivators in the hall to momentarily close their eyes. In that instant, the azure beam spiraled throughout the hall. The blue-clothed old man and the 2 Devil Flame sect cultivators halted and their bodies grew motionless as if from shock. As the cultivators in the hall were stunned in their awe, they were completely oblivious to what was happening. The sudden shriek of a female cultivator attracted the attention of all in the room. The paled female cultivator was sitting at the side of a Fu clan steward whose head had tumbled down at an unknown time. The headless corpse was still sitting upright as blood sprayed from its severed neck. The other cultivators then discovered that tens of Fu clan cultivators, regardless of their rank, had their heads tumbling onto the ground in a silent death. The azure light. Someone is using a magic treasure to attack them. Fellow Taoist Fu, you must. A cultivator who had decent relations to the Fu clan loudly shouted in alarm as if to warn the 3 core formation cultivators, but soon, his words came to a sudden stop and his face became ashen. At that moment, the blue-robed old man and company suddenly split into pieces as if they were made of paper. Their bodies had collapsed into piles of gore. When this occurred, the guests of the birthday celebration felt their breath turn cold. Although these cultivators were able to somewhat keep their calm previously, they were now in a complete panic. Each of them enveloped themselves in a colorful barrier and filled the room with a bright glow of various colored lights. Magic tools of all sorts began to float in front of many cultivators. Even a few of the cultivators who held more than friendly relations to the Fu clan gathered together restlessly with terrified expressions. 4 3-core formation cultivators and tens of Fu clan disciples to be killed in the instant. How could it be anything else apart from the fearful existence known as a nascent soul cultivator? If it was truly a nascent soul cultivator, killing everyone else in the hall should be an extremely easy matter. As fear filled the hearts of those present, none dared to make any noise. Many guests presently felt vast regret for attending this Fu clan celebration. Wouldn't they be caught in the crossfire? Deathly silence filled the hall. A few of the core formation cultivators with stronger spiritual senses thought to stealthily release their spiritual sense to observe the outside. However, the Fu clan had placed down many spiritual sense restrictions in order to protect their secrets from prying eyes. As a result, they were blocked and couldn't help but resentfully curse the Fu clan. As anxiousness filled the hall, the voice of an unfamiliar man spoke. Those present are restricted from leaving this hall for 2 hours. Those who disobey will be killed. After those 2 hours are over, you may leave as you wish. The man's voice was simple and cold, but it also carried an indescribable malice, shaking the hearts of those who heard it. Once those words were said, the cultivators in the room were greatly relieved. From his tone, it appeared that he had no intention of killing them. However, they clearly understood that they were spared most likely because they hadn't seen the man's true appearance. As such, none dared to disobey him. As for taking revenge for the Fu clan, the thought itself was a joke. Even if one had the capability, who would feud with a nascent soul cultivator over the mere Fu clan? The 2 hours passed by neither fast nor slowly. During this time, apart from a few whispers, screams of anguish occasionally came from the outside. They were curt and lasted only a moment. It was clear none in the Fu clan castle was able to retaliate as they were killed. The cultivators in the hall felt their heart tremble upon hearing these screams. Each of them guessed that the Fu clan had offended an expert or great power and was being exterminated as a result. There were many in the hall that felt schadenfreude or pity for them. After the time it took to finish the cup of tea, the screams in the Fu castle had ceased and the outside became as silent as within the hall. The guests then glanced at one another, but none of them dared to act rashly. Once the 2 hours had passed, the man's voice didn't return. In the end, one of the braver core formation cultivators decided to leave the hall and he safely left. In the following moment, the other guests began to rush out with relief. Chapter 655. Descendant. The Fu clan castle was entirely empty apart from a few bloodstains on the ground. It appeared that all of the direct lineage disciples of the Fu clan had been exterminated and even their corpses were burnt to ash. However, there were a few people that flew over on their magic tools and surveyed the entirety of the Fu clan castle, only to discover that the mortals and low-grade external disciples of the Fu clan were all unscathed. They even appeared to be completely ignorant of what had happened inside the castle. It seemed the attacker felt that killing off the direct lineage of the Fu clan was enough to ensure its extinction. Having just experienced that frightful affair, these cultivators naturally didn't dare to remain. A majority of vagrant cultivators immediately set off while a small portion of them temporarily stayed behind to have a whispered discussion before also departing. The Fu clan's extermination was an extremely important matter to both friendly and hostile powers. And with 2 Devil Flame sect enforcers slain as well, the Devil Flame sect would now be forced to take action regardless of whether or not it was a nascent soul cultivator who had exterminated the Fu clan. The witnesses of this incident quickly brought the information back to their sects and clans as quickly as they could. These powers needed to prepare for the vast changes that would soon occur. As the last few cultivators were hurriedly leaving the Fu clan, many green-robed cultivators had arrived just outside the Purple Road Mountains. They were surprised to see that the restrictions protecting the Fu clan castle were unmanned. At that moment, a few of the Fu clan outer disciples entered the castle and discovered what was inside. These chi condensation cultivators made a huge uproar and each of them had completely lost their minds to fear. The many green-clothed cultivators that were waiting in the air looked at each other in dismay upon seeing the panicked low-grade disciples. The top clan in the state of Yuanwu had met their end at the hands of a mysterious nascent soul cultivator. Word of this event spread throughout the entire cultivation world in the state of Yuanwu, raising an uproar amongst the various powers. With 2 of the Devil Flame sect enforcers having perished during the Fu clan extermination, the upper echelon of the Devil Flame sect flew into a humiliated rage, and sent out men to find the mysterious and vicious attacker who did this. They even stated that their own nascent soul founder wouldn't allow this expert to run free. However, those with sharper judgment would realize that the Devil Flame sect was merely putting on airs, and would most likely not take action. After all, according to the witnesses, the 2 Devil Flame sect enforcers had recklessly taken the initiative to stand closely to a Fu clan cultivator as the nascent soul cultivator was carrying out his revenge. It was merely bad luck. Even if the Devil Flame sect was even more powerful and attempted to hunt down the murderer, cultivators weren't easily trapped or killed once they had reached nascent soul stage. They would need to dispatch 4 nascent soul cultivators of a similar grade or place down a fearsome restriction to even think of killing him. Of course, the Devil Flame sect wasn't about to dispatch several nascent soul cultivators over revenge for a few core formation enforcers. Even if the sect was willing, the nascent soul eccentrics weren't about to take action over something so trivial. Regardless of the declaration, a tremor swept through the entirety of the state of Yuanwu. The Fu clan's spirit stones, marketplaces, and other holdings were divided up by several different powers. However, this had nothing to do with Han Li. Unlike what other cultivators guessed, Han Li had remained inside the state of Yuanwu for several days after the extermination was carried out. He was currently at an small, unremarkable mountain. At the moment, he was floating in the air with his body enveloped in azure light, and was staring at the fog surrounding the mountain's center with a reminiscent expression. Over 100 years have passed, yet this place is still the same. Since the restrictions here still exist, could it be that other cultivators are living here now? Han Li muttered with a calm expression. After he had exterminated the Fu clan cultivators with his black-tainted gold-devouring beetles, Han Li directly flew to Xanrian's secluded mountain with the Fu clan ancestors' severed head in his possession. In the past he had made friends with Xanrian and Qi Yunxiao. Now that he had taken revenge on their behalf, he planned on paying his respects at their graves and bringing the matter to a conclusion. However, he didn't anticipate that Xanrian's former residence was being occupied by other cultivators. He couldn't help but wear a doubtful expression. After some thought, Han Li's directly flew towards the mountain's restrictions. With his current cultivation and understanding of spell formations, the restrictions were incapable of stopping him. As Han Li stood in front of the fog, he calmly flicked his fingers and shot many various colored magic seals into the restriction. Soon after, the mist roiled and revealed a small passageway that Han Li immediately flew through. A short moment later, The mist disappeared and Han Li arrived before the residence that Xan Rian had personally built. Glancing at the deep yellow bamboo buildings, Han Li felt a trace of nostalgia as well as a feeling of sadness at times long past. At that moment, a middle-aged woman walked out from a bamboo building. Her face still contained beauty and weak spiritual qi fluctuations were emitted from her body. She was only a fourth-layer qi condensation cultivator. When Han Li saw her, he couldn't help but frown. This woman gave him a familiar impression. Who are you? How did you get in here? The middle-aged woman spotted Han Li and couldn't help but shout in surprise. Soon after, she flusteredly took out 2 fire-red talismans from her waist and looked at Han Li with a hostile expression. This was to be expected. This woman suddenly found an unfamiliar cultivator in a place that she had deemed to be completely secure. It was only natural for her to be alarmed and wary. Moreover, while this woman was unable to recognize Han Li's true cultivation with her meager power, she was able to feel that Han Li's magic power was profound beyond imagination. As such, she grew fearful. Just as Han Li stroked his chin and planned to ask for the woman's identity, she suddenly shouted in pleasant surprise after closely examining Han Li, Could it be Senior Han? Han Li was stunned when he heard this and revealed a trace of amazement. After muttering under his breath for a moment, he faintly realized something. He wore a friendly expression as he asked, "What relationship do you have with Xiao Mei? You look very similar to her." When the woman heard Han Li call out her ancestor's name, she realized she was correct and respectfully bowed. "Oh, Senior must be speaking of my ancestor. My ancestor passed away many years ago. For the time being, this junior is staying in Miss Xian's residence." Han Li wryly smiled and said, "Your servant Mei's descendant? To think that the silly little girl is now an ancestor." He then wore a puzzled expression and asked, "Still, how was it that you recognized me?" The woman blushed and embarrassingly said, "In the past, my ancestor personally drew Senior's portrait. I've looked at this portrait since I was small. That is why I was able to recognize Senior at a glance." "Oh, a portrait? I had no idea." A trace of amazement appeared on Han Li's face. He then curiously asked, "Could I take a look at it?" "Of course, Senior. How about Senior first head inside? I'll bring it to you there." The woman stepped to the side and respectfully invited Han Li in. After a moment of hesitation, Han Li walked into the bamboo building and noticed that the interior was unremarkable. But upon seeing that it was clean and well kept, Han Li nodded his head. Once Han Li took a seat, the woman hastily steeped a pot of tea. Although it couldn't be compared to the spirit tea that Xan Rian once made, it was still pleasant and exceptional. As he began to drink the tea, the woman excused herself and went to fetch the portrait. Han Li casually swept his spiritual sense around and immediately spotted the woman. As expected, she was walking towards a pavilion. The first floor of the pavilion was completely empty, but on the second floor Han Li saw a long wooden table. The table had 2 pitch-black memorial tablets that were inscribed with the names of Qi Yunxiao and Xan Rian. When Han Li saw this, his heart grew dim while he recalled the smiles the two wore in the past. It was a pity the two had passed so long ago. After the woman deeply saluted the memorial tablets, she took a rolled-up, foot-long scroll from the table drawer. She then hurriedly descended and ran directly towards Han Li's building. Chapter 656. A parting gift. Han Li received the portrait and gently unrolled the scroll in his hand to reveal a meter-long portrait of a smiling azure-robed man. It was a lifelike image of himself. After taking a look at the scroll, Han Li sighed and rolled it back up. After a moment of thought, Han Li stared at the woman and slowly asked, "Might I ask why your ancestor left behind a portrait of me? Is there a deeper meaning behind it?" When the woman heard this, she wore a hesitant expression. With some thought, she carefully replied, "Senior Han, before Junior answers this question, may I ask whether or not you remember your promise with Miss Xen?" "Of course I remember. You also know of the matter?" Han Li asked with a trace of astonishment. With a heart filled with apprehension, the woman looked at Han Li and softly said, "In fact, Junior has continued to stay here in large part due to Senior. However, I hope you'll forgive me as I cannot speak forthrightly until your promise with Miss Xan is fulfilled." Han Li expressionlessly tossed a wooden box onto the table from his storage pouch. "This?" The woman felt her heart jump as she wasn't sure what Han Li intended. Han Li calmly said, "There is no need for fellow Taoists to be so flustered. The box contains the head of the Fu clan ancestor. The direct lineage of the Fu clan have been exterminated, and only a few distant Fu clan members remain. The Fu clan no longer holds any power in the state of Yuanwu. Is the promise considered fulfilled? The woman cried out in shock. What? The Fu clan ancestor has already been killed. She looked at the box with gritted teeth and opened the lid, filling the air with the scent of blood. The woman's face paled, but upon recognizing the face of the head she smiled. It truly is the Fu clan ancestor. Many years ago, I stealthily caught sight of the villain from a distance. Han Li smiled and said, because I killed him several days ago, word should have already spread. So long as you talk to someone you're familiar with or go to a market city, you should be able to verify this. Then Senior must have brought the head here too. That's right. I came to this old place to honor Miss Xian and fellow Daoist Chi. I haven't made many friends in my life, and now that I've taken revenge on their behalf, I may as well follow it to completion. Han Li's voice grew sullen and his expression became earnest. When Miss Xian and Sir Qi learn of this in the underworld, they will certainly be pleased. Please wait for a moment, I will be right back. The woman's expression became dim, but something soon came to mind and she hurriedly left. Han Li was baffled but nodded his head and watched as the woman rushed out of the room. This time, the woman walked to a building in the back and began to dig below a tree, eventually taking a faint green jade box from within the dirt. She then carefully brought it back into the room and placed it on the table in front of Han Li. What's this? Han Li narrowed his eyes and waited for her explanation. Senior Han, before Miss Xian died from her illness, she left behind a message for my ancestor. She wished to give this box to Senior if he managed to fulfill his promise and exterminate the Fu clan. As a result, my ancestor remained here, as this would be the place Senior would make an appearance. Many years later, Senior hadn't yet returned and my ancestor passed this matter on to me. She even left behind a portrait of Senior so that we may recognize you. Now that you've personally arrived and fulfilled your promise, I will naturally act in accordance to Miss Xian's words and hand this item over to you. At long last, I am finally free of this burden. The woman spoke serenely and her expression appeared relieved. It appeared this matter had weighed heavily on her mind. Han Li felt moved as he gazed at the box on the table. He swept his spiritual sense past it and was somewhat astonished. Your son's success in Foundation establishment will depend on his own luck. Once he succeeds in Foundation establishment, he should have no problem entering a cultivation clan or sect. Han Li took out 3 bottles and handed them over to the woman. A Foundation establishment pill? The woman rejoiced and repeatedly uttered her thanks. Her previous disappointment had completely disappeared. Then with a change of tone, Han Li asked, Ah yes, when I exterminated the Fu clan, I killed 2 Devil Flame sect cultivators in passing. Although I don't fear the Devil Flame sect, I don't wish to attract any trouble. Does anybody else know of this matter? As if aware of Han Li's worries, she hastily replied, Senior, please be at ease. When my ancestor passed this matter on to me, no other outsiders were informed out of fear it would bring trouble to Senior. I have always been silent on this matter and mentioned this to neither my husband nor my son. Since you won't be wantonly speaking about this, I will be paying my respects to their memorial tablets before heading off. Han Li nodded with satisfaction and stood up. Ah, if Senior is about to leave, please wait a moment. My husband and my son will soon. Just as the woman stood up, white light flashed from behind her and she lost consciousness. Han Li had flung his sleeve as if he were already prepared for this and caught the woman in a mist of azure light. At that moment, the white light behind her disappeared to reveal Silvermoon's fox body. After glancing around, Silvermoon mysteriously smiled and said, Master, why did you have me knock this woman unconscious? Do you feel uneasy about something, or does she just catch your fancy? Chapter 657. Profound Nascent Formation Arts. Han Li appeared annoyed as he coldly snorted, Drivel! I am neither suspicious of the woman nor do I hold malice towards her. However, it would be better for me to erase any memories of meeting me today. If any rumors were to leak, not only would it trouble me, but it would also attract calamity upon herself. With nothing else to say, his face glowed with azure light and he pressed his fingers against the woman's head, employing the profound Een Arts Dream Tear technique. It would seal a few related memories and falsify them, causing this woman to believe that she managed to luckily acquire the medicine pills from a magnanimous expert. Any memories relating to Han Li would be completely sealed. This soul-altering secret technique was comparable to the soul control technique and the worry-free needle. 1. Given that they were used by someone with far greater cultivation than his own. However, this technique required that the user possess far greater cultivation than their target. Otherwise, the target would suffer great damage to their soul. As for Han Li, he had no problem using this technique on the woman as her cultivation was far too shallow. A quarter of an hour later, Han Li was finished and the woman remained asleep. After placing the woman back in her chair, Han Li took the opportunity to properly pay his respects to Qi Yunxiao and Xan Ruyan. He then turned the Fu clan ancestor's head into ash and secretly left. Back in her artifact spirit form, Silver Moon curiously asked, "Master, what does the jade slip contain?" Master seems to view it with great importance. Han Li quickly flew into the sky as he leisurely said, "It is a spell formation record from the age of antiquity that describes many grand and profound formations. Even with my current attainments in spell formations, it would take me quite some time to comprehend them. In addition to spell formations, there is a truly peculiar secret art I am quite interested in." Secret art? With Master's current knowledge and the entire set of the profound Yin arts, what secret arts could provoke your interest? Silver Moon softly smiled, but her voice possessed a heavy curiosity. Han Li smiled and said, "Have you ever heard of the outstanding reputation of the Three Truths Severance?" Silver Moon's laughter instantly ceased and her voice trembled with excitement as she asked, "Could it be that it holds the greatest Taoist profound art?" "Of course not." Han Li flatly denied. "Oh? Then why did Master mention this divine art? Are you deliberately teasing me? Of course the Taoist sects couldn't possibly allow this heaven-defying art to leak. They themselves don't even know if this technique is extinct." Silver Moon grumbled. Although the Jade Slip's secret technique isn't the Three Truths Severance, it is a similar type of ability from the Devil Tao. It is called the Profound Nascent Formation Arts. Han Li's originally calm expression began to reveal excitement. Silver Moon paused and said, "Profound Nascent Formation Arts. What kind of technique is that? It seems I've never heard of it before." "I've also never heard of this technique before. However, this cultivation art is a genuine secret technique for cultivating a second primal soul. Later, one may even be able to nurture a second nascent soul." Han Li's tone became solemn at the end. "A second nascent soul. Is this true? If that's true, it would be considered a great divine technique at the very least, even if it is inferior to the Three Truths Severance." Silver Moon's spirits were greatly roused. The greater Han Li's ability, the closer she would be to her objective. Han Li's surging emotions quickly turned calm once more. "I still don't know if it is true. I'll have to return to the Drifting Cloud sect and carefully examine it once through. However, the spell formations recorded in the Jade Slip are genuine ancient formations." Now that the spirit nascent is isolated from restrictions, we are even more hopeless. The scholarly man snorted and said, "Junior Martial Sister should leave those words for when an enforcer comes. Fortunately, Martial Ant Han and Martial Ant Lu will come to assist us. Those two martial ants have wood spiritual roots. They should have some way of searching for it. However, I am quite curious how someone could possibly control something as fierce as the wood spirit nascent without a special magic tool. It is truly inconceivable." Enough. Regardless of who restricts the spirit nascent, we must find its whereabouts in order to save our own lives. Did you not hear the voice transmission that martial ancestor Kwang personally sent? The burly man frowned and revealed a trace of anxiety as he said, "Second senior martial brother is right. It would be considered good if we managed to preserve our lives. However, the transportation formation along the way was broken and the two martial ants will need 2 days to arrive at the next transportation formation. Do you think that the cultivator who captured the spirit nascent will have left the state of Yuanwu during this time? After all, we don't even know what country this cultivator is from." Junior martial brothers seems to not know. Martial ants Lu and Han were candidates to fuse with the spirit nascent. Many years before, they cultivated a secret technique in preparation to fuse with it, and are able to sense the direction of the spirit nascent from far away. The cultivator that restricted the spirit nascent won't be able to escape the awareness of these martial ants. The old man spoke with a sullen tone, but his words seemed to hold confidence. Once they heard the old man, the other three appeared relieved. However, the scholarly man's eyes brightly flickered in thought and he asked, "Do you think that the person who captured the spirit nascent and the cultivator who exterminated the Fu clan are one and the same? Could chance truly have it that the spirit nascent just happened to be captured several days before the Fu clan was exterminated? Could this person have realized that we had a relationship with the Fu clan and exterminated them to prevent them from helping us?" "Ninth junior martial brother, you think too much. Even with such vast abilities, How could he possibly know that the spirit-controlling sect had a relationship with the Fu clan? It was most likely just a coincidence. The woman shook her head. But after some further thought she became doubtful. However, for there to be two nascent soul cultivators to appear in the same place isn't very likely. Perhaps it truly is the same cultivator that has done this. Oh, could you perhaps tell us about this? A young woman's lazy voice came from the direction of a large tree. Then in a blur of white light, two beautiful white-clothed women appeared before them. 1. The soul control technique was used in Chapter 293, only usable against mortals. The worry-free needle is a mortal technique that Han Li learned from Dr. Mo used in Chapter 203 against Han Yunji. Chapter 659. The Disciples of Splintered Soul. The Jing province was located in the northwest of the state of Yu. Because it was a remote region, there were few cities but many small villages, and many small mountains and hills within the province's borders as well as many desolate areas few ever came across. As a result, the Jing province was also home to far more bandits than other provinces, and was also where Jianghu martial artists lingered the most. While there had never been a great Jianghu faction that managed to unite the region, this area had produced many formidable characters. Bodyguards and caravan escorts rose in opposition to the many bandits. One day, on the side of a desolate dirt road, a rather common scene in the Jing province was taking place. There were over 100 brawny men wearing rough clothes, each with black scarves covering their heads, surrounding 30 azure-clothed men with various weapons. The azure-clothed men were in turn protecting the several carriages at their center. It was a scene of a group of bandits fighting a group of caravan escorts. There were 3 black-clothed men with similar appearances standing at the bandits' rear. They coldly glanced at the scene with malice occasionally showing on their faces. Near the carriages there were several men, young and old, wearing similar servant garbs. They each had a club in hand and wore nervous expressions. Inside the 4 carriages, there were many women and children wearing magnificent clothes, but the carriage at the very front had a calm middle-aged man wearing scholar's robes. With his long and glossy beard and mustache, he appeared to lack the strength to knock over even a chicken, but he possessed an indescribable air of authority. None that saw him dared to underestimate him. The middle-aged scholar was sitting across from a man with blue embroidered robes and a thick, pointed mustache and beard. His arms were thick and he possessed a spirited gaze. He was a rarely seen peak Jianghu expert. These obviously unordinary characters both wore calm expressions and were the only ones inside the large carriage. Although the two were silent, they were examining everything outside from the half-shut curtains, and occasionally heard bloody wails and clangs from the outside. While the black-scarf bandits were great in number, the azure-clothed caravan guards and the servants were greater in skill. For a time, both sides found themselves in a deadlock. The scholarly man smiled upon seeing this and spoke to the large man. It seems there is no need to trouble Brother Li to take action. The martial sky escort should be able to handle it. Ah! If those 3 leaders of the Black Scarf bandits don't take any action, it is only natural for the martial sky escort to be able to deal with these small fry. But if the 3 Black Scarf leaders were to attack, they wouldn't last. After all, the 3 leaders are renowned for their fierceness in the Jing province. I heard they are brothers by blood and are experts in united techniques. Ordinary experts are no match for them. After the large man said this, his face faintly revealed a trace of excitement. He bent his stretched finger, producing loud cracks from his hand. It was clear the man was highly skilled in external martial arts. When the scholarly man saw this, he unconsciously laughed. "Brother Li, your eagerness to fight is exactly the same as your father." The large man responded with a helpless smile. "Little brother Han, that is to be expected. Our Li clan is one of martial heritage. If we come across an interesting opponent, it is only natural to wish to measure their might. Our clan's friendship stemmed from their own friendship. It was also said, my great-uncle was quite the formidable character. It was said. As the middle-aged scholar calmly spoke, the azure-clothed men buried the corpses from both sides and had the carriages move once more. The carriages soon grew distant and disappeared from the desolate road. Green Ox Village? Han Li floated a kilometer in the air with his body covered in azure light. He looked down at the village below with a trace of doubt. Although this village was once pathetically small, only spanning a few kilometers in area, he was no longer able to draw any similarities to the streets that he remembered. but he did manage to remember its surroundings. It did seem to truly be his home village. In his many years of absence, the village had turned into a bustling town. After staring at it from the sky, he hesitated for a moment before descending into a desolate alleyway under the guise of a concealment technique. Afterwards, he walked out of the alleyway with a swagger and slowly headed down the street. Seeing the unfamiliar houses and buildings as he walked down the street, Hanli muttered to himself, "It is quite different." For some unknown reason, he knew that if he were to head west, he'd be able to see the forest and verdant mountain where he had spent his childhood. However, his steps grew hesitant and slow as he took in the vast changes that had occurred to Green Ox Village. At that moment, Han Li's expression was calm, but he hoped that he would soon find something familiar. However, Han Li was only disappointed until he arrived at a three-way intersection. He stopped and stared at a small shabby restaurant at the side of the road. The restaurant was worn and only 2 stories high with a yellowish signboard that had the words "Spring Fragrance." It was the restaurant that Han Li's third uncle, Fatty Han, had once managed. Han Li glanced at the restaurant and faintly remembered walking through its sliding doors. There was the round face of his third uncle, the narrow courtyard behind the restaurant, the dimly lit side room and the tasty food, the black carriage with the banner 7 Mysteries Sect, and many more memories began to clearly appear in Han Li's mind. Han Li glanced at the restaurant with a complicated expression. A trace of sadness was betrayed within his eyes. He stared at the restaurant for a moment before discovering that a few strangers on the road were glancing at him with an odd expression. It came as no surprise. A youth was motionlessly staring at an old shabby restaurant after all. With a moment more of thought, he calmly walked into the restaurant with his hands held behind his back. Chapter 660. Hometown. The Jing province was located in the northwest of the state of Yu. Because it was a remote region, there were few cities but many small villages, and many small mountains and hills within the province's borders as well as many desolate areas few ever came across. As a result, the Jing province was also home to far more bandits than other provinces, and was also where Jianghu martial artists lingered the most. While there had never been a great Jianghu faction that managed to unite the region, this area had produced many formidable characters. Bodyguards and caravan escorts rose in opposition to the many bandits. One day, on the side of a desolate dirt road, a rather common scene in the Jing province was taking place. There were over 100 brawny men wearing rough clothes, each with black scarves covering their heads, surrounding 30 azure-clothed men with various weapons. The azure-clothed men were in turn protecting the several carriages at their center. It was a scene of a group of bandits fighting a group of caravan escorts. There were 3 black-clothed men with similar appearances standing at the bandits' rear. They coldly glanced at the scene with malice occasionally showing on their faces. Near the carriages there were several men, young and old, wearing similar servant garbs. They each had a club in hand and wore nervous expressions. Inside the 4 carriages, there were many women and children wearing magnificent clothes, but the carriage at the very front had a calm middle-aged man wearing scholar's robes. With his long and glossy beard and mustache, he appeared to lack the strength to knock over even a chicken, but he possessed an indescribable air of authority. None that saw him dared to underestimate him. The middle-aged scholar was sitting across from a man with blue embroidered robes and a thick, pointed mustache and beard. His arms were thick and he possessed a spirited gaze. He was a rarely seen peak Jianghu expert. These obviously unordinary characters both wore calm expressions and were the only ones inside the large carriage. Although the 2 were silent, they were examining everything outside from the half-shut curtains, and occasionally heard bloody wails and clangs from the outside. While the black scarf bandits were great in number, the azure-clothed caravan guards and the servants were greater in skill. For a time, both sides found themselves in a deadlock. The scholarly man smiled upon seeing this and spoke to the large man. "It seems there is no need to trouble Brother Li to take action. The Martial Sky Escort should be able to handle it." "Ah. If those 3 leaders of the Black Scarf Bandits don't take any action, it is only natural for the Martial Sky Escort to be able to deal with these small fry. But if the 3 Black Scarf leaders were to attack, they wouldn't last. After all, the 3 leaders are renowned for their fierceness in the Jing province. I heard they are brothers by blood and are experts in united techniques. Ordinary experts are no match for them." After the large man said this, his face faintly revealed a trace of excitement. He bent his stretched finger, producing loud cracks from his hand. It was clear the man was highly skilled in external martial arts. When the scholarly man saw this, he unconsciously laughed. "Brother Li, your eagerness to fight is exactly the same as your father." The large man responded with a helpless smile, "Little brother Han, that is to be expected. Our Li clan is one of martial heritage. If we come across an interesting opponent, it is only natural to wish to measure their might. It is just like how your Han clan has always been one of great literary repute, and how there is always one or two from your clan that manages to enter the imperial court as an official." The large man then crossed his hands and said, "Still, I am quite puzzled as to how our Han and Li clans have managed to form such bonds despite having so little in common. This friendship has lasted deeply for many generations and has yet to fade with time." The scholarly man smiled and said, "Ha! In the past few days I flipped through a few letters and unintentionally discovered a few events from the past. If Brother Li wishes to know about them, I can tell you about them, but I don't know how much of it is true." When the large man surnamed Li heard this, he said with a curious expression, "Really? Our Li clan has no custom of recording our ancestry. Apart from leaving behind a few martial teachings, there is little else left behind, let alone the history behind our clan's friendship." The large man gazed into the distance and his expression changed. "Not good, those three leaders have decided to attack. We'll have to put this off for now. Tell me about it after I take care of those three." He then shot out of the carriage as if he were being launched from a crossbow. Soon after, the large man's howls of laughter could be heard, followed by mournful screams. The scholarly man sighed and shook his head before closing the curtain. He didn't feel the need to look outside as he held complete confidence in the large man. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the sounds outside came to a sudden halt. The carriage's curtain fluttered for a moment, and the large man reappeared in the carriage with a blur. He appeared a bit worse for wear. His shoulder was bloodied as if he were slightly wounded, but nonetheless he heartily laughed to the scholarly man and said, "Those three were truly skilled. They had to make me do quite a bit, but having witnessed my might, the Black Scarf bandits have disappeared from the Jing province." The large man appeared to have enjoyed himself. When the scholarly man heard this, he wore an apologetic expression. "If I hadn't brought Brother Li along, I fear I would have passed on to the other side, with this route being my place of death. Due to the great hatred those enemies hold for me, I was forced to involve Brother Li." The large man surnamed Li casually said, "What do you mean involve?" The Li clan steadily established themselves at the top of Jianghu only because of the Han clan's great assistance. Helping each other is by no means an external affair. "That is true, but I was merely being contrary." The scholarly man's smile was replaced with an expression of calm. It seemed he was one of flexible mind. As the large man smeared a bottle of ointment on his back, he suddenly recalled the matter before the battle. "However, Brother Han, don't forget to tell me about our clan's past. I'm quite curious about this." "Of course. When mentioning it, our clan's friendship is quite unfathomable. Do you recall the Seven Mysteries sect, the hegemon of the Jing province many decades ago? Our ancestors were martial brothers inside this Jianghu faction. According to what was said in the letter, my great-uncle was sworn brothers with your ancestor. Our clan's friendship stemmed from their own friendship. It was also said my great-uncle was quite the formidable character. It was said." As the middle-aged scholar calmly spoke, the azure-clothed men buried the corpses from both sides and had the carriages move once more. The carriages soon grew distant and disappeared from the desolate road. Green Ox Village? Han Li floated a kilometer in the air with his body covered in azure light. He looked down at the village below with a trace of doubt. Although this village was once pathetically small, only spanning a few kilometers in area, he was no longer able to draw any similarities to the streets that he remembered, but he did manage to remember its surroundings. It did seem to truly be his home village. In his many years of absence, the village had turned into a bustling town. After staring at it from the sky, he hesitated for a moment before descending into a desolate alleyway under the guise of a concealment technique. Afterwards, he walked out of the alleyway with a swagger and slowly headed down the street. Seeing the unfamiliar houses and buildings as he walked down the street, Han Li muttered to himself, "It is quite different." For some unknown reason, he knew that if he were to head west, he'd be able to see the forest and verdant mountain where he had spent his childhood. However, his steps grew hesitant and slow as he took in the vast changes that had occurred to Green Ox Village. At that moment, Han Li's expression was calm, but he hoped that he would soon find something familiar. However, Han Li was only disappointed until he arrived at a three-way intersection. He stopped and stared at a small shabby restaurant at the side of the road. The restaurant was worn and only 2 stories high with a yellowish signboard that had the words "Spring Fragrance." It was the restaurant that Han Li's third uncle, Fatty Han, had once managed. Han Li glanced at the restaurant and faintly remembered walking through its sliding doors. There was the round face of his third uncle, the narrow courtyard behind the restaurant, the dimly lit side room and the tasty food, the black carriage with the banner 7 Mysteries Sect, and many more memories began to clearly appear in Han Li's mind. Han Li glanced at the restaurant with a complicated expression. A trace of sadness was betrayed within his eyes. He stared at the restaurant for a moment before discovering that a few strangers on the road were glancing at him with an odd expression. It came as no surprise. A youth was motionlessly staring at an old shabby restaurant after all. With a moment more of thought, he calmly walked into the restaurant with his hands held behind his back. I'd rather not make a fool of myself. The two scholars glanced at each other and then examined Han Li. Feeling that he wasn't holding any ill intentions, he agreed, we can only give a few general details. They are things that are known by everyone. Many thanks. Han Li smiled. One of the scholars began to speak. If brother is participating in the ancestral offering, it would be best for you to not immediately head to the 3-kilometer valley. Several decades ago, the Han clan have changed their location to the Han clan castle. They will only return to their ancestral home in 3-kilometer valley on the day of the ancestor offering. The Han clan. Han Li's expression remained calm as he listened, but his heart stirred with excitement. 4 hours later, Han Li appeared above the verdant mountains of the past. He didn't descend, merely glancing down below in silence. Was this the same small village from the past? The yellow earth roads, short walls, thatched huts and village children could no longer be seen. Instead, they were replaced with large courtyards, roofed buildings, pebbled roads and well-clothed servants. Not a single sign of the past remained. Han Li shook his head at the sight and thought to depart when his gaze suddenly arrived at the building at the very center of the residence. This building wasn't larger than the others, but it was only building to have more than a single story. It was rather eye-catching. The building's doors were closed shut and a pitch-black signboard appeared on the outside. The words Han Clan Shrine were written on it in silver paint. A strange expression appeared on Han Li's face. After some thought, he reappeared in front of the building in a blur. Several burly shrine attendants stood in front of the shrine, but with Han Li's invisibility technique, they were incapable of spotting him. He casually swept his gaze past them and entered without further thought. Once he entered the shrine, he spotted rows of memorial tablets, numbering over several hundred. They were arranged on long tables and had empty spots on them for future generations. After sweeping his gaze, he found many names, but none that he were familiar with. Without any further thought, he climbed to the second floor. The memorial tablets on the second floor were clearly more grand and important. Not only was there many lit incense burners, there was also a huge cauldron at the center. It was filled with scented oil and had a huge candle wick that was brightly burning from it. It made for a solemn sight. This time, Han Li blankly stood in place as he read the several memorial tablets at the center. Han Zhu, Han Tai, Han Tianxing. These familiar names were all coldly written on the pitch-black memorial tablets. Han Li's heart grew heavy and he found it difficult to breathe. As the saying goes, the great Tao was emotionless. However, that was only a self-deceiving lie. Han Li may be an immortal from this land, he was incapable of severing his emotions. He was only able to bury them deep inside his heart. Han Li eventually moved, slowly walking towards the memorial tablets at the center of the room. He stopped and expressionlessly stared at the memorial tablets as images of his close relatives began to continuously appear in his mind. An unknown amount of time slowly passed by. The heavy sound of the opening building door woke Han Li up from his reminiscent mood. However, he merely stood in place without making any moves. At that moment, the footsteps and voices of 2 middle-aged men could be heard. "Brother Li, you are far too impatient. Didn't I say that I would lend you the record for reading after the shrine visit? There is need to be so anxious." This man spoke with a helpless tone. In this person's embarrassment he responded, "Hee. Esteemed Brother Han, who was it that had you mentioned that the later portion of the record had a set of nameless martial arts left behind by your ancestor? I am rather baffled as to why our Li clan knows nothing of this matter despite the fact that our ancestors created it. It is only natural for me to wish to see it as soon as possible. However, why is it that you enshrined the record? It would be an absolute shame for someone to steal it." The first voice sighed and spoke with a voice of complete confidence. "Who would possibly think of stealing something from a clan's ancestral hall? While our Han clan isn't necessarily a nest of dangerous characters, we have many skilled martial artists standing guard. Ordinary people wouldn't even be able to approach it. Even if they succeeded, they would also have to fear our retaliation. That's true. The other man agreed. As the thuds became clear, a scholarly man and a man with thick facial hair appeared on the stairs of the second floor. The two initially arrived with a smile, but after spotting Han Li, their expressions froze. In their alarm, the large man stepped forward and covered the front of the middle-aged scholar. With a fluttering mustache and beard, he softly roared, "What a clever villain to think OT waiting here in ambush, but you will not be leaving alive." Once that was said, the man's hands tightened into a fist and he ferociously pounced towards Han Li. But before he arrived, a gale with astonishing pressure suppressed him. Han Li remained motionless as he stood in place with his back facing them. Chapter 662, Fourth Great Uncle. With a muffled thump, the large man's fist struck Han Li's back. The large man was stunned, but his face vastly changed upon seeing an azure light flicker from Han Li's body. As the man attempted to land another blow, he was sent flying. The middle-aged scholar instantly revealed an expression of amazement. Just as the large man's enormous frame fell, his body suddenly slowed and he landed on his feet as if he was light as a feather. He appeared completely uninjured. "Brother Li, are you all right? Did you sustain any internal injuries?" Although the scholarly man possessed little strength, he knew there were many ways that Jianghu martial arts could injure without any external signs. As such, he revealed worry. The large man surnamed Li took a deep breath and felt that his body had no injuries. He couldn't help but whisper in bewilderment, "It's nothing, I am fine." His skills are unfathomable, but it doesn't seem he's hostile. When the scholarly man heard this, he nodded and felt slightly more at ease. He then turned his gaze to Han Li and serenely said, "Great warrior, I am the Han clan master, Han Tianxiao. Did this great warrior come here specifically for me?" "The Han clan master?" Han Li slowly turned around. "Ah, you. Impossible. Humph. What did your esteemed self mean by that?" Before Han Li could speak, the scholar and the large man couldn't help but cry out in alarm upon seeing Han Li's appearance. The scholarly man soon thought of something and his expression grew sullen. After the large man recovered from his alarm, he also came to a realization and wore an ill expression. "You recognize me?" Han Li asked with a frown. He glanced at the two and found that the two seemed faintly familiar. However, he left the matter alone with a wry smile in his heart. The scholarly man stared at Han Li and deliberately said word by word, "Your esteemed self asks despite knowing the answer? Your appearance resembles that of our Han clan's fourth great uncle. Why wouldn't I recognize you?" "Fourth great uncle?" When Han Li heard this, he wore a mysterious smile. Since he was the fourth eldest amongst his siblings, it was naturally referring to him. However, it was unclear how they would know of his current appearance since he hadn't met face-to-face with any of his relatives ever since he left when he was small. Han Li smiled and said, "Oh? When did I say that I was like your fourth great uncle? Couldn't this just be my natural appearance?" The scholarly man quickly grew angry and he coldly said, "There are many similar faces in this world, but not only does your face bear a striking resemblance, here you are in the Han clan's ancestral hall. What else does that leave for your esteemed self?" Han Li's expression relaxed and he said with an impressed tone, "Your reply is spot on. You are worthy of being an official of the royal court. The Han clan's current prosperity is undoubtedly a result of the later generation's efforts." A harsh expression flickered over the man's face and he angrily said, "What? Does your esteemed self truly plan on pretending to be my ancestor?" "Pretend? Why would I want to do that? How about you mention how you know of my appearance? I seem to recall that ever since I left home, my family had never seen my appearance. Could it be the members of the Seven Mysteries sect drew a portrait for you?" Han Li's gaze then dropped onto the large man with thick facial hair. He narrowed his eyes, eventually realizing why he found the man to be familiar. "Ichem? Your surname is Li. Could you be related to Li Feiyu?" The large man revealed furious alarm. "You? How do you know the name of my clan ancestor? It turns out you know quite a bit about my Li clan." When Han Li heard this, he nonchalantly smiled. The scholarly man was alarmed upon hearing the words, Seven Mysteries Sect, and Li Feiyu. After a moment of hesitation, the large man carefully said, "I don't know of this matter. However, my father still lives and perhaps he might know something of the deceased ancestor. After all, These secret matters are only known by each generation's clan lord. If Senior will allow it, I will quickly send word to inquire whether or not these words are true. At that moment he was already mostly convinced. The Li clan's establishing ancestor had met with an untimely death at an early age. Han Li waved his arm and spoke with a tone of melancholy, "There is no need. I didn't come back to make a disturbance. I merely wished to free my mind of mortal worries. Now that I see both the Han clan and the descendants of my dear friend are doing well, I am well at ease." Having heard this, the large man instead became nervous and began to wildly signal to the scholarly man with his eyes. He clearly knew what it meant to the Han and Li clans to have an immortal cultivator ancestor. The scholarly man naturally knew far better of what there was to gain or lose from this. After pondering for a moment, he respectfully said, "If your esteemed self is truly my great-uncle, I have a method of immediately verifying your identity. Our Han clan shrine contains a few possessions of our ancestors from the past. If Senior is able to identify these items, Junior will naturally be convinced of your background. Only the Han clan master from each generation is qualified to personally care for them, and they are incapable of being identified by others. Past possessions? Let's take a look at them. It's only that I left home at a rather early age, so I may not be able to identify them." Han Li indifferently said. If it wasn't too troublesome, he definitely wouldn't refuse to be recognized by the descendants of the Han clan. "Please be at ease, Senior. These items were left behind as keepsakes from their times of poverty, so Senior should be able to recognize them. I will bring them now." After bowing to Han Li, the scholar descended from the second floor. After a bit of clamor from down below, the scholarly man shortly walked back up with a tray covered by red cloth. He then respectfully presented it to Han Li. Han Li took the plate and removed the red cloth, revealing the worn items before him. Han Li spoke with pleasant surprise, "Oh, so it turned out to be these items. I didn't expect to see them again in this lifetime." "Senior recognizes these items?" the scholar cautiously asked with a nervous expression. "I know a majority of these items, but there were 3 that were acquired after I left home. I don't know who they belong to. The slingshot and small bow belonged to my second elder brother Han Tai. He enjoyed playing with them when he was small. The wooden hairpin was my mother's most cherished possession. The tobacco pipe was..." Han Li picked up each of these items and spoke as if he were rather familiar with them. After hearing Han Li examine half of them, the scholar felt there was no longer any doubt. Without waiting for Han Li to finish, he immediately dragged the large man forward and they deeply saluted to Han Li. "This unfilial descendant Han Tianxiao recognizes fourth great-uncle. I sincerely wish that great-uncle will forgive my unfilial actions from before." With that said, the scholar didn't dare to meet Han Li's gaze and wore an expression of embarrassment. The large man mirrored the solemn and respectful display. Chapter 663, Gold-Devouring Spirit Sword. When the two acknowledged Han Li, he felt an indescribable feeling well up inside him. After a moment of silence he slowly said, "On the year I left the village to pursue the Tao, I didn't expect for the Han clan to become such an influential clan. Seems the saying is true. The affairs of the world are truly hard to predict. Stand up, you two. With the many years I haven't returned home, I can be considered a complete stranger to the Han clan. There is no need to be so polite." The middle-aged scholar stood up and spoke with great reverence. "Great-uncle's words are untrue. Had we unfilial descendants known that you were still alive, we would have certainly sent men to fulfill our filial duties." Han Li waved his arm and calmly said, "Filial duties? There is no need. I've come only to take a look. I won't be staying long. As a pursuer of immortality, it is better for me to have fewer ties to the mortal world." The scholar spoke with alarm. "Great-uncle, you are leaving so soon? Will you not stay a while and take a look at the other Han clan juniors in the castle?" Han Li sighed and regretfully said, "When I arrived, I flew over the Han clan castle and swept my spiritual sense past everyone inside. Unfortunately, while there are many Han clan members, none of them possess any spiritual roots. They have no fate with me. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind taking 1 or 2 clan descendants along with me on the path of cultivation." A trace of disappointment appeared on the scholar's face as he bitterly smiled. "It seems despite our clan's prosperity, none have the fate to follow great-uncle on the path of immortality." Han Li shook his head and said, "Only those who possess spiritual roots may become immortal cultivators. Such a person might not even appear once among 10,000. For the several hundred Han clan members to possess no spiritual roots is to be expected. Besides, from the way I see it, it would still be better for the Li and Han clan to remain out of the cultivation world. As of current, the cultivation world is chaotic where even entire clan exterminations are possible. It would be terrible if the Han clan were to be implicated. The scholar was initially surprised and sincerely replied, "This one acknowledges all fourth great-uncle has said." Han Li's gaze then turned to the large man with thick facial hair. "Which generation of Li Feiyu's descendants are you? What's your name?" The large man hurriedly bowed his head and replied, "Junior is Li Feng. I am an 11th generation descendant of Li Feiyu. I pay my respects to great-uncle Han. Given the close relationship I had with Li Feiyu back then, I find it acceptable for you to call me great-uncle. You were rather protective of Tianxiao just now. It seems in these past years the Li clan has shown our Han clan much consideration. As the younger brother of the Han clan ancestor, I naturally won't treat you unfairly. Here are some medicine pills. They will be of great use to martial artists. They will be able to save your Li clan youth much effort in their cultivation of inner strength. Accept them for the time being." Han Li slapped his storage pouch and took 8 various colored bottles into his hands before offering them to the large man. The large man was overjoyed and hastily accepted the small bottles with repeated thanks. Although Jianghu martial artists cultivated inner strength and it wasn't as drawn out as cultivation spiritual power, they spent much of their youth in dedication to this pursuit. With these medicine pills, a large number of experts would emerge from the Li clan. The middle-aged scholar felt happy for his good friend, but his gaze towards Han Li unconsciously revealed a slight hint of expectation as well. When Han Li saw this, he faintly smiled and calmly took a spirit beast pouch off from his waist and lightly slapped it. A short moment later, over 1,000 black-tainted gold-devouring beetles were released and formed a dazzling 3-meter-wide cloud of black, silver and gold. It appeared almost as if specks of sunlight had appeared before them. The scholar and the large man were left completely amazed. Without any further words, he pointed to the insect swarm above him and had them concentrate into a tricolored sword. Han Li then extended his arm and had the sword fall into his hand with a buzz. This strange scene left the two at an even greater loss for words. Han Li caressed the sword while his expression wavered for a long while. Then with a sigh, he spat an azure mist onto the sword. In a flash of azure light, a simple green scabbard appeared on the sword's blade. Han Li then horizontally held the sword in front of him with both his hands and took out a piece of fine polished jade. Han Li gravely said, "This sword is something I refined from spirit beetles. It is capable of killing others of its own accord. I will be leaving it inside the clan shrine in case the Han clan one day faces extermination. The Han clan will be able to hide inside the shrine and rely on this sword to escape calamity. However, you had best remember that this sword isn't something that I personally control. Once the sword is drawn, anybody outside of the ancestral shrine that is within a 5-kilometer radius will be killed. As such, you must treat it with the utmost caution. This is a jade pendant that holds a sliver of my essence. Without it, the sword cannot be drawn. Leave the jade pendant in the care of the Han clan's later generation clan lords." Having seen this inconceivable event occur before him, the scholar no longer held a trace of doubt towards Han Li. He hastily replied with delighted surprise, "This nephew will commit great-uncle's instructions to memory." Han Li smiled in response, but he didn't immediately hand over the sword and the jade pendant. Instead, he continued speaking with a solemn tone, "There is something else you must remember. Because the scabbard sealing the sword is made from spiritual qi, the gold-devouring sword may only be drawn 3 times. The scabbard will thin with each use and disappear on the 3rd. Afterwards, the sword will turn back into spirit beetles and disappear. I'm sure that giving the Han clan 3 opportunities to escape calamity is a worthy gift as your ancestor's younger brother. After all, there are no fortunes in this world that last eternally. In order to prevent the sword from being used for any evil intentions or opportunistic tricks, the sword will be incapable of leaving the ancestral shrine while it is sheathed. Else, it will disappear from existence. As such, I hope you will properly use this sword to allow the Han clan to flourish for many years to come. Even if the Han clan were to later return to their status as commoners, that wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing." Once that was said, Han Li handed the sword and jade piece over to the scholar. The scholar repeatedly uttered his thanks and accepted the items with a bowed head. He carefully placed them at the center of the memorial table before returning to await further instructions from Han Li. Han Li was rather satisfied by the scholar's deferential attitude. After some thought, he took out 2 faint yellow medicine pills and handed one to both the scholar and the large man. He smiled upon seeing their surprise and said, Those 2 items were left for the Han and Li clans. Since you two are also my juniors and have personally recognized me as your great uncle, it can be considered that you have some fate with me. I will also give you two a few benefits as well. While these 2 bottles of medicine pills have no effect on me, they will extend the lifespan of mortals who take them and strengthen their bodies. When you two take them, you will both live to at least 100 years. Many thanks, fourth great uncle. Many thanks, great uncle Han. When the scholar and the large man heard this, they accepted the small bottles with repeated thanks. They both appeared pleased beyond expectation. Han Li nodded his head and took another look around. Then with a curious expression he asked, "From how you two recognized me, it seems there should be a portrait of me left behind. If it is in the ancestral shrine, could you let me take a look at it and tell me who drew it?" The scholar immediately replied, "The portrait is actually on this floor. Please wait a moment." He walked up to what seemed to be a common wall and gave it a push. With a creak and a thud, a portion of the wall flipped over to reveal 6 suspended silk portraits. Han Li stepped forward and examined the portraits with complete stillness. He saw the image of a smiling 17-year-old youth. It was a portrait of Han Li from long ago. The middle-aged scholar stood behind Han Li and gave an explanation with a soft voice. It was said that this portrait was given to our Han clan by the deceased Li clan ancestor. However, no one knows of its creator. As if he hadn't heard, Han Li's gaze shifted several times and it fell onto a portrait of Han Li's father wearing noble clothing. Although he appeared far more aged than when Han Li left the village, he appeared completely happy. A trace of sadness appeared on Han Li's face. He then swept his gaze past each of the other portraits. The other portraits were all of white-haired old men. It took him quite some effort before he could match their appearances with his brothers as he remembered them. He felt a flood of emotions storm within his heart as he stood in place. The scholar and the large man both tactfully kept silent. Some time later, Han Li began to mutter to himself in a whisper. The two wished to hear what he had to say, but the two were blinded by a sudden surge of azure light. By the time they refocused their gaze, Han Li could no longer be seen, but his voice echoed in their ears. "Although I am a rather capable immortal on this continent, I also have many ferocious enemies. Do not speak of today's matters with anyone else. So long as this matter does not spread and you do not allow the gold-devouring spirit sword to be seen by outsiders, those from the immortal world will pay you no notice and will not bother you. I will now absorb myself in the pursuit of the great Tao and immortality, so I won't be involved with the affairs of the Han clan. Take care of yourselves." Once that was said, Han Li's voice came to an abrupt end, leaving behind what seemed to be echoes. The scholar and the large man were left staring at each other in dismay. Chapter 664. Exposed tracks. By the time the last word was spoken, Han Li was already 10 kilometers away from the 3-kilometer valley while flying across the sky in a streak of azure light. Although he had something of a relationship with the Han clan members, he had always viewed his true family to be his parents and siblings. Although the scholar and the large man had treated him with great respect, Han Li felt no real intimacy towards them. After all, the distance of many generations and the vast changes to Green Ox Village and the 3-kilometer valley caused Han Li to strongly feel as if he were an outsider. However, this trip to his hometown had weakened the last worries he held in his heart. He was sure that with the passage of time, these worries would truly disappear and his distant ties with these descendants would truly fade away. As such, Han Li quickly gained his bearings and set off. Several days later, Han Li passed through the Lan province, specifically making a detour at Jiayuan City. Little had changed about the city apart from its inhabitants. Not only did Sun Ergu and the 4th-level gang disappear, but even the Rainbow Sect had disappeared over 100 years prior. It had been replaced with a newly emerged gang by the name of the United Heavens Union. If he remembered correctly, the Rainbow Sect had had the backing of Spirit Beast Mountain in the past, but at the climax of the war with the Devil Tao, Spirit Beast Mountain defected to the controlling Spirit Sect. Now that the State of Yu was under the control of the Ghost Spirit Sect, the fall of the Rainbow Sect came as no surprise. Additionally, he had no idea if Mo Yuju or her daughter had met with any mishaps. It was a pity that so many years had passed, as even if Han Li asked around, there would be no information to be found. Han Li could only sigh and hurriedly depart. As for Sun Ergu, he didn't manage to find any information on his clan. Han Li didn't mind this in particular since he didn't hold them in much regard. Although he had given Sun Ergu many benefits, Han Li had received little in return. As such, Han Li left the city of Jiayuan and thought to fly in the direction of the state of Yuanwu. Once he passed through the state of Yuanwu, he planned on returning to the Drifting Cloud sect. But half a day after he departed Jiayuan City, his expression froze and he stopped in mid-air. He turned his head and gazed into the distance. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes. At that moment, a party of cultivators suddenly stopped 100 kilometers away. The two white-clothed women hesitantly glanced at each other as their expressions grew heavy. The old man standing behind them nervously asked, "Marshal Ants, did something happen?" "Yes, I just felt the spirit nascent's position suddenly stop. I don't know whether or not we've been discovered." The sharp-eyed, white-clothed woman surnamed Lu no longer wore her normal lazy expression which had been replaced with an incisive air. The burly man spoke with an odd expression. "That's impossible. Even a nascent soul cultivator cannot sense something at this distance. Could it be that Marshal Ant's secret technique disturbed the spirit nascent and alerted him?" The woman surnamed Lu shook her head and firmly said, "That can't be. Our technique was something that was passed down by your martial ancestor. It only allows for the one-sided detection of the wood spirit nascent. So long as the other party hasn't yet reached late nascent soul stage, he shouldn't be able to perceive anything strange. After all, it would be considered fearsome for nascent soul cultivators to see within even a 50-kilometer radius, even if their spiritual sense was exceptionally powerful. Could it be that we are chasing after a late nascent soul eccentric?" The green-clothed woman amongst the 4 Foundation establishment cultivators seemed to have thought of something and worriedly said, "But Marshal Ant Lu, why is it?" Suddenly Han Yunji broke her silence as she was tracing the spirit nascent's location and spoke with an alarmed expression, "Not good. The spirit nascent's position is moving towards us." "What? It's coming over in our direction? Has that cultivator truly discovered us?" The woman surnamed Lu turned pale and she hastily clutched her hands in an incantation gesture. After a short moment, the woman grimaced and spoke with certainty, "The cultivator who restricted the spirit nascent is indeed moving towards us at an extraordinary speed. He is certain to be a nascent soul cultivator." After muttering to herself for a moment, Han Yunji slowly said, "Quickly run. Fighting means certain death. I recall that a branch of the ghost spirit sect is located in the nearby Lan province. Let's flee there. Although we do not get along well, we are still on the same side. We will draw on the support of their spell formations to fight this unknown nascent soul cultivator. Besides, the nascent soul cultivator might not necessarily dare to brazenly attack the ghost spirit sect branch. It will greatly increase our chance of escaping. Marshal Ant Han speaks true. Let us quickly go or else it will be too late." When the large man heard that a nascent soul cultivator was about to arrive, he felt his mouth turn dry in alarm. The woman surnamed Lu raised her eyebrows and coldly glanced at the large man, "Humph!" panicking and spouting unnecessary words. "We will use the spirit joining arts to combine our magic power into one. This way we will increase our speed by nearly half. Let us hurry." The large man felt his heart drop and he didn't dare to say any more. Under the lead of Han Yunji and cultivator Lu, the 6 immediately made use of the spirit joining arts and flew off on their magic treasures and tools as a single streak of yellow light. With their united spiritual chi, their speed was amazingly fast. At that moment, Han Li immediately noticed this and his expression grew sullen as he flew forward at full speed. Han Li didn't entirely understand just how powerful his spiritual sense currently was. He merely knew that by utilizing the 4th layer of the Great Development Technique, his spiritual sense was able to envelop a 50-kilometer radius around himself. Past that, he wouldn't be able to observe anything in detail. He would only have a vague observation of anything within 150 kilometers. A moment ago, Han Li suddenly felt a sliver of strange, concealed spiritual power linger near his body that had greatly alarmed him. Ordinary nascent soul cultivators wouldn't have been able to easily detect it with their spiritual sense. Although he didn't know exactly what this was, Han Li knew that trouble had arrived at his door. He guessed that it was more so the matter that he had casually tidied up with the ghost spirit sect rather than his extermination of the Fu clan back in the state of Yuanwu. As a result of this discovery, Han Li spread out his spiritual sense and discovered that 100 kilometers behind him there was a party of several cultivators that were stealthily following him. Although it was too far away for him to clearly see their faces, Han Li surged with killing intent and flew towards their direction without any hesitation. As cultivators that were capable of tracking him, he absolutely couldn't allow them to continue following him. Eradicating them would prevent future troubles. And since there were only 2 core formation cultivators in their party, it should prove to be an easy affair. In the following instant, a dazzling 30-meter-long streak of azure light quickly chased after a dense beam of yellow light, producing waves of clear rings from their wake. In only a short moment Han Li had already closed the gap by 50 kilometers. When Cultivator Lu sporadically detected Han Li's position through her techniques, she couldn't help but grow pale in terror. At this speed, the six wouldn't even reach half the distance to the Ghost Spirit Sect branch before being chased down by the nascent soul cultivator. With great worry, the woman turned her head to Han Yunji and thought to discuss further plans to flee when Han Yunji suddenly smiled and whispered, "Quickly look ahead. There is a party of Ghost Spirit Sect cultivators that seem to be heading towards us." Ghost Spirit Sect cultivators? Han Yunji's soft voice roused the spirits of not only Cultivator Lu but the other 4 Foundation establishment cultivators as well. Although they didn't dare to imagine that they would have enough strength to fight a nascent soul cultivator, they would be able to assist them in buying more time. As expected, they soon saw over 10 black dots approach them from the distance. Cultivator Lu felt somewhat at ease when she saw them. Nevertheless, she snuck a glance at Han Yunji, shaken that her senior martial sister Lu had discovered the Ghost Spirit Sect cultivators far earlier than she had. Since there was only one wood spirit nascent, they were actually rivals despite their appearance as martial sisters. While they would ordinarily call each other martial sisters with great familiarity, they felt a great competitive spirit in their hearts, hoping for the opportunity to fuse with the wood spirit nascent. It was only natural to covet an opportunity to reach for greater heights. At that moment, the 6 had arrived before the party of Ghost Spirit Sect cultivators and scattered the spiritual chi around them to reveal their true appearances. The Ghost Spirit Sect cultivators had long discovered the controlling Spirit Sect cultivators. Although they didn't take any malicious actions, they each assumed a cautious attitude. Isn't it junior martial sisters Han and Lu from the controlling Spirit Sect? A truly rare visit indeed for you to have arrived at the state of you. A surprised voice spoke out from among the black-clothed Ghost Spirit Sect cultivators. 3 core formation cultivators then walked out from the group, 2 men and 1 woman. Chapter 665. Alarmed escape. These 3 Ghost Spirit Sect cultivators consisted of a black-clothed man with a resolute appearance, an embroidered robed scholar with flickering eyes, and a middle-aged woman who still retained the beauty of her youth. When the woman surnamed Lu saw the 3 disciples of Master Splintered Soul, she sweetly smiled, "Senior Martial Brother Sun." So it turned out to be the disciples of Senior Splintered Soul. How timely. But when the 3 black-robed cultivators heard this, they coldly examined them and their expressions grew sullen. The woman amongst the 3 wore an unfriendly expression and asked, "Timely? Why have our 2 junior martial sisters from the controlling Spirit Sect snuck into our state of you? Could it be you hold our Ghost Spirit Sect in contempt?" Cultivator Lu explained with a smile, "Senior martial sister misunderstands. Senior martial sister Han and I came to the state of you under orders from our sect ancestor. Because the matter was urgent and couldn't be delayed, we were unable to inform your esteemed sect of the matter. Moreover, we've only arrived in the state of you for a few days. We had no intentions of neglecting your sect." The black-clothed cultivator stared at Cultivator Lu and expressionlessly asked, "Regardless of why you've arrived at the state of you, there is only one question we wish to ask you. Did you take anything from the Taiyu Mountains a few days ago?" Han Yunji frowned and an odd expression appeared on her face. "The Taiyu Mountains? The mountain range that originally belonged to Yellow Maple Valley? HM? Did you 2 junior martial sisters truly pass by there?" Although the black-robed cultivator's expression remained calm, a cold glint appeared within his eyes. The embroidered robed scholars and the woman's expressions tensed, their faces revealing traces of hostility. When Han Yunji and Cultivator Lu saw this, they unconsciously exchanged glances. The 2 weren't fools. It was clear the other party revealed hostility. However, the party of controlling Spirit Sect cultivators truly hadn't entered the Taiyu Mountains. They merely probed the Spirit Nascent's position from a distance and discovered that the cultivator who captured it seemed to have stayed at the Taiyu Mountains for half a day. Cultivator Lu's gaze flickered for a moment and she probingly said, "We hadn't crossed through the Taiyu Mountains. However, the cultivator that is 50 kilometers behind us had crossed through the Taiyu Mountains. It did seem that person was there during that time. Could Senior Martial Brother Sun be looking for him?" The embroidered robed scholar boldly stared at the 2 women and suddenly smiled. 50 kilometers behind you? Are you making this up? How did you know that person stayed at the Taiyu Mountains? Could he be a cultivator of your sect?" Cultivator Lu blushed and spoke with luminous eyes, "Senior Martial Brother K must be joking. How could we dare to so brazenly lie to our senior martial disciples while we are in the state of you? If you don't believe me, then this junior martial sister will make a heavenly pledge to answer your questions. You should now know my answers to be true. We don't know this person. As for how we know of the matter with the Taiyu Mountains, it's a bit complicated. Since this little sister has urgent matters to attend to, I would rather give you senior martial brothers a more thorough explanation on another day. As she spoke, she revealed a flirtatious charm that seemed to stun the scholar. The black-clothed cultivator frowned after seeing her expression and grew doubtful. After muttering to himself for a moment, his expression relaxed and he calmly said, "Were this an ordinary matter, I would believe you without doubt. However, our sixth junior martial brother and his disciples were exterminated in the Taiyu Mountains and not even a speck of dust remained. My master was enraged by this and assigned us to investigate any high-grade cultivators that had recently entered the state of you. Since the movements of Junior Martial Sisters Party are rather strange, would it not be better for us to confront this cultivator together? I wish to hear this cultivator's story. If he is truly the killer of our sixth junior martial brother, we will greatly thank you too." The black-clothed cultivator then rigidly stared at the party of controlling spirit sect cultivators. Confront. Cultivator Lu's expression grew unsightly. "What? Are you two junior martial sisters too busy to help us?" The black-clothed cultivator seemed to speak lightly of the matter, but the group of ghost spirit sect cultivators behind them all formed a semicircle blocking their front. It appeared that if the controlling spirit sect cultivators didn't agree, they would be attacked. Upon seeing this, Cultivator Lu's expression changed and she thought to say something, but suddenly she turned her head around with fright. It wasn't just this woman, but all the cultivators present felt an icy spiritual sense suddenly sweep over them, enveloping them all within it. Although the spiritual sense's owner wasn't yet seen, they unmistakably felt a harsh, bone-chilling intent. In furious alarm, the middle-aged woman couldn't help but shout, "A nascent soul cultivator! The person you spoke of was actually a nascent soul cultivator. You wanted to lead us to our deaths. Cut the rubbish. Immediately flee. Everyone escape if you can." Although the black-robed man surnamed Sun was also furious, he knew that now was not the time to pursue the matter. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately flew off as a streak of black light. In the embroidered-robed scholar's alarm, he hesitantly said, "That person isn't necessarily the killer of sixth junior martial brother. There is no need to fear him." The woman snorted and coldly said, "If senior martial brother wishes to leave his life at the mercy of others, then please forgive your junior martial sister for not joining you." She then tore through the skies as a streak of red light. The scholar's expression grew extremely unsightly and he regretfully glanced in the direction of his fellow Ghost Spirit Sect members before flying after the other two. When the Ghost Spirit Sect Foundation establishment cultivators saw this, they scattered, fleeing for their own lives. They were fundamentally incapable of withstanding the fearsomeness of a nascent soul cultivator. With a raised brow, Cultivator Lu furiously whispered, "Those people were truly useless. Not only did they not help us, but they also wasted time for us to flee. No, it is far better now. There are more people to give us cover, greatly increasing our own chances of escape. May each of our fates be safe." Han Yunji revealed an extraordinarily calm expression and patted the storage pouch at her waist, summoning a large snow-white bird in the air. Cultivator Lu and the other controlling spirit sect cultivators also moved quickly. They each fled using either their magic tools or their own spirit beasts. But regardless of whatever method they used to escape, no one ran in the same direction as another. In their fear, they hoped to use their numbers to avert the gaze of death from behind them. According to their thoughts, the nascent soul cultivator wouldn't be able to pick them all off one by one, fast though they may be. As such, the many cultivators fled as quickly as they could. Having arrived 50 kilometers away, Han Li was amazed to discover that yet another wave of Devil Dao cultivators had appeared. But when he saw them scatter, he couldn't help but frown. He felt the matter had become far more troublesome. A harsh expression appeared on his face and he took a deep breath. Silver lightning arced from his back, followed by roars of thunder as two silver wings emerged from his back. After infusing a sliver of divine Devilbane lightning into the thunderstorm wings, Han Li instantly disappeared in an arc of lightning. A moment later he reappeared several kilometers away. Traveling great distances in a mere flicker of lightning, Han Li shortly appeared at the area where the cultivators had recently scattered. Han Li expressionlessly used his spiritual sense to immediately find the Devil Dao cultivators that fled. At that moment, he discovered that the farthest to flee was already over 20 kilometers away. The closest was only 5 kilometers away. Han Li sneered and immediately set his target on the farthest core formation cultivator and disappeared in a flash of light. The cultivator farthest away wasn't the one who fled first, the black-robed man surnamed Sun. Rather, it was the middle-aged woman instead. Her body pulsed with red light as she tore through the sky as a huge fireball, much like one would imagine of a demon spirit. This strange technique allowed her to travel the fastest amongst her peers despite being only an early core formation cultivator. There were several varied length ribbons of light directly extending from her body. With each twinkle of azure light from a ribbon, the woman was propelled 100 meters forward, resulting in an astonishing speed. The woman was basking in the pride of her rarely seen windfire movement technique that she reckoned to be on par with others' top-grade techniques. Combined with the wind attribute treasure she cultivated, the floating spirit ribbon, her speed was increased even further. She believed her current speed to match even early nascent soul cultivators. If one were to speak of the cultivator that was most likely to make it out safely, it would be her. As the woman thought to herself, she suddenly heard rumbling nearby. Although the sound wasn't loud, she couldn't help but turn her head around in alarm. It was likely that they had provoked him in some way, drawing their ghost spirit sect into the crossfire. Even if the nascent soul cultivator didn't hold any ill intent toward them, it was likely that they would be killed in order to be silenced. Regardless, there was now a nascent soul cultivator involved in the investigation of his 6th junior marshal brother's death, meaning it was no longer something he could deal with. After he returned, he would make a report to his master and have him deal with the matter. Since this cultivator dared to pursue Devil Dao core formation cultivators such as themselves, this nascent soul eccentric shouldn't be affiliated with any faction. He must have been a vagrant cultivator, else he would have shown consideration to the vast powers of the Devil Dao. As the black-clothed cultivator worriedly pondered, he suddenly heard a series of strange rumbles from his side. They were intermittent and faded away as quickly as they appeared. Alarmed, the black-clothed cultivator hastily turned his head around, only to see a flash of azure light before all went dark. Han Li expressionlessly waved his hand and retrieved the giant azure sword from the corpse. Although this person had cautiously flew with a light barrier surrounding him, it was as powerless as thin paper against the strike of his combined bamboo cloud's warm swords. Both man and light barrier were cut through in a single blow. Han Li's gaze now turned to yet another distant location. While being pulled forward by 2 dark green skulls, a scholarly cultivator wearing embroidered robes was nervously glancing at his surroundings. Despite having fled so far away, he clearly understood that so long as the nascent soul cultivator's spiritual sense enveloped him, it was only a matter of time before they would pursue him. As a result, he simultaneously spread out his spiritual sense to its greatest extent while he flew forward as fast as he could. He could feel his thumping heart rise into his throat. When a sudden sense of unease gripped him, he turned his head around and felt his heart drop into a deep abyss. Not far away, a youth in his 20s had appeared at an unknown time. He wore azure scholar robes and smiled towards him, revealing glints of his perfect teeth. But before the embroidered-robed cultivator could turn his head back and run, the youth said with a friendly tone, "It must have been quite taxing for fellow Taoists to have run so far. It's only proper for me to send you on your way." When Han Li said this, he flung his sleeve and scattered countless gold specks across the sky. These specks instantly formed a huge golden cloud and enveloped the sky with a fearsome presence. The embroidered-robed cultivator released a wretched scream and was engulfed by the golden cloud alongside his magic treasure. A moment later, the golden cloud scattered, leaving no trace of the cultivator behind. Han Li's expression changed upon seeing this and he muttered, "The evolved gold-devouring beetles are far more fearsome." In a mere instant they were able to even clearly devour magic treasures. Their repute of being able to devour anything is well deserved. Soon after he flung a spirit beast pouch from his sleeve, and the gold-devouring beetles reluctantly flew into the bag after spiraling through the air several times. Han Li frowned at the sight and inwardly sighed. With their vast increase in strength, the beetles could no longer be as smoothly controlled as before, resulting in a trace of helplessness dampening his previously high spirits. Leaving another wave of thunder in his wake, Han Li disappeared yet again in a flash of silver light. Han Yunji was mounted atop a pure white spirit bird that was hurriedly rushing through the sky as a 15-meter-long streak of white light. At that moment, both bird and rider were enveloped in a soft light. When combined with the woman's flawless appearance, she appeared all the more otherworldly. However, her brow was currently furrowed and she held a palm-sized jade disc in her hand. She was carefully examining it with a fluctuating expression. The polished jade disc pulsed with an astonishing emerald chi and was deeply engraved with many decorative designs. It also glowed with lines of ancient, silver-gold talisman characters. One could tell that it was an unordinary treasure from a single glance. The center of the jade disc was as sleek as a mirror, and there were 6 specks of red light that were intermittently flickering from within it as if they were fireflies. At that moment, a speck of light brightened and suddenly disappeared from sight. When Han Yunji saw this, she pursed her lips in concern and attentively stared at the disc in her hand. However, after a short moment, 2 more lights brightly flashed and disappeared from sight. Han Yunji's calm demeanor suddenly changed. When yet another red speck of light disappeared, there were now only 2 specks that still remained on the jade disc. Han Yunji gently brushed away a strand of her hair from her face and bitterly smiled, muttering in an inaudible voice, "Apart from junior marital sister Lu and I, there are no other survivors. The 4 Foundation establishment disciples have already died. Could it be that this person is capable of doppelganger techniques or possesses some other inconceivable technique? It seems we've underestimated what a nascent soul cultivator is capable of. I reckon those ghost spirit sect cultivators aren't any better off. Had I known of this earlier, it would have been better for us to travel together and stake it all together." Could it be that nascent soul cultivator had recognized her? Were they friends? However, she couldn't recall ever having met any nascent soul cultivators from another sect. Unfortunately, this person moved far too quickly and she wasn't able to see his appearance while his stature appeared rather ordinary. However, she wasn't able to make out anything from his cry of alarm. Han Yunji pondered for a while, but she was unable to come up with any answers. She soon took out the jade disc from her robes and formed an incantation gesture with a single hand. After muttering a few words, a streak of white light struck the jade disc and a flicker of green light revealed that only single speck of red light remained. Han Yunji tensely frowned at the sight. She began to feel trepidation when she recalled how she had been effortlessly restrained by the nascent soul cultivator. Her junior martial sister Lu was either killed or left the range of her magic treasure. From the nascent soul cultivator's previous killing spree, it seemed likely to be the former. She faintly sighed and put away her magic treasure before flying away on her bird. At that same moment in a faraway place, Han Li was flying through the air as he held a young woman in his arms. He looked down at the intact woman in his arms with an entirely calm expression. Not long after he knocked Han Yunji unconscious, he immediately changed direction and chased down the other controlling spirit sect cultivator. When this woman saw Han Li chasing after her, she wore an expression of despair and threw several foot-long winged centipedes into the air. This centipede was quite unordinary. Its body glowed with a pitch-black light and had 2 snow-white wings on its back. As soon as they left the spirit beast pouch, they spouted out large breaths of frost, resulting in a fierce appearance. Han Li was initially stunned upon seeing them, but he soon grew elated. If he wasn't mistaken, these exotic insects were the 18th rank winged frost centipedes. These centipedes were the same as his gold-devouring beetles. They were also an insect species that existed during times of antiquity. Due to their partial lineage from frost attribute dragons, their bodies became snow-white upon full maturation, grew 6 wings, and could spew enough icy chi to freeze anything within 50 kilometers. However, these centipedes were exactly the same as his original gold-devouring beetles. They were still only fledglings. The icy chi they spouted might prove difficult to common cultivators, but to Han Li, who previously refined a trace of celestial ice flames, it was nothing to fear. Han Li immediately began to circulate his cultivation. He easily swept up the icy chi with his sleeve and brought it towards his body without the slightest hesitation, much to cultivator Lu's shock. He took advantage of this opportunity to restrain the woman through the use of lightning movement and knocked her unconscious. With the absence of spiritual sense commands, the winged centipedes flew back into their spirit beast pouches. Han Li glanced at the beautiful woman in his grasp and wore a trace of hesitation. Killing the woman would only take a very slight effort. But in that case he'd be incapable of acquiring the 6-winged frost centipedes. Ordinarily, users of spirit beasts and insects placed down self-detonative restrictions to safeguard against having their animals falling into the hands of their killers. Once their master met an unexpected death and their soul scattered, the spirit beast would follow suit and self-destruct. Naturally, if cultivators felt that their lifespan was drawing close to the end and wished to impart these animals onto their successors, they would get rid of these restrictions. Han Li's gold-devouring beetles, for example, were also placed under similar restrictions. Since Han Li wished to acquire these centipede eggs, he couldn't kill the woman. He was also interested in the controlling spirit sect's method of controlling insects. After all, the controlling spirit sect was renowned in the entire heavenly south for its beast and insect use. They were certain to have great experience in controlling insects, and were certain to possess a secret technique capable of better controlling his gold-devouring beetles. With that thought, Han Li placed several talismans on her body to restrict her spiritual power and prevent her from waking up. He then carried the woman off in a streak of azure light across the sky. As for Han Yunji, when he recalled that young girl that he met in his youth, he couldn't bring himself to strike her down. In the end, he wasn't a heartless man by nature and could only leave the woman alone. In any case, Han Yunji hadn't seen his true face and would have little to report once she returned. And by the time he headed back to the state of Shi, even if these matters were all revealed, what could the controlling spirit sect and the ghost spirit sect do to him then? The Heavenly Tao Alliance and the Devil Tao were already hostile with each other. With the Heavenly Fiend sect master personally attacking the Dream Cloud Mountains sacred area, there were surely grievances being nursed by the three sects of Dream Cloud Mountains. So long as they were incapable of trapping the other, all the two powers would be able to do was menacingly glance at each other and speak boldly. These circumstances were fully known to Han Li, but for the time being it would be best for him to hurry on his way to avoid being surrounded by other nascent soul cultivators. With that thought, Han Li unconsciously increased his speed. Chapter 668, 5-Element Spirit Nascent. When the several ghost spirit sect cultivators met their end, an isolated room in the old base of the masked moon sect opened to reveal a black-robed cultivator leaving seclusion. When his many capable disciples simultaneously met a bitter end, the nascent soul eccentric was unable to continue seclusion in feigned ignorance. He wordlessly released several message talismans, delivering the news of his disciples' tragic end to several ghost spirit sect branches across the state of Yu. He was about to personally set off and discover who it was that was so bold as to have killed Splintered Soul's disciples. However, his actions were too little too late. Before the Ghost Spirit Sect and Devil Tao cultivators even started their large-scale search, Han Li had already left the state of Yu and began to head north in the direction of the state of Yuanwu. Taoist Splintered Soul ultimately gained nothing. He merely had a rough impression that his disciples had been killed by an unknown nascent soul cultivator that had already left the country. As a result, he could do nothing despite his raging fury. 10 days later, Han Yunji returned to the Grand Spirit Mountains in the state of Tianluo, where she kowtowed in front of a pitch-black stone room. She had personally delivered a rough explanation of what had happened and had presented herself before the old man, begging for forgiveness. You were detected over 100 kilometers away? And you were the only survivor amongst our sect and the Ghost Spirit Sect cultivators as well? The old man's words were asked with an odd tone. That is right, Marshal Sr. I and Junior Marshal Sister Lu each fled for our lives, but I was the only one who managed to escape. The others' whereabouts are unclear, but it is likely that they were also killed. For some unknown reason, Han Yunji decided to conceal the fact that this unknown nascent soul cultivator had recognized her. She merely mentioned her escape vaguely. Since this person was able to confine the spirit nascent, this person is most likely a nascent soul cultivator. But to be able to sense your movements past 50 kilometers is a fearsome feat indeed. According to what I know, there are but a few late nascent soul cultivators in the entirety of the Heavenly South. Could it be this person is one of those undying bastards? The old man's voice grew sullen and contained a trace of deep dread. This is something that is unknown to Marshal Nice. Because of this person's immensely powerful spiritual sense, I didn't dare to closely pursue him. I merely felt him leave the state of Yu from far away. He headed north through the state of Yuanwu, towards the direction of the Righteous Tao and the Heavenly Tao Alliance. As such, Marshal Nice didn't dare to follow him. In the end, I was unable to identify who it was and could only return to the sect. Please forgive me, Marshal Sr. You aren't at fault. What is there to forgive? If this person was truly a late nascent soul cultivator, the result would be the same even if I personally went. It must have been hard to survive. Because I didn't give it enough thought, I sent you and Lu Yu to track down the other party because of your secret sensing techniques. I didn't think of the possibility that you'd encounter a late nascent soul cultivator. As of current, we are incapable of detecting the spirit nascent's location, as wondrous as your secret technique may be. For the time being, just take some rest. Additionally, it seems Junior Marshall Brother Han has left seclusion. Why don't you pay him a visit? Many thanks for Marshall Sr.'s understanding. Marshall niece will be taking her leave. With a curtsy and an inward sigh of relief, she respectfully departed. When Han Yunji was no longer in sight, silence filled the room. A moment later, the old man turned to an empty corner of the room. Do you believe your Junior Marshall sister to be telling the truth? If a late nascent soul stage cultivator truly appeared, there was no way that girl would have been able to escape by a fluke. The old man's voice became void of emotion as if he were someone entirely different. A flash of light appeared from the corner as soon as the old man finished talking. A middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and large eyes respectfully answered, Marshall Sr., I used a secret technique to sense Junior Marshall's sister Han's mood. It was calm for the most part. It was merely when she mentioned her escape that her heart was in turmoil. I reckon she was concealing something that had to do with her escape. The old man released a long sigh and snorted. He gloomily said, I thought the same. Were she not a descendant of Junior Marshall Brother Han, I might have used a soul search technique on her to see what she is concealing. But out of consideration for her relationship with Junior Marshall Brother Han, this vicious soul-damaging technique cannot be used on her. After all, Junior Marshall Brother Han is exceptionally fond of this particular descendant. He even exhausted much of his vitality to employ heaven-defying arts to cleanse her essence for the sake of allowing this girl to reach core formation. But since she didn't conceal anything particularly crucial, I am disinclined to pursue the matter. However, it is quite troublesome for the wood spirit nascent to fall into this old fellow's hands. It is but a silver lining that it was the wood spirit nascent that was captured, and not the other two spirit nascents. I recalled the wood spirit nascent to only be a spare. Although it was slightly inferior, it was nurtured at the time for observation. I truly don't know whether or not there will come a day where a 5-element spirit nascent will come into existence. The middle-aged man earnestly said, the secret art of the 5-element spirit nascence is a magnificent technique that was originally lost by the sect. Were it not for the earth spirit nascent that Marshall Sr. unintentionally refined a few years ago, I fear that the sect would still be unable to gather together the 5-element spirit nascents. So long as the spirit nascents are properly prepared, they are able to merge into a single disciple's body through the use of a secret technique. Not long from now, our controlling spirit sect will come to suddenly possess 5 nascent soul cultivators, allowing us to contend with the harmonious bond sect for the chief position in the Devil Dao. However, it is a pity that while they will possess a nascent soul cultivator's abilities, they will lack the lifespan of one. As for the wood spirit nascent, it turned out that the spirit nascent was truly refined too early. It was the most violent amongst them and was tremendously brutal and difficult to tame. It was reported to have devoured the nascent soul of one of our sect's nascent soul cultivators long ago. Chapter 670, Frost and Blue Flame. With the woman's explanation, Hanli had a general understanding of the wood spirit nascent that he captured. It was somewhat similar to his weeping soul beast as a spiritual object that was refined by human hands. However, its viciousness was clear to see from its ability to devour a cultivator's primal soul. It was far different from his weeping soul beast in the past. Han Li's mind stirred and he broached another topic. These 6-winged frost centipedes of yours are rather uncommon. How did you acquire them? Given your current cultivation, it should be impossible for you to use insects of such an ancient lineage. Haven't your Marshall seniors or uncles pried into this matter? Lu Yu was caught somewhat off guard and remained shocked for a moment. With puzzled thoughts, she bewilderedly replied, So Senior also recognizes those insects? Junior found their eggs in an abandoned cave residence of an ancient cultivator. I originally believed the eggs to be dead and unhatchable. But after another examination I found several that were alive. However, my sect seniors mentioned that although this insect was an ancient species and would have vast abilities when fully grown, they are extremely difficult to nurture. With all the right conditions, they would be able to fully grow in about 1,000 years' time. As such, there were no cultivators that wished to take them. Junior believes their abilities to be impressive despite being merely in their infancy. As such, I decided to keep them. Did he ask about the insects because he was interested in them despite his current cultivation? Since a nascent soul cultivator is able to live only 1,000 years, surely he wouldn't spend so much time and effort on these six-winged frost centipedes? Lu Yu remained perplexed despite much thought. Han Li looked at her and calmly said something that made the woman's heart drop. I am rather interested in your six-winged frost centipedes, and I have a way to make them ascend by 2 grades in a short amount of time. Would fellow Taoist be interested in making an exchange with me? Lu Yu's eyes brightly flickered and she flirtatiously said, if Senior wishes for me to do something, please don't hesitate to say it. Han Li ignored her actions and insipidly said, I can help fellow Taoist mature her 6-winged frost centipedes, but all the eggs they lay belong to me. I have use for them. Also, I heard your controlling spirit sect's insect control techniques are rather original. Would you be able to teach them to me? Insect control technique? Lu Yu's smile froze. High-grade secret techniques for controlling insects and beasts were of the utmost importance to the sect. It was considered an act of treason if one were to divulge them to outsiders. Although she had already intended to completely obey Han Li, her face vastly changed upon hearing him and she bitterly cursed in her heart. Lu Yu looked at Han Li and anxiously said, Senior should know that if I were to leak the sect's techniques without permission, I would have my soul refined. If I were to give the secret technique to you, you should know what will happen to me. So long as I acquire the insect eggs and the technique, you may leave free. I won't stop you in the slightest. As for where you go next, the world is large. Can't you just stand on your own? Han Li spoke of the matter as if it were trivial. Lu Yu's expression wavered upon hearing him. A long while later, she wryly smiled and spoke with a distressed tone. Senior speaks of it rather lightly, but I understand my own situation well. If I were to become a vagrant cultivator, I would have no chance of reaching nascent soul stage. Also, I already know of Senior's identity and background. How could Senior allow me to easily leave? I fear I'd be dead when I leave. Han Li remained entirely indifferent before her words and said, What do you mean? Are you accusing me of making a false vow, or are you trying to blackmail me? Lu Yu shook her head and said, Blackmail? I wouldn't dare. I am merely looking for a way to defend myself. How do you plan on doing that? Lu Yu gracefully bowed her head. If Senior doesn't find it distasteful, this little woman would like to become your disciple. Does Senior find me acceptable? You wish to become my disciple? Han Li was truly shocked. Yes, with Senior's cultivation, I am more than willing to become your disciple. As your disciple, I would be granted your protection and would have no qualms about divulging the techniques of the controlling spirit sect. Else, if Senior doesn't kill me, the controlling spirit sect would surely pursue me for the rest of my life. The white-clothed woman revealed a trace of dread. Han Li frowned and began to tap the side of the chair as he pondered. He stroked his chin and indifferently said, From what you've said, you haven't yet taken a master in the controlling spirit sect. But if you were to become my disciple, how would you confront your clan? Surely you understand that the Heavenly Tao Alliance and the Devil Tao are hostile to one another? Lu Yu calmly answered, From foundation establishment to core formation, this junior relied on chance every step of the way and never took a master. As for my clan, I am its last member. Cultivators appear in so few numbers after all, and all the others have passed away, leaving behind only me. Han Li mysteriously smiled and said, If you're only becoming my disciple for the sake of protection, it isn't an impossible matter, but I must first mention that I will place a soul restriction on you. I also won't be involved with your cultivation. In short, you will only be my in-name disciple. You will enter the Drifting Cloud sect and cultivate on your own. What do you think? Lu Yu replied without hesitation, Placing down the soul restriction is only natural. After all, I was a controlling spirit sect cultivator. So long as Senior shelters me from danger, I will have no complaints. As for cultivation guidance, I never dared to have hope for that, considering that I only managed to preserve my life by a fluke. She seemed to follow the same path of bitter cultivation that Han Li had experienced. With the woman's blunt agreement, a strange expression flickered from his eyes and he grew silent for a moment before nodding. Good. Since you've agreed to these conditions, I will naturally uphold my end of the agreement. Tomorrow I will bring you to the 2 other elders of Drifting Cloud Mountains and have you enter the sect under a different name. Many thanks for your kindness, Senior. Lu Yu felt greatly relieved with the knowledge that her life was secure, and hastily saluted Han Li. Han Li waved his arm and said, Return to the silent room and rest. I will be placing a soul restriction on you later and will remove the restrictions to your magic power as well. After expressing her thanks once more, she respectfully took her leave from the hall. A flash of yellow light came from one of the hall's walls, revealing Silvermoon in her human form. Hanli glanced at Silvermoon and asked with a flat tone, "You still haven't reverted back to your original form?" This servant has made great progress in cultivating her fox body. Of course, this led to an increase in the time I can take this form. However, Master, do you truly plan on taking this girl as a disciple? I recall that Master was never fond of the idea, fearing it would cause problems through implication and interfere with your cultivation. Are the six-winged frost centipedes so important to Master? If you're talking solely about the secret insect control technique, you can simply draw it out through the dream tier technique. The woman's eyes stirred while she spoke and she appeared puzzled. Hanli leaned his body against the back of his chair and wore a lazy expression. "You're not wrong. I truly do hold the six-winged frost centipedes in high regard. At my current pace of refining the celestial ice flames only a sliver at a time, I reckon it will take quite a while before I will be able to complete refine it." Silvermoon hesitated for a moment and asked, "Do you know how long?" To tell the truth, it will take 200 years at the very least to refine all the flames, given that there needs to be a buffer of a year between each sliver. This would take far too long, which is where the six-winged frost centipedes come in. Their icy chi would be able to greatly shorten the amount of time it would take to refine the flames. Furthermore, it will have a certain fantastical effect when applied to the celestial ice flames. Hanli then raised his hands and extended a finger from each. Under Silvermoon's astonished gaze, each of his fingertips flickered with a white and a blue light. There was a frost that was white as snow along with an icy flame that glowed a brilliant blue. They then nimbly hovered off of his fingertips. Silvermoon yelped in surprise, "This?" Hanli calmly breathed out, spitting a small cloud of azure chi onto the frost and the blue flames. The frost and blue flames then turned into specks of starlight and began to mix together. Soon after, a muffled boom sounded out and a blinding white-blue light illuminated the room. A small violet flame bird appeared from within the azure chi and began to flap its wings. It appeared quite graceful as it flew in circles. Hanli revealed satisfaction upon seeing the thumb-sized violet bird. There was even a trace of excitement that was betrayed from deep within his eyes. "Silvermoon, do you remember the sacred azura flames that the old devil bone sage used?" Hanli glanced at Silvermoon and indifferently said, "It's good that you know." He then turned his gaze towards the iron rhino. The spirit beast had managed to unsteadily raise itself, but its aggressiveness was vastly reduced. It now gazed at Hanli with a trace of fear. "Although this spirit beast isn't very useful for me, I am able to directly control it through the use of a magic tool since it belonged to a clan. I will be able to trade it for very good materials. After you train it, shut it in the spirit beast room. Once the trade meet in the state of you takes place, I'll see whether or not I can exchange it for a few rare materials. I'll be leaving now to place a soul restriction on Luyu." Hanli took a black command talisman from his storage pouch and handed it over to Silvermoon. Silvermoon took it into her hands and respectfully replied, "As you command, Master." Hanli then stood up and wordlessly left the room. Silvermoon fiddled with the command talisman in her hand and muttered to herself with a pensive expression as if pondering about what Hanli just said. A moment later, she raised the command medallion towards the light barrier with a smile. A beam of yellow light then shot out. Soon after, a series of miserable bellows filled the hall. After Hanli placed the soul restriction onto Luyu, he brought her to the silver-haired old man. Of course, he didn't give the complete truth. He merely mentioned that they had a bit of relationship and he had brought her back to the state of she from the controlling spirit sect, intending to take her in as a disciple and look after her. When the old man heard this, he was initially stunned before laughing with an expression of realization. "I was wondering why Junior Marshal Brother Han made a trip to the Devil Dao's domain. So it turned out to be for Marshal Niece Lu. Good, very good. This sect could always use another core formation cultivator and a woman at that." The silver-haired old man accepted Lu Yu into the Drifting Cloud sect without a problem. Hanli was very satisfied by this and chatted with the old man a while more before departing with the woman. Lu Yu then officially changed her name to Lu Mei and officially became Han Li's in-name disciple. Although Hanli said he wouldn't personally guide the woman, he wasn't about to be stingy when taking a disciple underneath him. He gave the woman 2 magic treasures and several bottles of demon core refined medicine pills. If Lu Mei had been reluctant about taking Hanli as a master, she was now more than happy to pay her respects to him after such magnanimous gifts. For the first time, she felt that leaving the controlling spirit sect to become Han Li's disciple wasn't such a bad thing. Fortunately, this woman was rather quick-witted and soon handed over a jade slip containing all of the insect-controlling techniques that she knew of. She also handed over her 6-winged frost centipedes. Han Li accepted these items with a calm expression and concluded the disciple acceptance ceremony. After departing Han Li's cave residence, she established her own cave residence at the Drifting Cloud Sect's White Phoenix Mountain and became a member of the Drifting Cloud Sect's high-grade cultivators. Unclear as to whether or not the silver-haired old man was paying face to Han Li, Lu Mei was appointed as Deputy Mountain Lord of White Phoenix Mountain, giving Mountain Lord Song an assistant. When Han Li heard of the matter, he merely smiled. After Han Li acquired the centipedes, he used the rainbow skirt grass to mature them. Given that they had this effect towards the gold-devouring beetles, they should also affect the 6-winged frost centipedes as well. Of course, he also entered a secluded room and began to study the insect control techniques alongside the profound nascent formation arts that Xan Rian had left behind. Han Li sat motionlessly on the floor with his eyes shut as an azure light began to flow around his body as if he were cultivating a technique. A long while later, he opened his eyes and his eyes brightened. He promptly grabbed onto the storage pouch at his waist and wordlessly pointed, uttering, "Execute." Suddenly, several thousands of black-tainted gold-devouring beetles flocked from the pouch and hastily turned into a 3-meter large cloud that spiraled above Han Li. Han Li stood up without any hesitation and began to move his feet in a pattern as he muttered to himself. He raised his hands and shot a mist of azure light, enveloping the beetle cloud. The gold-devouring beetles suddenly stopped buzzing and began to hover back and forth in tight formation. However, none of them made contact with one another, making for a bizarre sight. Han Li's gaze brightly flickered as he watched the beetle cloud. He stared for a time before forming an incantation gesture with a single hand. He then extended his free hand as if reaching for the beetles and softly shouted. Azure light flickered from the beetle cloud and they immediately fell onto Han Li, enveloping him within them. The beetles were several times quicker than before and began to frantically fly circles around him, forming an impenetrable barrier. Han Li smiled at the sight, but that smile soon disappeared as he began to utter profound and cryptic incantations. Suddenly, the insect cloud suddenly charged towards Han Li with a sudden eruption of blinding azure light. A short moment later, the light disappeared to reveal Han Li's body covered in armor with simple designs of gold, silver, and black. The armor sparkled with azure light and continuously glinted. From a glance, one could tell it was incredibly hard and durable. Han Li's smile became a grin and he stroked the armor. It felt unfathomably smooth as if it were without flaw. Han Li's smile faded away and he sighed, muttering, "Not bad. I truly didn't think that my idea from Heaven Void Hall of using beetles as armor would work. The controlling spirit sect are truly worthy of their fame for their insect control techniques. They are far more powerful than I could have imagined." Chapter 672. Second Nascent Soul. The insect control techniques weren't difficult to cultivate, and given Han Li's current cultivation and comprehension, they were easily learned. Even so, these secret techniques greatly broadened Han Li's horizons and the many recorded methods to direct insects to attack were fascinating and impressive. The insect armor technique in particular had allowed him to act on his previous musings of the idea. Previously, he was able to concentrate the black-tainted gold-devouring beetles into simple forms such as blades. However, objects as complicated as battle armor were still out of reach. It was a difficult matter that couldn't be resolved. With the insect armor technique contained within the jade slip, he was able to skillfully learn how to condense battle armor in only a month. Han Li was brimming with delight. He was convinced the expert that founded this technique was likely to have possessed insects as hardy as the gold-devouring beetles, whose defensive power wasn't inferior to true armor-type treasures. Additionally, this technique wasn't well known considering there were so few insect cultivators. In the hands of Han Li, and with the incredible durability of the black-tainted gold-devouring beetles along with their particular transformation abilities, this technique could create battle armor that was well suited for himself and possessed immense defensive ability that surpassed those of common armors. Moreover, once his pure gold-devouring beetles fully matured and he was more skilled with the insect control techniques, Han Li was confident they would be able to transform into even more impressive armor. With the thought of the fully evolved gold-devouring beetles, he found it difficult to contain his excitement. A short moment later, Han Li eventually regained his calm. He stroked his armor in a moment of thought before blowing a mouthful of spiritual qi onto the armor. The armor quickly scattered back into the cloud of beetles and returned to the spirit beast pouch under Han Li's orders. He returned to sitting cross-legged on the ground and took out an azure jade slip from his storage pouch, the item that Xanrian had left behind. He clasped it with both hands and narrowed his eyes before quickly immersing his spiritual sense into the jade slip. He skipped past the ancient formation spells for the time being and sought the profound nascent formation arts at the very end. This technique was founded by an unnamed devil Dao cultivator in the age of antiquity. Not only was the incantation profound and cryptic, but its words were dense with hidden and rich meaning. Han Li studied each of the words with great deliberation. After half a year passed, Han Li had a greater understanding of the technique. This had led to him feeling great awe and respect towards the ancient cultivator that founded this technique. This technique did indeed have some similarities to the righteous Dao's three truth severance arts. As for precisely how much, Han Li had no way of knowing, as it would be impossible for him to access the greatest secret technique of the righteous Dao. Still, it stood to reason that this technique was entirely different from the external incarnation technique. This heaven-defying technique truly created a second incarnation of oneself. Once this technique was fully cultivated, one would possess an entirely independent nascent soul. Although there was something of a master-servant relationship between the two, each one would be able to survive if the other met an unexpected end. It was merely that the secondary nascent soul suffer a great loss in vitality if the main nascent soul were to perish, before it could slowly take the place of the main nascent soul. If the secondary nascent soul were to perish, it would leave the main nascent soul completely unaffected. What made Han Li even more excited was that the second nascent soul could be fused into the body of a superior cultivator's corpse and form an incarnation. Once the incarnation was complete, it was a genuine existence outside of the main body. Even if his main body perished, Han Li would survive so long as the incarnation did. After all, both bodies would hold the exact same memories and emotions. This technique was entirely different from when he had Crooked Soul become a Fiend Core incarnation. Crooked Soul was merely a puppet that Han Li could control with a sliver of his primal soul. It had no emotions of its own nor independent ability. Furthermore, Crooked Soul had to be in range of Han Li's spiritual sense, else he would lose control. As for the incarnation created from the profound nascent formation arts, it could exist entirely on its own regardless of distance. It would take independent action without orders as if it were just another cultivator. Han Li felt his blood run cold when he read this. But after some further reading, he eventually reached the description of the technique's restrictions and flaws. Once Han Li read through them, it felt like he had been drenched in cold water. His fervent excitement had disappeared in an instant. The difficulty of condensing a nascent soul had left him completely speechless. It took common cultivators centuries to fragment their core and form a nascent soul. Cultivating a second nascent soul would require a second core to shatter, which would take far too much time. The only method would be to seize another cultivator's nascent soul and erase its consciousness. Once it is assimilated with one's own spiritual sense, it would become one's nascent soul. Although the Jade Slip mentioned the method to seize and wipe the consciousness of another nascent soul, needless to say it was an extremely dangerous matter with low odds of success. Even if this managed to somehow succeed in a fluke, the assimilation process was even more dangerous. Given that a nascent soul was temporarily seized, forcefully assimilating it with oneself still risked having one's spiritual sense being devoured by the target nascent soul in the process. Of course, if this managed to succeed, one would have a second nascent soul along with its many benefits. If one wished to take it a step further and create an incarnation, one merely needed to find a suitable corpse and have the second nascent soul possess it. Of course, the greater the cultivation of the original body, the better. It would be optimal if it were the body of a nascent soul cultivator so that the secondary nascent soul would be able to fully utilize its powers. Nevertheless, nascent soul cultivators couldn't speak lightly of killing a cultivator of a similar grade. It was an incredibly difficult matter, and even with Han Li's great might he doubted his own ability to do so. Of course, even if the profound nascent formation succeeded, one still wasn't free of worry. There was still a chance of backlash. An incarnation would be equivalent to refining another self. With the passage of time, there would be discrepancies between their emotions and memories that would appear. The incarnation may even strive its hardest to seize control over the main body. Especially when the incarnation possessed superior power to the main body, there was a chance it would take advantage of its special connection to the main body to restrain it, reversing their positions. As such, although an incarnation can be separated by vast distances and carry out the orders of the main body, it is best to not have it stray too far away. Every so often, one must perform the profound nascent formation arts unification technique to dispel the inner demons of each soul and converge their primal souls into one, strengthening the primary soul's control over the incarnation. Of course, in addition to the incarnation backlash, the incarnation also possessed its own flaws, but they weren't nearly as significant. In fact, when the second nascent soul was acquired, it was already considered initial success stage for the profound nascent formation arts. Without any need to cultivate a second incarnation, one had a vast advantage in battle. The second nascent soul would be able to use various powerful abilities and greatly increase the chance of survival without any danger from backlash. Han Li's expression was sullen as he examined the advantages and drawbacks of this cultivation art. Although it was incredibly difficult to cultivate, it possessed a proportionately powerful ability that he wasn't about to easily relinquish. So long as he fully cultivated it, it would be equivalent to having an additional life, an extremely captivating proposition. As for how he would acquire another cultivator's nascent soul, Han Li suddenly recalled the wood spirit nascent that he had captured earlier. Han Li frowned and took out the jade box from his storage pouch. He gently stroked the jade box and remained silent for a long while. He heard a bit of the wood spirit nascent's origins from Lu Mei and naturally knew that it was quite different from ordinary nascent souls. However, it also stood to reason that the controlling spirit sect's 5-element spirit nascence technique had a few similarities with the profound nascent formation technique. Since this spirit nascent was to be fused with a core formation cultivator, refining the wood spirit nascent as a second nascent soul should follow the same principles and prove to be possible. Besides, he had no other uses for the wood spirit nascent, so there would be no harm in trying. As for the danger of seizing it and erasing the consciousness of the nascent soul, it shouldn't prove to be a problem with assistance from his other treasures and his powerful spiritual sense. The only problem he had to worry about was the assimilation of the formless nascent soul. If any problems occurred, he could only sever the portion of his spiritual sense that occupied the nascent soul, causing great harm to his soul in the process. It was difficult to say if such an outcome would result in any lasting influence to his mind. With that thought, Han Li began to wear a face of hesitation. Chapter 673. Trade meet. After glancing at the jade box in his hand for most of the day, Han Li sighed and slowly placed it back into his storage pouch. Azure light then flashed from his hands and the azure jade slip reappeared. Should he take the risk to refine a second nascent soul? He would put the decision off until he fully comprehended the incantations for the profound nascent formation arts. This matter was dangerous and extremely difficult, as such it would be better if he were cautious. With his mind made up, he sank his spiritual sense into the jade slip and entered a state of obliviousness. Not far away from Han Li, Silver Moon was peacefully cultivating in her own secluded room. All of the other miscellaneous tasks were being handled by Han Li's ape puppets. Time quickly went by and yet another year had passed. One day, 2 streaks of light, one azure and one white, flew in the direction of Han Li's cave residence. 2 silhouettes could be faintly made out from within them. They were the 2 drifting cloud sect elders, a silver-haired old man and a sallow-faced middle-aged man. They couldn't help but exchange a smile when they saw that the restrictions around Han Li's residence were in full effect. The middle-aged man surnamed Lu flicked his finger and sent a previously prepared letter talisman into the restrictions in a streak of fiery light. Once the talisman disappeared from sight, he smiled to the silver-haired old man and said, "It seems ever since Junior Marshal Brother Han returned, he remained within his cave residence in diligent cultivation." The silver-haired old man surnamed Cheng spoke with a strange expression. "That is to be expected. How else could Junior Marshal Brother Han have formed a nascent soul in 200 years? It is a pity that the end of my lifespan is drawing close. I am incapable of treading further on the path of immortal cultivation, and I reckon you know this too." The middle-aged man hastily consoled him. "Senior Marshal Brother Cheng must be joking. He still has another 200 years ahead of him at the very least." The silver-haired old man shook his head and calmly said, "Hee Junior Marshal Brother Lu, how could I not know of my own circumstances? Perhaps if I hadn't been wounded from the last battle, I might have been able to live another 200 years without a problem. But despite my full recovery, the battle caused great harm to my vitality. It is something that cannot be solved through meditation." "Senior Marshal Brother." The middle-aged man's expression changed and he thought to say something, but the old man interrupted him with a wave of his hand. The old man slowly said, "Even if I enter no further battles, I will live only 60 years more at most, that much is certain." There is no need to comfort me. Why else would I have so painstakingly roped Junior Marshal Brother Han into our Drifting Cloud sect? I have even done my best to befriend him. Normally, even if we were truly impatient about taking him into our sect, we would have done a meticulous investigation into his background. Fortunately, our hasty judgment has turned out to be correct. Although this person's history is somewhat complicated, he holds no ulterior motives towards our Drifting Cloud sect. The middle-aged man was stunned. Senior Marshal Brother sent disciples to investigate Junior Marshal Brother Han's background? That's right. Although Junior Marshal Brother Han's background is rather vague, with his name and appearance, I've sent disciples to stealthily make some inquiries into the state of you, and ended up with a rough background of our Junior Marshal Brother Han. You might not believe it, but over 100 years ago, our Junior Marshal Brother was originally a Foundation establishment cultivator of Yellow Maple Valley. During that time he had earned a small reputation for himself. It was said that during the war with the Devil Dao, he alone managed to kill many cultivators of the same grade. But when Yellow Maple Valley was later routed, that treacherous ghost Ling Hu abandoned him for some reason. Afterwards, there was no further trace of Junior Marshal Brother Han. Perhaps he was cultivating in concealment and had only recently emerged when he reached late core formation stage. He then arrived at our Drifting Cloud sect and formed a nascent soul. It seems that during this missing period Han Li should have had some fortuitous encounters. The middle-aged man sneered. It is quite ridiculous for him to be abandoned at the time. Throwing away a sect disciple that happened to be such a rare cultivation genius. In a short amount of time, he managed to cultivate from Foundation establishment stage to nascent soul stage. I reckon that old ghost Ling Hu would be driven mad if he knew about this matter. After all, Yellow Maple Valley hasn't been faring very well in the Nine Nations Union. It should be quite difficult for his sect to rely on him alone. If I recall correctly, he should have entered nascent soul stage the same time Senior Marshal Brother Ching did. The end of his lifespan should also be drawing near. That's right. Old ghost Ling Hu is just a bit older than me, but he is quite a bit more proficient at extending his lifespan. Additionally, Yellow Maple Valley should also have no problem after his death. They can just rely on the repute of their allied nascent soul cultivators. I've also had similar worries for the Drifting Cloud sect when I passed, and feared that Junior Marshal Brother would find it difficult to stand alone. Were if not for the sacred spirit veins of the Dream Cloud Mountains, Junior Marshal Brother would have found it difficult to preserve the sect by himself. But even so, many would look at our sect with greed once it appears any weaker. My original thoughts were to urge Junior Marshal Brother to take the initiative to withdraw from the Dream Cloud Mountains once I passed, avoiding any potential calamity the sect may encounter. But now that Junior Marshal Brother Han has joined us, the situation has changed. Although Junior Marshal Brother seems to be a cultivator who is wholeheartedly dedicated to pursuing the immortal Tao and is disinterested in sect affairs, I am actually relieved by this. So long as we carefully win him over, our sect will continue to exist without worry for another 1,000 years. The silver-haired old man twirled his beard in his hand as if he had a plan up his sleeve. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before worriedly saying, "But while Junior Marshal Brother Han may be a cultivation genius, his age is too young and he just recently condensed his nascent soul. I don't know whether or not his skills are up to par." With a pensive expression, the silver-haired old man said, "Yes, I also share the same worries. After all, there are a few cultivators wholeheartedly dedicated to pursuing the Tao that are unwilling to spend much time cultivating powerful abilities. While this results in a deep cultivation, these cultivators may be unable to defeat cultivators that are a grade lower than them. Although I don't believe Junior Marshal Brother Han to be such a cultivator, it would be better to test this. As such, I will be staying behind to guard the sect. You will accompany him to the trade meet. Does Senior Marshal Brother mean to say?" The middle-aged man revealed a sudden trace of understanding. The old man smiled and thought to say something further when the mist in front of him suddenly parted. The old man immediately grew quiet as the middle-aged man followed suit. The two walked into the path that opened through the fog without any reservations and disappeared from sight. The largest trade meet in the heavenly south convened at the northmost country of the Nine Nations Union, the state of Yu. Deep within the mountains of this country laid Soaring Heaven City, the capital of the Nine Nations Union. Cultivators from all over the continent flocked to this country. Be it man or woman, young or old, all of those that resided within the city were cultivators. This city alone even had 7 cultivators at mid-nascent soul stage or higher stationed there, resulting in the immediate deaths of any cultivator who dared to cause trouble in the city. As a result, regardless of a cultivator's affiliation, none dared to act imprudently within. 2 months before the start of largest trade meet in the heavenly south, the Nine Nations Alliance activated a spell formation with a resounding reputation, the Greater Light Extinguishing Formation, to protect the city in place of a majority of its normal restrictions. Because a few cultivators have already made their way to the city out of impatience or otherwise, there were already stalls placed inside. Trade was already being conducted between cultivators. While the official days of the trade meet would have treasures of all kind in great number, they weren't something that common cultivators could afford. They would rather find a few suitable uncommon materials ahead of time instead. The quiet, cold soaring heaven city soon became bustling with activity as if it were filled with the liveliness of the marketplaces in common mortal cities. However, those walking the streets of the city were cultivators of high rank and the currency being used were spirit stones. The city only possessed a single auction house which was under the control of the Nine Nations Union. It had also begun to appraise and auction off all sorts of rare treasures, contributing to the liveliness of the city. Just as the trade meet was only half a month away, there were 3 streaks of light steadily flying through the sky several thousands of kilometers away. Once the 3 lights grew closer, they were revealed to be 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was a cool and elegant beauty. She flew at the side of a youth with a common appearance that wore a rather intimate expression. The third person in their party was a blue-robed middle-aged man whose clothes fluttered through the wind in a display of unordinary majesty. Chapter 674. Marquis Nanlong. The 2 men were Han Li and Elder Lu, who had traveled from the state of Shi. As for the beautiful female cultivator, she was Han Li's concubine Mu Peeling. The silver-haired old man had stayed behind to keep watch over the drifting cloud sect, preventing any sneaks from stirring up trouble while they were away. According to what the old man said, he had already participated in this grand meeting about 8 times and had no materials that he currently required. Naturally, he wanted to give the opportunity to his younger junior martial brothers instead. As for Mu Peeling, she had reached a cultivation bottleneck and encountered Han Li when she left seclusion. When she heard that he was heading to the largest trade meet in the heavenly south, her heart stirred and she asked to come alongside him to broaden her horizons. After all, if she were incapable of reaching core formation, this may be the only chance she had to participate in this trade meet. Since he wasn't unkind by nature and didn't feel this trade meet to be particularly dangerous, he agreed. After all, having a beautiful companion along on a long trip was a delightful matter. Naturally, the 3 sects of the Dream Cloud Mountains had their own parties of cultivators that set off towards the trade meet, but Han Li was unwilling to travel together with those juniors and had left for the state of Yu ahead of them. By traveling along the route that best avoided the countries of the righteous and devil Dao, the 3 were able to arrive within the borders of the Nine Nations Union without problem. At that moment, Han Li was absent-mindedly examining his nearby surroundings. There were cultivators that occasionally passed by, but when their spiritual sense swept past the middle-aged man surnamed Lu and then Han Li, their expressions displayed shock and they immediately veered off, fearing that they would somehow provoke them. Han Li and Elder Lu were traveling with their cultivation unconcealed. Any cultivator who saw 2 nascent soul cultivators traveling together would be filled with fear and immediately take another route. At the beginning, Mu Peeling was unaccustomed to this, but it soon became a common sight. As the party continued to fly through the skies, Elder Lu turned to Han Li and amiably said, "The trade meet is held only once every 100 years. Previously these trade meets were alternated among the righteous and devilish Dao between the states of Tianluo and Fengdou. At the time, the Heavenly Dao Alliance still hadn't existed and the Nine Nations Union was fully suppressed by the Mulan Spell Warriors. As such, this astonishingly profitable gathering was monopolized by the 2 sides. But after the righteous and devilish Dao expanded, neither party felt at ease at having the other party host the trade meeting. As such, the last trade meet was held in the Nine Nations Union without any contest, a loss to both sides that was a great cause for grief. With slight enthusiasm, Han Li said, "Senior Marshal Brother Lu, this is quite convenient for the Nine Nations Union, but I've heard quite a few interesting things about Soaring Heaven City. I heard that it is the only city in the entirety of the Heavenly South that is made up of only cultivators. I heard that in the past, when the armies of Mulan Spell Warriors made their way into the state of Yu, Soaring Heaven City was where the cultivators of the newly formed Nine Nations Union defeated their armies with the assistance of the Greater Light Extinguishing Formation. The battle was said to be truly desperate, resulting in many nascent soul cultivators perishing." Relaxed Junior Marshal Brother Han. This soaring heaven city definitely won't disappoint you. The elder Lu chuckled and then probingly asked, however, I've got the feeling that there is something a bit different about you after you spend some time in seclusion, and it isn't an increase in your cultivation. There were also white cranes flying in front of it, followed by palace maids carrying cauldrons. It appeared as if a monarch was making a tour in an imposing manner. Mu Peeling was dumbfounded at the sight and her jaw dropped in astonishment. Han Li was also amazed by the sight, but he soon regained his calm. He was aware that cultivators were odd and fantastical to every description, particularly cultivators at the nascent soul stage. Perhaps due to the influence of their cultivation's arts or otherwise, their temperaments become strange and separated from reason. Since this was a common affair, he was surprised for only a moment. But when the middle-aged man saw this, he felt his blood turn cold and he harshly whispered, Duke Nanlong, why is this old eccentric also participating in the trade meet? Junior Marshal Brother Han, do not speak carelessly. His abilities are mighty and his temperament is strange. Since I've met him in the past, let me deal with him. With those hasty words, the middle-aged man called for Han Li to stop alongside him. He wore a serious expression as he respectfully waited for the group of cultivators to approach. Han Li's expression stirred from seeing the middle-aged man appear so nervous. He complied with his warnings and Mu Peeling tactfully kept silent as well. A short moment later, the golden-armored cultivator soldiers and the carriage drew closer. Upon closer look, Han Li felt his heart tremble. The halberd-wielding soldier cultivators weren't much to behold. While their appearances were formidable and lofty, their cultivations were only at foundation establishment stage. Rather, what made Han Li's heart tremble were the two spirit beasts pulling the carriage. From the azure scale armor and the bizarre horn on its head, one of the beasts appeared to be a mythical Qilin. The other beast had fluttering wings of fire with long golden feathers. It was actually a fire phoenix. As Han Li grew fearful of the two spirit beasts, the carriage drew closer to them. Before the carriage approached, Elder Lu saluted in its direction and spoke with a clear voice, Is that Marquis Nanlong? I am the drifting cloud sex Lu Luo. It has been 300 years since I've last seen you in the company of my master, Monk Mu Li. It is truly my fortune to meet you again. Although Elder Lu's words were neutral in tone, Han Li could clearly hear a trace of fear in his voice and noted that he seemed to refer to himself as a junior. The huge carriage was obscured from sight by a barrier of golden mist. However, when Elder Lu called out to the carriage in greeting, the drumbeats came to a sudden stop. The group of cultivators stopped about 100 meters away from Han Li and company as silence descended. Han Li's eyes narrowed upon seeing this, but his expression soon returned to normal. A lazy tone came from within the golden light, Oh, so you're Mu Li's pedantic, scholarly disciple. At the time, you seemed to only be a core formation cultivator. I didn't think in a mere 300 years, you've also reached nascent soul stage. I've heard your master had passed away in meditation during that time. It is truly a pity. However, the fellow Taoist at your side seems quite unfamiliar. Chapter 675. Forceful exchange. When Han Li heard himself mentioned, he simply smiled and remained silent. He was certain that his senior martial brother Lu would answer on his behalf. Sure enough, the middle-aged man rushed to introduce Han Li before Marquis Nanlong could speak any further. Marquis, this is my junior martial brother Han. He has just recently condensed a nascent soul and joined our sect. At his side is Lady Mu, his concubine. Junior martial brother Han, this is Marquis Nanlong, an old friend of my deceased master. I hope you will acquaint yourself with him. As his clothes fluttered in the wind, Han Li calmly saluted the carriage. It is a pleasure to meet you, Marquis Nanlong. Within the carriage, Marquis Nanlong indifferently said, Han Li? That name is completely unfamiliar. It seems fellow Taoist Han is truly a new nascent soul cultivator. Might we have an exchange of skill to gauge your abilities? Junior martial brother Han only condensed a nascent soul a few years ago. How could he possibly be a match for fellow Taoist Nanlong? I mean, fellow Taoist Nanlong is already a mid-nascent soul cultivator. Lu Luo's smiling expression froze and he inwardly cursed. Although this old eccentric's temperament was peculiar, his words suggested he was now entirely different from before. Be at ease. I won't be using my cultivation to take advantage of the weak. We will only be using our spiritual sense to contest. After all, fellow Taoist Han's spiritual sense is rather strong, very unlike a cultivator who had just condensed his nascent soul. I am anxious to display my own skill. As soon as that was said, a golden light flashed from the huge carriage, fading away to reveal the three that were sitting inside. One was a man wearing robes embroidered with purple pythons and a tall jade-green hat with a long beard that reached down to his chest. The other two were women dressed in snow-white palace robes. Each beauty was being loosely held in his embrace on each side. The women at the marquis sides were certain to be his concubines. Although their cultivations were only at foundation establishment, their graceful beauty was a sight to behold. Worry filled Luo and he directly said, "Marquis must be joking." Although Junior Marshal Brother Han's spiritual sense is a bit strong, contests of spiritual sense are exceedingly dangerous. How can this be taken so lightly? Marquis Nanlong chuckled with a cold smile and calmly said, "Fellow Taoist Lu, you seem worried, but perhaps fellow Taoist Han would be willing to give it a chance." He glanced at Han Li as a cold glint flickering through his eyes. "Moreover, if I remember correctly, we are already within 500 kilometers of Soaring Heaven's city. If fellow Taoist Han truly refuses my good intentions, I will make use of the forced trade law." Lu Luo's expression changed as he faintly felt a sense of foreboding. Forced trade? What does the Marquis mean? Marquis Nanlong's gaze coldly swept over Mu Peeling as he expressionlessly said, "From how intimately Lady Mu and fellow Taoist Han are acting, fellow Taoist Han must certainly hold her dear. It just so happens that I have two beloved concubines at my side, but I've grown bored of them. I'll use them to exchange for fellow Taoist Han's concubine. My two beloved concubines are on par with Lady Mu with regards to both cultivation and appearance, fulfilling the forced trade conditions. If fellow Taoist Han is unwilling to trade, you will have to stake it in a contest of spiritual sense. If you win, not only will you retain your own concubine, but you may take both of mine." The two concubines in his embrace had a slight change of expression, but they soon returned to normal. When Lu Luo heard this, furious alarm was revealed on his face and he was at a loss for words while Mu Peeling turned pale. Han Li frowned for a moment before he calmly responded, "A forced trade. Senior Marshal Brother Lu, could you give me a detailed explanation?" From Han Li's perspective, this Marquis Nanlong was still a mere mid-nascent soul cultivator and was nothing to fear with Han Li's current abilities. "It isn't anything much. Forced trades are one of the laws that are specifically for use by nascent soul cultivators of the host power. Junior Marshal Brother should know that when cultivators reach nascent soul stage, no powers are willing to offend one another. The host of the trade meet is no exception to this. However, with such a large trade meet, there are certain to be a few clashes and disagreements. If the cultivators are at the core formation stage or below, the hosting power may forcefully suppress them. But if something were to occur between nascent soul cultivators, the hosting power is unwilling to go through the trouble of intervening. As such, there are a set of particular laws that will allow for nascent soul cultivators to resolve the dispute themselves. Forced trades are among the least used of these laws. Specifically, before the trade meet starts, any nascent soul cultivators within 500 kilometers of the city may use obviously superior goods to trade for something they require. If the other party refuses, both sides may settle the decision by comparing techniques and divine abilities. However, the conditions for use are harsh. Even if the initiator of the exchange wins, they still must pay the price to exchange, but if they lose, they will hand over their proposed goods to the challenged party free of charge. Furthermore, if someone is severely injured during the challenge, the trade meet host will pursue the offending party to its greatest extent, but it had always been extremely difficult to constrain nascent soul cultivators. Also, unless the item is desperately required and one's cultivation is clearly higher than the challenged party, no one would perform such a risky trade and risk making enemies. Lu Luo's expression was unsightly as he gave Han Li the explanation. With regards to concubines, there have been nascent soul cultivators that trade them, and it is actually quite popular among a few Devil Dao sections. As the conditions of the current exchange were satisfactory, contacting the 9 nations unions enforcers would result in nothing. Fortunately, this affair shouldn't put Han Li's life at risk, but it would be rather troublesome if he were to receive injuries before the trade meet even started. Moreover, Han Li wasn't particularly attached to Mu Peeling. Even if he was forced to trade her, he would end up with 2 grand beauties. It shouldn't prove to be too much of a loss for him. Han Li's expression was completely calm upon hearing Lu Luo's explanation, but Mu Peeling was full of regret. Had she known that the trade meet had such laws, she wouldn't have requested to accompany Han Li. Although she didn't know much of this Marquis Nanlong, from how he treated other cultivators and his concubines, it was likely that she wouldn't be able to preserve her maidenhood until core formation stage and would be treated like a material good. Mu Peeling gritted her teeth at the thought of this occurring, and her pale complexion faintly revealed a dark shade of red. She didn't have high hopes that her husband would be able to defeat him. Marquis Nanlong sat on the carriage and closely pressured Han Li, asking, "Well? Will fellow Taoist agree to the exchange, or will we have a match with our spiritual sense?" Silence filled their surroundings for a time. Not only did Lu Luo and Mu Peeling nervously glance at Han Li, but even the two concubines of Marquis Nanlong curiously glanced at the youthful cultivator with an ordinary appearance. After stroking his chin, Han Li suddenly smiled. "If it's a contest of spiritual sense, then I will agree. Since I've just recently condensed my nascent soul, I coincidentally wish to compare my spiritual sense against other nascent soul cultivators. However, if I somehow manage to win, I don't want the Marquis's beloved concubines. Instead, I would rather know the true reason Marquis Nanlong has decided to have a spiritual sense competition. I hope the Marquis won't merely say that I was displeasing to the eye or that he finds my own concubine to be desirable." Han Li calmly spoke, revealing not a trace of worry. An indescribable expression flickered over the Marquis' face, and the others were left at a complete loss. Marquis Nanlong grew silent for a moment before slowly replying, "All right, I agree." His expression appeared completely solemn. "Sir." Mu Peeling couldn't help but call out to Han Li upon seeing him agree to the battle. She wore a complicated expression on her face. Han Li waved his arm. "It's nothing. Just a mere contest." Lu Luo sighed and warned, "Junior Marshal brother, be careful. If it becomes too much, concede immediately. I will immediately act to protect you." Han Li nodded and said nothing further. At that moment, Marquis Nanlong had already pushed away his concubines and flung his sleeve, launching himself through the air. Azure light flashed from Han Li's body as he also made his approach. Although the forced trade provision mentioned that it would be best if the 9 Nations Union enforcers to be present, both sides decided to tacitly remain silent of the matter. When both parties were only about 20 meters away from another, they stopped. Han Li then calmly said, "Although I don't know why the Marquis truly wishes to test the depths of my spiritual sense, the reason clearly isn't shallow. I am quite curious about the matter. Fellow Taoist Han is truly intelligent. However, you will only know the reason if your spiritual sense is at least as strong as mine. Were it not for your powerful spiritual sense sweeping past me previously, I wouldn't have tainted my reputation by challenging you." Marquis Nanlong coldly smiled and bluntly said, "However, I don't see your chance of victory being large. The differences in spiritual strength between early and mid-nascent soul cultivators aren't something to underestimate." You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.